The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Welcome to the July 3rd, 2024 edition of Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. This is Matt from the past, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 324 Battle of Adrianople, Roman Emperor Constantine I defeats co-emperor Licinius, who flees to Byzantium. In 1863, Battle of Gettysburg, the largest battle ever fought on the American continent, ends in a major victory for the Union during the U.S. Civil War. In 1884, Dow Jones publishes its first stock index, the Dow Jones Transportation Average. In 1996, UK House of Commons announces that Stone of Scone, aka the Stone of Destiny, used in the coronation of Scottish and subsequently English and British monarchs, will be returned to Scotland after 700 years in Westminster Abbey. In 1928, Jean Logie Bard demonstrates the first color television transmission in London. In 2018, Cardi B becomes the first female rapper to get 2 #1 Billboard hits with I Like It with Bad Bunny and J Balvin. These can't be real names people use in public, can they? In 1976, Wimbledon men's tennis, Sweden's Bjorn Borg, we are the Borg. Lower your shields and surrender to us. Resistance is futile. Beats Lăinăști of Romania 6-4, 6-2, 9-7 for the first of 5 straight Wimbledon titles. And that was this day in history. Now let's get on with the shows. Hey, Matt, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
C-A-M-E-L-S. That's right, folks. C for comedy, A for Abbott, M for Maxwell, E for Ennis, L for Lou Costello. Put them all together and they spell Camel. Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before. And draw up a chair for tonight's Camel Show, starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Costello. Come over here, Costello. You know, I tried to find you last night. Where in the world were you?
Oh, I spent the evening over at Hetty Lamar's house, Abbott. Hetty calls me 2 or 3 times every week to come over and spend the evening.
Yeah, doesn't her husband object?
Why should he? I'm the cheapest babysitter in town.
Will you talk sense, please? Hey, Lou, I hope you're saving the money. I hope you're saving the money they pay you for minding that baby. You know, we pay our income tax March 15th.
Oh, don't worry about me, Abbott. I'm loaded. I got a California bankroll.
What's a California bankroll?
2 singles wrapped around an orange.
Oh,
Hey, Abbott. Last night I was helping Hetty Lamar figure her income tax.
how can you figure income tax? You can't even count.
Give me a problem. Go ahead.
All
Give me a
right.
problem. Give me a problem. Give me a problem.
Suppose steak costs $1 a pound.
Yep.
Now, how many pounds would the butcher give you for $5?
4 pounds.
That's not right.
I know, but they're getting away with it.
All right. Listen, Costello, you're impossible. But I'm warning you, you'd better get busy on your income tax. Do you have any surplus money, Lou?
No. I'm so broke, Abbott. I had to dump 4 bottles of Coca-Cola in a sink so I could collect the deposit on the bottles.
Well, things will be even worse if you don't file your income tax. And remember, you've got to give them an honest count.
Hey, Abbott, how can you say that? I always give them an honest count. I'm patriotic. And besides that, they watch you too close. Them collectors, oh, boy, they're pretty sharp, Abbott. I once met an income tax man on the plane. We hit 4 air pockets. He had his hand in every one of them.
Never mind that, Costello. We should all be glad to pay our tax, even if it does leave us a little poorer.
You're right, Abbott, because no matter how poor it makes us, we're better off than some people. Like that fellow I was reading about in the book the other day, Jack and the Beanstalk.
What was it about?
Well, this story is about a boy who was very, very poor. His name was Jack. Now, when Jack was a little bit of a boy...
Wait a minute. How did he get the name of Jack, Lou?
Huh?
How did he get the name of Jack?
How did he get the name of Jack?
Yes.
How did he get the name of Jack? He was born while his father was changing a tire.
All right.
How did he get the name of Jack?
All right, go ahead.
You're starting a little soon, Abbott.
Go ahead.
Now, just keep your mouth out of this and let me tell a story.
Yes.
Abbott, why don't you go over to a shoe repair shop and show them what a real heel looks like?
Oh, now, please, go ahead and tell the story.
Now, one morning, his mother said, Jack, we have no money, so you'll have to sell the cow.
What kind was it, a heifer?
Yes, it was a... What'd you say?
A heifer. Was it a heifer cow?
How could it be a heifer cow? It was a whole cow.
All right.
Look, Abbott, it was just a plain cow, and it wore red slacks. So Jack started to milk the cow.
Now, just a minute. Now, wait a minute. How could he milk the cow if it was wearing red slacks?
He was a pickpocket. Now, Jack was walking along the road with the cow, and he noticed that the cow looked very tired. The cow hadn't been sleeping very good.
Did the cow have bags under her eyes?
I beg your pardon?
Did the cow have bags under her eyes?
Did the cow have bags under her eyes?
That's what I asked you.
Abbott, you never saw a cow, did you?
Oh, get up. All right, get up. Go ahead, let's hear it. Come on.
Well, Jack walked a little farther, and then he saw a farmer was making Limburger cheese.
What was he making it out of?
Out of doors. Ain't I a stinker? Mother, get the flea powder. I'm lousing them up tonight.
Costello, forget this silly story. We were talking about income tax. I'm sure you know nothing about it, so why don't you go down to the bank and get my brother to help you out with it?
Oh, that reminds me, Abbott. My mother asked me to ask you, what's your brother's job in the bank?
Tell her.
What?
Tell her.
I will tell her if you tell me.
I just told you, tell her.
You didn't tell me nothing. You gave me the same stuff last week. All I want is a civilized answer.
Now, wait a minute, Costello. You said your mother wants to know what my brother does in the bank.
Yeah, that's right.
And I said, tell her.
All right, I will. Now, what does he do?
I just told you, tell her.
You told me to tell her, but you didn't tell me what to tell her.
Tell her.
Tell her. What kind of talk is that? Look, Abbott, when I get home tonight, my mother says to me, what does Abbott's brother do in a bank? What do I say?
Tell her in the bank.
How can I tell her in a bank? The bank's not closed. Look, when I get home, I want to tell her in the house.
Listen, you dummy. When I say tell her, I don't mean tell her. I mean tell her. And that's what my brother does in the bank. His job is tell her. Now, do you get it?
Oh, when you say tell her, you don't mean tell her. You mean tell her.
Now you've got it.
Now I've got it. I don't even know what I'm talking about. Look, Abbott, your brother works in a bank.
Now, that's right.
What job did he have before the job he's got now?
Oh, he was in charge of a very important department.
That's fine. What department?
Vaults.
Could I have that again?
Vaults, Costello, vaults.
Vaults? Abbott, you know I can't vault. But I will try a rumba.
No, Costello, let go of me.
Play, Ennis, play. And remember, Abbott, you asked for this dance.
Experience is the best teacher.
The time, several months ago. 2 men are lunching together.
Cigarette, Ed?
Oh, thanks. Guess I will. Say, you've changed your brand, haven't you? I don't remember that you smoked Camels before.
Well, I didn't until the wartime cigarette shortage. You know how everybody smoked whatever brand they could get then. It sure gave you a good opportunity to compare all brands. Well, I found I liked Camels so much better than the others, even my old brand, that I've been smoking Camels ever since.
Yes, during that wartime cigarette shortage, the experience of smoking whatever brands they could get taught millions the differences in cigarette quality. Smokers' T-Zones, that's T for taste and T for throat, tested more cigarette brands than they'd normally try in a lifetime. That experience taught smokers that it was Camels for rich flavor and cool mildness. Camels for extra smoking pleasure. As a result,
more people smoke Camels than ever before.
Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. And now, while you enjoy a Camel, Skinny Anna sings,
If this isn't love, the whole world is crazy. If this isn't love, I'm daft as the daisy, with moons all around and cows jumping over. There's something amiss, and I'll eat your hat if this isn't love. I'm feeling like the apple on top of William Tell. With this I cannot grapple, because you're so adorable. If this isn't love, then winter is summer. If this isn't love, my heart needs a plumber. I'm swinging on stars, I'm riding on rainbows, I'm busting with bliss, and I'll kiss your hand if this isn't love. If this isn't love, the whole world is crazy. If this isn't love, I'm daft as the daisy. I'm swinging on stars, and I'm riding on rainbows. I'm busting with bliss, and I'll kiss your hand if this isn't love.
Well, Costello, here's the income tax accountant my brother recommended. Now, let's go in and see him because you know nothing about finance.
Who knows nothing about finance? I studied finance with Morgenthau, Rockefeller, Vanderbilt, Guggenheim, and Lana Turner.
Oh, wait a minute. What could you learn from Lana Turner?
More than I could learn from Morgenthau, Rockefeller, Vanderbilt, and Guggenheim.
All talk sense. Let's go into the accountant's office. Come on.
I won't tell you how much I made last year. I won't tell you. Nobody can make me tell.
Who was that?
Nora Prentice.
Come on, Costello. You've got to find the tax accountant.
Oh, I'll ask that woman over there. Pardon me, miss. Can you tell me...
Well, if it isn't Mr. Abbott.
Oh, hello.
And Mr. Costello, you fat little man, you. It's so nice to meet you, a goon.
Every time we meet you, we meet a goon.
Quiet, Costello. What brings you here, miss?
I came to see my accountant about the taxes I owe to the government.
The government.
The government? Oh, yes, Abbott. That's in Washington, D.C. That's where President Truman lives.
Well, I must be rambling off. As they say in Russian, Akoshe sito bublichka stoyo.
And a mushy meatball and a kisser to you, too.
Well, come on, Costello. Here's the accountant to help you.
Aha, gentlemen. As George Washington said to Thomas Jefferson, sit down. I'm just concluding some business with this client, and I'll be with you in a moment. And now, as I was saying, about that $100,000 that you made last Saturday afternoon, we'll have to figure out the tax on it and get in touch with you later. Nice client, that Oliveri. Well, now, gentlemen, as Cleopatra said to Mark Antony, what can I do for you?
Well, Mr. Costello here wants you to help him with his income tax.
Fine. Now, Mr. Costello, how much money did you make last year?
Well,
Speak right up, young man. Speak right up. All this information is confidential.
Well, I made...
Tell me about it. Tell me. How much did you make?
Well, it was in the
Come,
neighborhood, but...
come. Has the cat got your tongue? Get the marbles out of your mouth. That's better. Now, Mr. Costello, if you don't fill out your income tax form, you'll go to jail. They'll put you behind bars in Leavenworth, Kansas, or Atlanta, Georgia.
Please, Abbott, not Georgia. Don't let them send me to Atlanta. It's terrible to be in jail in Georgia.
Why?
2 wardens.
Well, let's get down to business now. As John Alden once said to Miles Standish, did you work last year?
Yes, and I had a very steady job.
Aha. What did you do?
I was best man at Artie Shaw's weddings.
In the fiscal year of 46, by what method did you ascertain your income?
Well, what was that?
Oh, the man wants to know how you filled out your form last year.
By eating mashed potatoes and banana splits.
Now let's look your papers over. I've got great news for you, Costello. According to these figures, last year you earned $495. And if you don't make any more money between now and March 15th, you don't have to pay any income tax.
I promise. I won't make any money. I'll work for nothing. I'll work for less than nothing.
Now, how can you do that?
I'll become a public school teacher.
I warn you, Costello, don't make another penny. Don't even feel in telephone slots or play pinball machines.
Thanks, mister. And you can send me a bill.
Yes. As Josephine said to Napoleon, I will.
Oh, boy, Abbott, am I happy. No income tax to pay. No problems.
Hello, Mr. Abbott.
Up to now.
Hello there, Mrs. Wetwash.
Well, Mr. Abbott, I see they've grounded the Goodyear blimp. Oh, pardon me, it's Costello. I'm so excited. I just came from the doctor. He's going to change my nose.
Good. Maybe this time they can put it in the middle of your face.
Mrs. Wetwash, Costello just filed his personal income tax.
Oh, you fat little businessman, you. I'd hate to pay the tax on your corporation. Oh, my, I taxed my brain for that one.
Mrs. Wetwash, there's no tax on abandoned property.
That reminds me, Costello, I still owe you $20 for mowing the lawn last month.
Gee, that's well.
And don't take it, Costello. Remember what the man said?
Oh, that's right. Mrs. Wetwash, I don't want your money.
But you did the work, and the money is yours.
Mrs. Wetwash, you couldn't force me to take that money.
Oh, now isn't that sweet? Well, if you won't take the money, then I must give you a great big kiss.
Okay. You forced me. Give me the money. Goodbye, Mrs. Wetwash.
Now, Costello, look what you've done. You've got $20 too much money.
Hey, Abbott, don't let them put me in jail.
Hiya, fellas.
Well, it's Skinny Ennis.
Hey, Abbott. Now, maybe I can unload this dough on him. Hey, Skinny, could you use $20?
Nah, me? I got plenty of money. I just stole an invention for automobiles that will save racehorse players a lot of money.
Oh, now, wait a minute. I'll get an attachment for an automobile save racehorse players a lot of money.
Well, every time they get within 7 miles of a racetrack, the car blows up. Hey, by the way, Costello, here's the $20 I borrowed from you last week.
Oh, forget about that, Skinny. Wait a minute. I don't want that money. You couldn't force me to take it.
Okay, if you won't take the money. I tell you what I'll do. I'll give you a brand new routine. You say, Abbott, what does your brother do at the bank? And he says, tell her. And you say, tell her what?
Wait a minute.
He says, tell her.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute! You forced me. Give me the money.
Okay. Well, so long, fellas.
Costello, you did it again. Now you've got $40 too much.
Let's go out and buy $40 worth.
$40 worth of what?
And these days, who asked?
Oh.
Louis Costello.
Hey, look, it's Marilyn Maxwell.
Oh, there you are, Louis, honey. I haven't seen you since the cocktail party last Saturday. Did you get home all right?
Yes, but I woke up the next morning with big circles under my eyes.
From staying up late?
No, somebody set a couple of wet beer glasses down on my face.
By the way, Louis, I'm selling raffle tickets for my club. They're $5 apiece, and I want...
I'll buy 8 of them.
Louis, 8 would be $40. Can you afford to buy 8?
I can't afford to buy any less.
Oh, now, Louis, I appreciate your spirit, but you couldn't force me to take all that money.
Marilyn Maxwell, you sell me 8 tickets or I'll kiss you right here.
Okay, you forced me. Here are the tickets.
Camel presents lovely Marilyn Maxwell from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Beginning or the End. And here's Marilyn to sing for Camel fans everywhere.
I believe in wishing well, and I also believe in a lot of things the daisy tells. I believe that the leaf clover brings lots of luck, lots of joy, lots of happiness. I believe those things. And when it's Christmas, I believe in Santa Claus. Why do I believe? I guess that I believe because I believe that dreams come true. If you wish for the dream by a wishing well, don't tell the wish or you'll break the spell. It may sound naive, but that's what I believe. And when it's Christmas, I believe in Santa Claus. Why do I believe? I guess that I believe because I believe that dreams come true. If you wish for the dream by a wishing well, don't break the wish or you'll break the spell. It may sound naive, but that's what I believe.
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
No part of the country was too remote, no town was too small. For that survey of cigarette preferences among doctors was truly nationwide. Doctors in all parts of the country, doctors in all branches of medicine were included. 3 leading independent research organizations asked this question of 113,597 doctors. What cigarette do you smoke, doctor? The brand named most was Camel. Try a Camel on your T-zone. That's T for taste and T for throat, your proving ground for any cigarette. And you'll understand the reasons for this preference. See if your taste doesn't joyously respond to Camel's rich flavor. See if your throat isn't extra happy with Camel's cool mildness. See if you too don't say, yes, Camel suits my T-zone to a T.
Well, Costello, that $40 you gave Marilyn for the raffle tickets finally brought you down to $495, your original non-taxable income. Now, do you think you can keep away from making any more money till March 15th?
Oh, certainly. My Uncle Artie Stebbins taught me that a man can do anything he puts his mind to. Uncle Artie once made up his mind to be a butterfly. He hollered, "I'm a butterfly! I'm a butterfly!"
Did he turn into a butterfly?
No, but they took him away in a net.
Boys, I've been looking all over for you. Have you heard the news?
Yes, Marilyn. Dick Tracy captured influence.
No. I mean the news about the raffle. Somebody won a lot of money.
Oh, that's all right, Marilyn. I expected to lose, but I'll be a success someday.
Costello, to be a success, you've got to have brains.
I've got brains.
And you have to work hard.
I'll work hard.
And you've got to keep away from women.
I'll work hard. Who cares about money? I even wish I had more money to lose.
You have.
Good. I'm glad that I did. What did you say, Marilyn?
Yes, Louis. The 8 chances you bought for me won the first 8 prizes in the raffle.
No.
So here's your money. $3,000.
No. Marilyn, what have you done to me? After what we've meant to each other, I treated you so nice. I took you out. I took you to the swellest places, showed you a good time. And now, in 10 days before income taxes are due, you put me in a higher bracket. Oh, I wish I was dead. Broke.
Louis, I don't understand you. You should take that $3,000 and sink it into something.
A great idea. Where's the nearest river? Come, Costello. We've got to work fast. See you later, Marilyn.
Yeah, but what are we going to do now?
Costello, you ingrate.
Yeah.
You and your raffle tickets. Here I work my fingers to the bone. I slave. I stay up nights thinking how to keep you broke. And you go behind my back and win $3,000. Why? Why do you always do these things to me?
Oh, I'm the bad boy!
I'll say you are. You have the brains of a low-grade idiot.
Okay, Abbott. You can have it back any time you want it.
Now, never mind. Now, you listen to me. You've got to get rid of that $3,000. Do you hear?
But how, Abbott?
Well, wait a minute. I've got it. We'll give $1,000 apiece to the first 3 people we meet.
Oh, pardon me, gentlemen. I'm in distress. Would you help me out?
Help you out of this dress? Lady, you can't walk around the streets without a dress on.
Shame on the lady. Shame on the
Costello, please.
The lady wants to walk
No.
Shame on
Listen.
you.
Costello, you don't understand.
Bad lady.
Look, low, please. When she says she's in distress, she's not talking about this dress she's in. She's talking about distress she wants to get out of.
She must be Gypsy Rose Lee's grandmother.
No, Costello. Can't you see this old lady is in distress?
Certainly.
Well, she wants to get out of it.
Don't just stand there, Abbott. Put a screen around her.
Young man, when I say distress, I don't mean distress like this dress I'm wearing. I mean distress like the distress you're in when you're in distress.
Madam, where do you live?
In the old lady's home.
How do you like that? Now they're doing our routines in the old lady's home.
Cut that out, Costello. Give the lady $1,000.
$1,000?
$1,000. That's right. Here it is. $1,000 right on the nose. Be happy.
Be happy? I certainly will. Oh, thank you.
Now, come on, Costello. You've got $2,000 left. Let's get rid of it. Fast.
Yes, Abbott, you're right. We got to go.
All right, you guys, all right. This is a stick-up.
Oh, burglar.
Shut up. This is a stick-up man.
Look at his puss. What's he got to be stuck up about?
Look, you, when he says I'm a stick-up man, he don't mean I'm stuck up. He means that... What am I saying? I got no time for routines. Come on, heist him.
Mr. Burglar, will you please say heist him again?
What for?
My pants are falling down. Hey, is that gun a 45?
Yeah.
What's the matter? Couldn't you get a 46 delivery?
Don't be a wise guy, you.
You could rob me of the last joke if you care to.
Don't be a wise guy. My trigger finger is itching.
I'll scratch it for you.
Costello, will you shut up or you'll kill us?
Wait a minute. What are you applauding for?
When he said kill us, my whole life passed before me. The Costello story starring Larry Parks.
Come on, you. Come on. Hand over the dough.
Hey, Costello, this is your chance to get rid of the $2,000.
Ooh, that's right. You're right, Abbott. Here, Mr. Burglar, here is $2,000 for you.
What?
I wish you'd have stuck me up about 5 minutes ago. I could have given you $3,000.
Hey, wait a minute. What is this? This is a funny stick-up. You seem to be happy to get rid of this dough. What is it, Confederate?
Oh. No, Mr. Costello just wants to get rid of this money. You see, that $2,000 puts him in a higher income bracket.
Oh, well, that's different.
Yeah.
Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
I'm just figuring me earnings for the year. Let me see. I heisted the bank in Frisco. That was $21,000. The bank in Oakland. That was $42,000. Then I stuck up the bank in Pismo Beach.
You must have got a few thousand clams out of there.
Yeah, I can't pay tax on all that loot. I got to get rid of it.
Yes, sir. And you'd better do it before March 15th, too.
March 15th?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to get rid of it right now. Here, Fatso. Here's $35,000.
And I ain't going to take it.
You'll take it or I'll brain you.
Don't be afraid of him, Costello. Stand up to him. Don't be a coward. You're not afraid of him.
That's right. I ain't afraid of you. I've got courage you haven't got. I've got fortitude you haven't got. Now I've got a lump on the head that you haven't got.
Here's the money. So long, jerk.
Hey, Abbott, what am I going to do with all this money?
Give it to somebody quick.
Here comes an old lady. I'll give it to her. Pardon me, madam. Would you like...
Oh, there you are. I've been looking all over for you.
Hey, Abbott, it's the same old lady I gave the other $1,000 to.
Yes, I am. And remember when you gave me the $1,000, you said be happy?
Yes.
Well, Be Happy won the race and paid 90 to 1.
Abbott!
Here's your share, $45,000.
Abbott! Get me out of here!
Abbott and Costello will be back in just a moment for Camel Cigarette.
During the war, the makers of Camel cigarettes sent a total of more than 150 million free Camels to our fighting men overseas. Now, free Camels are sent to servicemen's hospitals instead. This week, the Camels go to Veterans Hospital, Biloxi, Mississippi, U.S. Army Percy Jones General Hospital, Battle Creek, Michigan, U.S. Naval Hospital, Houston, Texas, U.S. Marine Hospital, Lexington, Kentucky, and Veterans Hospital, Fort Logan, Colorado.
Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 3 times a week, are rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are still stationed and to our good neighbors in Central and South America. And now, back to Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Well, Costello, you got to get rid of that money before March 15th. But don't worry. Next week I'll take you out to the racetrack, and we'll bet on the big jockeys. They're bound to lose.
By the way, Abbott, what is the difference between the big jockeys and the little jockeys?
Wait.
Okay, I waited. Now you can tell me.
I just told you.
You just told me what?
No, I told you wait.
Why do I have to wait? Why can't you tell me now?
Oh, Costello, you're impossible. I'm going home. Good night, folks.
Good night. Good night, everybody.
I'm sorry we can't wait to hear any more about Wait tonight. Abbott and Costello will be back next Thursday, so you'll have to wait until then when Lou Costello plays the pony.
Mr. Pipe Smoker, it's up to you whether you're smoking just a pipe or one that's filled with Pipe Appeal. To fill your pipe with Pipe Appeal, just pack in Prince Albert and enjoy the rich, tasty flavor of Prince Albert's ripe, mild tobacco. Enjoy cool, tongue-easy mildness, too, because Prince Albert is specially treated to ensure against tongue bite and crimp cut to burn slow and even. So pack your pipe with good PA for Pipe Appeal. And for a half hour packed with good music and fun, tune in to Prince Albert's Grand Ole Opry on Saturday night. Tap your feet and warm your heart to the American folk singing of Red Foley with his guitar. Laugh with Minnie Pearl and the Duke of Paducah. Remember, Grand Ole Opry, Saturday night on NBC.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Abbott and Costello will soon be seen in the new Universal International picture, Buck Privates Come Home. This is Michael Roy in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night for Camel. Stay tuned now for the Eddie Cantor Show.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Immortal characters, portrayed by the finest talents of our day. With flawless performance, they recreate Caesar's Rome. The struggle for power, the clash of arms.
Power
And Bing Crosby is up next.
All this nice, fresh air for broadcasting.
Said they had a good show, didn't they?
Always a good show. Could I sing now?
That's a good idea.
There are guys just right for some kissing, and I mean to kiss me a few. Oh, those guys don't know what they're missing. I've got a lot of living to do. Sizzling steaks all ready for tasting, and there's motor cars all shiny and new. Gotta move, 'cause time is a-wasting. There's such a lot of living to do. There's music to play, places to go, people to see. Everything for you and me. Life's a ball, if only you know it. And it's all just waiting for you. You're alive, so come on and show it. There's such a lot of living to do. Life's a ball, if only you know it. And it's all just waiting for you. You're alive, so come on and show it. There's such a lot of living to do. There's such a lot of living to do. There's such a lot of living to do.
Ken, I don't know why I'm picking on you, but you're standing right here, and you're handy, you're alert. What would you say was the neatest of the house pets?
Oh, I don't know, Bing. Well, I guess I'd say a cat.
That's right. I knew you'd know. And I asked that question to ease into an item of importance, which concerns the cleanest cat of them all.
The cleanest cat you ever heard of?
Well, I don't have the cat's name. I haven't got it handy here on my file, but it's a cat who went for a sudsy whirl in an automatic washer recently.
A cat took a bath in a washer?
And I don't know at how many revolutions a minute.
Well, what happened? Did this cat become bored just licking herself to keep clean?
Was this cat on a search for adventure?
No, but she sure found it.
Yeah.
And it made a successful round and round trip with a bundle of clothes and an electric washer.
Now, there's a cat that's been around.
Thrill seeker, I'd say.
You know what happened? The way this thing took place, the door to the washer was open, you see, and there was some laundry in there. This cat jumped in and stretched out to take a little snooze. A little cat nap. Well, the lady of the house came along, not realizing that the cat was reposing inside. She closed the door, turned the switch, and away went Kitty in a mad whirl of laundry, soapy froth, fells, naphtha, everything.
That poor little animal. How long was it in the machine?
Oh, I don't think longer than a few seconds. Luckily, the lady, you see, saw the cat through the window, saw her anguished expression, and rescued it.
Well, then the cat's doing fine, I guess.
Shaken, a little shaken. In trauma, but alive and kicking and completely laundered. That's the cleanest cat in town.
No way to get cleaner.
There's a cat that's going to watch where it takes a nap from now on, I'll bet you.
I think he's given up naps entirely.
Sworn off him, huh?
Oh, yeah. Boy, oh boy, what a ride that cat had.
That was a historic trip.
You bet. We'll be reading all the details soon, I think. The cat's writing a book.
That cat should write a book.
Well, she's practically an astronaut, wouldn't you say?
I don't think an astronaut never had it as rough as that ever.
Never in the history of the space
Never
travel. Anyhow, ladies, here's our hint for today. Just our little house out hint.
Yes.
Break it up now. Before you turn on the automatic washer, you take a quick peek inside to see if the cat's in there. If so, coax her out, before you turn on the switch.
So I wonder, can I coax a song out of somebody around here?
Oh, I think I'd go. Yeah, I might sail for a little ditty. I want to go back to my little grass shack in Calico, Hawaii. I want to be with all the Connies and Wahinis that I knew long ago. I can hear old guitars playing on the beach at Ho-Now-Now. I can hear Hawaiians saying, Como mai no ka'ua ika hale kaha. It won't be long till my ship will be sailing back to Kona. Such a grand old place, always fair to see. I'm just a little Hawaiian and a homesick island boy. I wanna go back to my fishing port. I wanna go back to my little grass shack in Kealakekua, Hawaii, where the huma huma nuka nuku apua go swimming by. Such a grand old place, always fair to see. I'm just a little Hawaiian and a homesick island boy. I wanna go back to my fishing port. I wanna go back to my little grass shack in Kealakekua, Hawaii, where the huma huma nuka nuku apua go swimming by. Where the huma huma nuka nuku apua go swimming by. Tum tum dee dee, rum tum dee dee.
Hey, you're in a merry mood today, Bing?
I should say. Rosie and I are going to a wedding.
And there's nothing we like more than a good old-fashioned knot tying.
I knew something was in the air by Bing's getup. Hey, pretty fancy. By the way, Bing, what are the shoes for?
Well, to tie on the newlyweds car along with the just married sign.
Well, that's really old-fashioned, Bing, and wasteful, too. There's lots of good service left in those shoes if you call on the good services of your shoe repairer. The happy wedding of his expert craftsmanship and modern equipment turns old shoes into spanking new ones.
Okay, we'll switch to tin cans instead and run these shoes right down to be fixed.
Recommend a shop to us, Ken.
Well, just look for the famous Cat's Paw Cat in the window, and you can be sure you're not only getting top-notch service, but the finest products as well. Quality products like famous Cat's Paw twin-grip, soft, resilient heels and soles. And lighter than leather, lighter than rubber, microlite soles by Cat's Paw, the best underfoot.
Now, folks, don't make the same mistake we did. Don't discard shoes that still have many miles of walking comfort left. See your shoe repairer today.
Look for the Cat's Paw sign, a sign of quality and service for more than 57 years. Ask for famous Cat's Paw products by name, and look for Cat's Paw heels and soles on new shoes, too.
You're near, that moment's here. I'm almost in your arms. Tonight, the mood is right. I'm almost in your arms. One sound, one word, and I will rush to your embrace. Say that certain word, sigh that certain sigh, and with all my heart to your arms I'll fly. It's strange how we are changed by things that seem so small. One look can write a book, one touch can say it all. We've known those nights alone, and now we've found our way. I'm almost in your arms to stay. It's strange how we are changed by things that seem so small. One look can write a book, one touch can say it all. We've known those nights alone, and now we've found our way. I'm almost in your arms to stay.
One of the unwritten laws of show business is...
The show must go on.
But when you're suffering with nasty cold distress...
Obeying the law can be mighty hard unless...
You get relief from those colds and miseries fast.
Like this. Listen.
Here's Giselle McKenzie, one of America's most popular TV and movie stars.
If a nasty cold bothers you, think what it does to me. I don't feel like singing with my nose stopped up, head feeling like a balloon from sinus congestion. To feel better fast, I take the newest medicine, new improved 4-Way cold tablets. Today's 4-Way contains a decongestant to drain sinus passages while it relieves cold distress.
Clinical tests prove 4-Way acts faster than any other leading cold or sinus tablet. In minutes, 4-Way speeds pain-relieving medicine all through your body. In the same time, there was no trace with other brands. Only 4-Way starts so fast to relieve muscular pains, reduce fever, relieve headache without upsetting stomach. And 4-Way drains sinus congestion to restore free breathing.
4-Way's marvelous. Makes me feel fine in no time.
To relieve cold miseries while you drain sinus congestion, get new 4-Way. Fastest acting of all the leading cold and sinus tablets. New improved formula, same familiar package, only 39 cents.
A little love that slowly grows and grows, not one that comes and goes. That's all I want from you. A sunny day with hopes up to the sky, a kiss and no goodbye. That's all I want from you. Don't let me down, oh, show me that you care. Remember, when you give, you also get your share. Don't let me down, I have no time to wait. Tomorrow might not come when dreamers dream too late. A little love that slowly grows and grows, not one that comes and goes. That's all I want from you. Let me down, oh, show me that you care. Remember, when you give, you also get your share. Don't let me down, I have no time to wait. Tomorrow might not come when dreamers dream too late. A little love that slowly grows and grows, not one that comes and goes. That's all I want from you.
Say, Bing, you weren't kidding about that cat, were you?
No, it's a fact. Honest.
Well, I'll bet she's very grateful that she came to no harm.
Very grateful, Catskin. Very grateful. Matter of fact, she started a movement just to show her gratitude called Be Kind to Mice Week.
That's what I call an example of applied retribution.
You bet. There's a cat that's seen the light and heard the music.
See, now, in gratitude, she's going to be kind to mice, huh?
Yes, that's her way of showing her thanks.
Mm-hmm. What do you cats sing now?
And how about honoring that wild kitty with a song from Wildcat?
A pertinent thing to do. Song from Wildcat for this cat.
Well, I'll be swacked and pickled in moonshine. You ain't such an ornery cuss.
Well, I'll be piped and pedaled for coal, or you ain't such a gloomy old Gus.
Well, I don't want to give you no ideas, but you might not make a bad wife. Cooking grub and tinning up dieties.
Hold on, Grandpa, not on your life. Them what treats me girly has to find out early. In my mama's litter, I'm the independent critter. I likes to do what takes my fancy. What takes my fancy, I likes to do. And when it comes to things romancy, what takes my fancy ain't the likes of you. I likes to do what takes my fancy. What takes my fancy?
Well, that ain't no crime. That there's what keeps me young and prancy. What takes my fancy, I do all the time.
Well, bless my boots and paddle my breeches if you ain't the sociable type.
Oh, well, hootin' owls and suffering polecats if we ain't a similar stripe.
Don't let this unravel your undies, but you might not make a bad room, all cleaned up for company Sundays.
Now, hold on, sis, you're sealing your doom. Here's a tip I'll give you, partnership I'll give you, but you ain't promoting me from my protective coating. I likes to do what takes my fancy. What takes my fancy, I likes to do. And when it comes to things romancy, what takes my fancy ain't the likes of you. I likes to do what takes my fancy. What takes my fancy,
I likes to do. And if it makes my pockets fatter, it doesn't matter who I do it to.
we likes to do what takes our fancy. What takes our fancy, that ain't no yarn. If folks objects to how we acts up, what gets their backs up ain't no skin off ourn. We likes to do what takes our fancy. What takes our fancy, that ain't no crime. And if it keeps us young and prancy, what takes our fancy, we do all the summer,
winter,
spring, or fall, the whole darn tootin' time.
Well, we're cutting out now. Got to fade. Skip, thank you very much.
Hope you'll listen again, friends.
Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney with Buddy Cole's music were presented from Hollywood. Produced by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to join us again tomorrow.
Young America takes to the sky. And today, a few short months after intense training started, this country is well on the way to having the world's finest air fleet. Sleek bombers, fast pursuit ships, transports, and scouting planes. These ships are manned by crews who short weeks ago were cadets at Army training academies. In the scenes that follow, partly fact and partly fiction, you will see what life with the flying cadets is like. A new class arrives at a typical Army Air Corps training center. Many of these men are high school graduates between the ages of 18 and 22. Upon completing their course, they will be pilot sergeants. Others between 18 and 35 will study navigation or ground crew work. For many, the beginning of a promising career.
Mister! Get your eyes on the point, mister. Go back those shoulders. Mister. Put your bear on that chest. Well, make a move. There, mister. Look straight ahead. Don't observe me, mister. Turn around. Ready? Go against it, mister.
Obviously, you're not pilots, and I doubt if you're very good mechanics. Well, there must be something around here that we can do.
Sure, Major. There's thousands and thousands of guys like Blackie and I that want to do something to serve their country. Maybe we haven't got training, but we're willing to try. Honestly, we'll try hard, too. It all don't mean nothing if you don't give us this chance. After all, our heart's in the right places.
I understand all that,
Look, Major, when I was a little bit of a kid, I was too fat to play on a baseball team, so they made me the bat boy. And then when the football season came around, I couldn't run fast enough to make the football team, so they made me the water boy. And now, Major, when you're training the biggest team that we ever had, there surely must be a place for Blackie and I, maybe as a water boy or a bat boy. Won't you, Major, give us a chance?
Spread your wings, you eagles, and fly. Time for fledglings to take to the air. Hit the beam and get those planes in the sky, and let's keep them flying there. We're an all-American team, and we see every play eye to eye. Hit 'em hard and fast, let that be our theme, and let's keep 'em flying high.
Gentlemen, by your presence here, you have indicated your ambition to become a part of the greatest air force the world has ever known. I congratulate you upon your decision. In point of years, the story of the Army Air Corps is a brief one, but it is also a distinguished one. Your training of 20 weeks here will be an exacting task, but when it is completed, you will go on to advanced training in the Army's West Point of the Air. When you graduate, you will be commissioned in the Air Corps of the United States Army. There are other jobs in the Corps that are just as important. Aeronautical engineers, observers, navigators, meteorologists, photographers, and a host of others. Remember, for every pilot that hits the blue, it takes many other highly trained men to keep his ship in shape, on its course, and properly manned. Those men are the backbone of the Corps.
So you guys wanted to get in the air service, huh? Well, brother, you're in it. Now get busy and taxi that plane off the field.
Come on, you heard what he said. Taxi the plane off the field.
Taxi! Taxi!
What are you doing?
Oh, taxi!
What's the matter with you?
Gotta get a cab, get the plane off.
Oh, no, it's nothing of the kind. Over here, we've got to get it off. Huh? We've got to get it off.
Okay. Which way are we going? This way?
That way. What's the matter now?
Can't budget.
Come on, get on that wheel.
Okay. Wait a minute, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Contact! Contact!
What are you talking about?
Oh, ain't you an aviator? Contact.
All right.
That means...
Well, get a hold of it. Come on.
Come on.
What's wrong? What's wrong now? What is the... What's the matter? What's the matter? Well, what's the matter? What? Oh, all right.
Under the supervision of competent instructors, cadets receive the finest training in the world. They learn the technique of flying, solo and formation, the mechanics of their planes, navigation, the proper handling of armaments, aerial photography, and a score of allied subjects.
Now, to make sure that you've all understood, I'd like one of you to repeat in detail the description I've just given. What about you, Mr. Roberts?
Huh?
I'm sure you won't have any trouble.
What do you mean?
About the aerial-type torpedo.
Oh, well, this torpedo is a recent and valuable addition to Air Force armament. It functions for both air and water attack. It has a water speed capable of 56 knots and airspeed unlimited. It contains 963 pounds of high explosive in the warhead, which is enough to make a molehill out of a mountain. And the motor of the torpedo was started by the simple expedient of releasing that pin. Anything else, Professor?
Intensive though the course is, there is time out for play, for even a fledgling pilot needs relaxation. In this scene from the Universal picture, Keep 'em Flying, Martha Ray and the Six Hits give out with a little boogie-woogie.
We're out in Kansas City on 1-2 Street. They say that there's a guy they call Bigfoot Pete. He plays piano by ear. Turn he plays all night for pigs, feet, and beer. He's murder on the 88. He's the guy that brought the boogie-woogie up to date. He's got a cannon in his left hand and a rifle in his right. He's just a double-barrel gun, and he shoots the 8-piece shoe and a platinum ring. He's just a solid whiz. I'll tell you who he is. He's Bigfoot Pete, a boogie-woogie's elite.
The climax in a man's training comes when he is ready to solo. There can be no greater thrill for a man than to feel himself at the controls of one of these super-powered ships, sending it soaring, diving, obeying his every command. And it is just as great a thrill for the men of the ground crew. For behind every pilot, behind every ship that takes to the air, is the skill, industry, and devotion of the heroes on the ground, without whose aid it would be impossible to keep them flying.
Boy, is it cold. Why do they put air cooling systems in these hangars? I'm going out and get my jacket. Seat or get off. Look what he does when you get off. Come on. Maggie, take my hand. Take my hand. Bring it out to me.
The course is over, and in graduation ceremonies, the men receive their commissions. They are ready for the Army now, ready to do their share in national defense. For they realize that to defend our land, we must first and foremost defend the air above it.
Spread your wings, you eagles, and fly. Time for fledglings to take to the air. Hit the beam and get those planes in the sky. And let's keep them flying there. We're an all-American team. And we see every play eye to eye. Hit them hard and fast, let that be our theme. And let's keep them flying high.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
The Armed Forces Radio and Television Service presents The Bob Hope Show with Les Brown and his band of renown. And yours truly, Bill Goodwin. And now here he is, Bob Hope.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we're at the Long Beach Veterans Hospital, which is about... At least that's what they call it when the nurses are within earshot. Nurse, that's the girl in the white uniform who can take your temperature and give you one, both at the same time. To give you an idea how cute the nurses are in this hospital, somebody hung a bunch of mistletoe in surgery, and they had to operate on them and wants to get his lips unpuckered. These nurses are so cute, they even have to put a speed limit on wheelchairs here. Everybody wants a ricochet romance. But really, this is a great place, and I wish you could all see this gorgeous auditorium we have here. And I asked Colonel Colonel McBrien what time I could put on my show for the patients. He said right after dinner, Hope. That's the usual time for their sedative. Anyway, it's wonderful to be down here at Christmas and sharing the fun. The cooks here went all out for Christmas. They wanted to give the boys a white Christmas, so they bleached the beans. I'm kidding. Actually, they had a wonderful turkey dinner and topped it all off with a flaming dessert. Flaming dessert. That's better set fire to it, Max. Somebody goofed. Naturally, Santa came to Hollywood. He went to Red Skelton's house and left the joke book. Then he went to Les Brown's house and left the clarinet. Then he went to Marilyn Monroe's house and never left. But my wife has been hinting for a mink coat, so I have to do something about it. I gave her 2 minks and a book titled The Virtue of Patience. I didn't do very well this Christmas. Very well. I hung up my stocking. When I went to look in it, foot powder. But I got a few gifts. The boys in the band gave me some cologne. You've heard of Taboo. This is called Babaloo. You don't sprinkle it on. Desi Arnaz comes around and sprays you with a perforated maracas. I won't say it has a powerful scent, but as I was driving past Griffith Park, 2 skunks came out of the trees and yoo-hooed at me.
Now, folks, let's go back to this morning when Bob was at his home in North Hollywood working on his Christmas list.
You know, Christmas is getting out of hand, Bill. I've spent over $500 on presents already. Look at this list. My agent, a $100 gift. My producer, a $100 gift. Les Brown, $75. Imagine spending $75 on a band leader who doesn't even know the words to Shaboom.
I don't know. Les is a big band leader, Bob.
Yeah, thanks to me. When I met him, he didn't have a clarinet to blow in. For Tennessee earnings. And look at this, a $75 gift from Margaret Whiting. I'd like to know what she does for me.
Well, she sings a wonderful song.
So does Cass Daly, and I'd have somebody to shoot pool with. I didn't mean to blow my top, Bill, but if one more person tries to get a Christmas present out of me, so help me, I tell you.
Hiya, Mr. Hope. It's just the mailman. Thought I'd walk right in because I got a lot of mail for you today. Merry Christmas. I always remember you, and I know you won't forget me.
Boy, did he pick the wrong time.
And I'll dump these letters on the table. There you are. Serving you as always, day after day. Like our motto says, neither hail nor snow nor sleet shall stop this courier from the swift completion of his appointed rounds.
Is that the end of the commercial, or is there more?
Well, I'll be seeing you, Mr. Hope, and hold this thought. When Christmas morn dawns bright and clear, and you partake of Yuletide cheer, think of all the poor mailmen from here to Nantucket soaking their pooped-out dogs in a bucket. Well, so long!
Thank you, Nick Kenny. Thank you.
Well, see, Bob, now you'll have to give him a present.
Yeah, especially after that laugh he got. Well, let's see what he brought, Bill.
Oh, plenty. Look at all these Christmas cards. Bob, who's that long, narrow card from?
Oh, that's from Gina Lola Brigida. It's the only way she could get her name on it. Say, isn't it a cute card? Santa riding on a big pizza pulled by 14 anchovies.
Hey, you know something? You sure do get a lot of cards.
Yes,
and packages,
yes, I know.
Bob.
My fans are wonderful to me, Bill. Why, I just mentioned on the air those reds of them. Look at them all.
Yeah, I see them. But, gee, won't they rot if you don't put them in the icebox?
Yeah, well, the pits will come in handy anyway. I'm stuffing a mattress for Milton Berle.
Bob, have you bought gifts for everyone?
Yeah, Bill, except my wife. I'm going crazy trying to find a present for Dolores.
Well, everybody has trouble finding a present for his wife, Bob.
Yeah, this is the only time of year I'm glad I'm not King Farouk. I sure wish I could think of a nice present for her.
Well, doesn't Dolores give you a hint of what she wants?
Well, usually. Last year she told me how beautiful Betty Grable looked in silver mink coat and dark glasses, so that's what I got her.
Oh. Gee, she must have flipped on Christmas morning.
She did. She thought I was going to get her the mink coat, too. Come on, Bill. Let's run downtown right now and see if we can find something for her.
Okay, Bob.
Let's go in this department store right here. I wonder if the floor walker could make some suggestions. Oh, excuse me.
Yes?
I noticed your striped pants and cutaway coat and that carnation in your lapel.
Oh, I'm the chairman of the United Nations. I'm waiting for John Foster Dulles. His plane lands on the mezzanine any minute. What can I do for you?
Well, I've got to buy a present for my wife. Do you have any suggestions?
Yeah, how about a fur coat? We have a heavenly silver mink coat for $15,000.
No, that's too much.
We have a blue mink for $10,000. Or a lovely ranch mink coat for $5,000.
Look, what can I get for about $200?
A shower curtain with...
Now, look, don't use that tone of voice to me. It isn't the gift that counts, it's the spirit. And besides, I thought you were supposed to be polite to people.
To most people. But there's two customers the store says I can insult any time I please.
Yeah, who are they?
You and Jack Benny.
Please, don't compare...
Ties in for a refund the other day.
Well, everyone exchanges ties.
Yes, but you were a little late with yours. They all said win with Landon.
This present doesn't have to be anything as fancy as a mink coat.
It doesn't?
No, my wife has very simple tastes.
Yeah, I can see that.
You must have got up on the wrong side of your hairdryer this morning. Now, will you please direct me to the less expensive gifts? I've got to get my wife a present.
Yeah, very well. Go straight down this aisle, turn left through housewares and notions, then turn right through cotton goods and straight on out.
Where will that take me?
To the sidewalk. The Salvation Army is right next door. You can snatch something for her off one of the racks.
I've had it. Somebody put him back in Max Factor's window. Here's Margaret Whiting with It's Christmas Time Again.
Snowflakes falling, church bells calling, it's Christmas time. Fires lighted, kids excited, it's Christmas time again. Now Santa's sleigh is on its way with candy canes and toys and wonderful things that Santa Claus brings to good little girls and boys. Candle glow and mistletoe, it's Christmas time again. Carols sung and stockings hung, it's Christmas time again. There's a tree to trim, our glasses brim with love and joy and cheer. The year
Now let's return to earlier this afternoon. We find Bob still shopping in the department store.
Be careful in this crowd, Bill. You know, the first guy who bumps into you might be a pickpocket.
Oops, pardon me, bud. It's crowded in here, ain't it?
Yeah, I was just telling my friend in this mob, you got to watch out for pickpockets. You know, in a crowd like this, there are all kinds of dishonest persons. They look as honest as you and me, but they're nothing but cheap, thieving crooks.
Well, heavens to J. Edgar Hoover. Well, thanks for tipping me off, Buster.
Oh, no, I play it safe. I keep my wallet right in my pocket. What'll I do?
Tell you what, Buster, you wait here and I'll run for the store detective, huh?
Okay. No, on second thought, don't bother. There wasn't any money in my wallet anyway.
No money at all? How do you like that? Anymore. Well, all right, I'll be seeing you, Buster.
Goodbye.
Well, before I go, do you mind if I make this pink chalk mark on your back?
Well, what? So long. See you on Dragnet. Perhaps I can find a present for Dolores here in the jewelry department. Oh, clerk!
Yes, sir?
Are these bracelets diamonds or rhinestones?
Oh, they're diamonds, sir. Everything in this case is diamonds. Beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks like Bobo Rockefeller's deep freeze. Well, how much are these bracelets?
This one is $15,000, this one is $12,000, and then they go all the way down to those cheap bracelets over there at $6,000.
Cheap ones at $6,000?
Oh, they make a fairly nice gift if you have a servant or an upstairs maid to take care of.
I do, but I don't know her quite that well. Yet.
Well, you decide which bracelet you want, sir. I'll take care of that other customer down there.
Okay. Gee, $15,000 for this little thing.
Pardon me, bud. Oh, it's you again. Hiya, Buster.
Oh, hello there.
Well, look at the pretty diamond trinkets that somebody left lying around. Now, if the wrong person came along, these could easily disappear.
Yeah, don't stand too close to the counter. You look like the type who inhales.
If you are trying to hurt my feelings, you have succeeded. Now, I will not stay where I am not wanted.
Goodbye.
Au revoir, arrivederci, and toodle-oo.
Right where you are. Police! Police!
I didn't steal those bracelets, and I'm warning you, I know the people who own this store. Where are you taking me?
Right into this office.
How do you do?
Oh, who are you?
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Hubert Updike III. I am the owner of this establishment.
Oh, well, I knew the people who owned it before. You must have just bought it.
Well, not exactly. Dear old Dad gave it to me for my birthday.
He gave it to you for your birthday?
Yes, Dad is so thoughtful. For my last birthday, he wanted to give me an ocean liner. He wanted to give me the Queen Mary or the Queen Elizabeth, but the Canard Company wouldn't break up the set.
Stewart.
Now, wait a minute. I'm just as good as you are.
Now, please. No one is as good as I am. From Columbus.
From Columbus?
Yes.
Then what are we arguing about? I'm from Cleveland. There's a lot of happy losers here tonight.
Oh, how vulgar.
What's the matter?
Well, how dare you compare yourself with my family? You upstart.
All right, so you come from one of the first families. Who cares?
We are the first family. In our set, George Washington is a wetback.
Well, okay, I'm sorry.
No, we're a very, very old family. My great-great-grandmother was the first person to step off the Mayflower. Poor old girl.
Poor old girl?
Yeah, she stepped off while they're still 50 miles from shore.
Oh, that is too bad.
Yes, what a way to go. She died with a clump of seaweed in her hair, a smile on her lips, and a bustle full of barracuda. Oh, but enough of this, I tell you. Kindly return my property, or I shall summon a blue coat.
Oh, now listen, you crew-cut Fort Knox. I didn't steal a thing. It was that other fellow that was in here.
Well, if you'll just give us the name of your accomplice, I'll see that you get a reduced sentence. A reduced sentence, possibly only 5 or 10 years.
5 or 10 years? That's awful.
No. Dear old Dad knows the warden, and he'll get you into the part of the prison where the rich people go. Oh, you'll love it. Your own ticker tape, cell-to-cell carpeting, and it even has a contour electric chair.
Who are you trying to kid? Nobody's that powerful.
Well, Dad is. Dad is the richest man in the world.
Oh, yeah? How about Howard Hughes?
We have him down for a care package.
Well, how did your father get so rich? Is he an oil man?
An oil man?
Oil. That's a lot of oil.
You know the Flying Red Horse?
Yes.
Dad posed for it. Daddy has all the money in oil. It saved it from getting rusty.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't know why I should be divulging all this to just an ordinary criminal.
Now, listen, uranium head, I'm not a criminal. I didn't take those diamond bracelets. I'm innocent.
You didn't take the bracelet?
Definitely not. Look at me. Don't I have an honest face?
You're weakening your case.
We caught this man shoplifting in the silverware department, sir.
Shoplifting? Me? Why, I was just browsing.
You were just browsing? Are you sure you didn't take anything?
Scout's honor.
He belongs to the Rat Pack troop.
Well, he does look rather uncouth. Turn out your pockets.
Now, wait a minute. There ain't nothing in my pocket.
Turn them out, I say.
Well, okay. When I browse, I browse.
Why did you take the bullets instead of me?
Well, you own oil companies and stores and banks. Too many people would suffer.
And you?
All I've got is the Cleveland Indians. I'm glad to go. Here's a very beautiful Evans and Livingston Christmas number from Lemon Drop Kid with Margaret Whiting and yours truly, Silver Bells.
City sidewalks, busy sidewalks, dressed in holiday style. In the air, there's a feeling of Christmas.
Children laughing, people passing, meeting smile after smile. And on every street corner you hear silver bells, silver bells. It's Christmas time in the city. Ring-a-ling, hear them ring. Soon it will be Christmas Day. Strings of streetlights, even stoplights, blink a bright red, and shoppers rush home with their treasures.
castle you hear.
Silver bell, silver bell, it's Christmas time in the city.
Ring-a-ling,
Hear them ring. Soon it will be Christmas Day. Soon it will be Christmas Day.
The preceding Christmas program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
That smashing bolt of Irish lightning, those fighting sons of old Notre Dame charging across the screen in a roaring blaze of triumph, with Canute Rockney, the miracle man of football, the Four Horsemen riding again. They're all in it. Elmer Layden, Jim Crowley, Harry Stolrare, Rip Miller, Gus Doré, Hunk Anderson, Father Callahan, George Gipp, the greatest football player of all time, and how he proves it. And the sweetheart of them all, Bonnie Rockney, inspiring her husband onto greater glory in one of the most tender love stories ever known.
I'll do anything on earth to make you happy. You know that, don't you?
I know that.
Go and get a uniform, report to the scrubs.
Why?
Because I think you'd make a football player.
I doubt it.
Try it anyway.
All right, if you insist.
Now, wait a minute. What's your name?
Gipp. George Gipp. What's yours?
I've got any use for gamblers around here. You've done your best to ruin baseball and horse racing. This is one sport that's going to stay clean. Get them on the run, keep them on the run. Push them on down that field, right down that field, over that goal line, the old Range spirit. All right, men. They can't stop us. Nobody can stop us. Go back in there. Right in the opening kickoff. Drive on down that field. Drive, drive, drive. Get them, get them, get them, get them, get them.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to auto theft detail. A gang of car strippers has been operating in your city. From their M.O., you know they're professionals. They move fast. Your job? Get them.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, August 5th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of auto theft detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Nelson. My name's Friday. I was on my way back from the telephone booth, and it was 10:23 p.m. when I got to the parking lot. Our car.
You called in?
Yeah. They haven't hit tonight so far.
What's the time now?
A little after 10:30. Parking lot's about empty.
Yeah. The attendant left a few minutes ago.
Frank?
Yeah, I see him.
Over there going for that Cadillac.
Yeah. You got a good look at him?
No, it's too dark. He's forcing the door. Come on.
Right.
All right, hold it up there.
He's in the car, Joe.
All right, hold it up. He isn't going to stop. He's heading for that intersection. He'll never get through. Come on.
That looks pretty bad, Joe.
Yeah, he really cracked into that Dodge, didn't he? All right, let us through, please.
Come on, please let us through.
I'll check the Cadillac.
Right, I'll get the other car.
Okay.
The 3 people in that Dodge are lucky. Doesn't look too bad. I'll call the ambulance.
Yeah, we'll tell them to hurry. I don't think this one's going to wait. 10:46 p.m. The ambulance arrived, and after emergency treatment at the scene, the victims were removed to Georgia Street Receiving Hospital. A traffic car had been dispatched to investigate the accident. Upon arrival at the emergency hospital, we were informed that the suspect had died on the way. The dead body was identified by his personal effects as Charles Roxford, age 16. The Juvenile Bureau was contacted, and they requested that in the course of our investigation, we notify the boy's family. 11:27 p.m. Frank and I drove out to the address listed on the victim's identification. It was a house above the Sunset Strip. We rang the bell and waited.
I'll try it again.
Yeah.
Somebody's coming.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Mrs. Roxford?
That's right. What is it?
Police officers, ma'am. We'd like to talk to you.
Police? Well, come in. I don't know what you want with us, but come in.
Thank you.
Come into the living room.
Thank you very much.
Now, sit down. What is it?
There's been an accident, Mrs. Roxford.
An accident?
Yes, ma'am. Pretty bad one.
What's this got to do with me?
Well, you see, ma'am, your boy was... Joe?
Oh, we're sorry to have to tell you this, ma'am, but your boy was in an accident tonight.
Charles?
Yes, ma'am.
You said it was a bad accident.
Yes, ma'am, we did.
How bad? How bad?
Your son's dead, ma'am.
Charles? Charles Roxford. Oh, you're sure you have the right house?
Yes, ma'am. We're sorry, Miss Roxford.
Oh, Charlie, he was only a baby. Just a baby. Oh, you're sure there's no mistake? You're sure?
Afraid not, ma'am.
How did it happen?
Well, it was an automobile accident, ma'am.
In an automobile?
Yes, ma'am. Your boy was driving the car.
Oh, but Charlie doesn't have a car. He doesn't drive.
Your boy was driving a stolen car, Mrs. Roxford.
What?
Your son had a stolen car, ma'am. He was trying to get away.
Well, that's not true.
Afraid it is, ma'am.
No. You're lying to me. Charles wouldn't do a thing like that.
Afraid that's the way it is, ma'am.
Oh, that's terrible. I can't believe that Charlie'd do something like that. I thought I knew him. I didn't think he'd do anything like that. Well, did you see it? The accident. Were you there?
Yes, ma'am, we were.
How did it happen?
Well, he'd stolen the car, ma'am. He tried to escape. He ran the car out into a crowded street. One of the cars in the traffic didn't have time to stop. Your boy ran right into it.
Wasn't there something you could do to stop him?
Well, we tried, ma'am. We yelled at him. He almost ran us down.
You know where your boy was tonight, Mrs. Roxford?
No. No, he had dinner and then said he was going out. I thought he was going to a show or something.
Mm-hmm.
No, I didn't know where he was going.
Did he leave the house alone?
Yes. Left right after dinner, about 8. Said he'd be back later. Said he'd see me later. Then he left.
Is there anything we can get for you, Mrs. Roxford?
No, nothing.
Where's your husband, ma'am?
I guess he's at his office. He sells insurance. Said he had to meet a client tonight. I don't know what he's going to do when he hears about this. But he hit him awfully hard. Awfully hard.
Yes, ma'am.
He and the boy were very close. I don't know what he's going to do when he hears about it.
Did the boy give you any idea during dinner as to what he was going to do after he left?
No, he didn't. I didn't talk much to him.
Yeah.
You see, I wasn't here. I was out most of the afternoon. I didn't get home until just before he left. He just finished dinner, and then he left.
I see, ma'am.
I was at the bridge club. I always go on Tuesdays. Oh, if I'd only known what was going to happen. Am I going to see him?
Well, we want either you or your husband to identify him, ma'am.
Charlie, he's dead. Just a baby, just a little boy. You were there. You could have done something. You're police officers. Isn't that your job?
Beg your pardon?
Well, isn't it your job to help people, to do something when they're in trouble?
Well, yes, ma'am. I suppose it is, but it was a little late for that, wasn't it?
What does that mean?
Well, he was 16 when we met him, Miss Roxby.
What's that got to do with it?
Somebody should have tried a long time ago. Most car thefts fall into three basic categories, well known by all police officers. First, the cars that are stolen by professionals who change the motor numbers, forge owner certificates, repaint the bodies, and sell them throughout the country. The second group consists of joyriders, thieves who steal the cars for a few hours, merely to ride around in them and then leave them on the streets. The third category, and the one we've been working on for the past 6 weeks, dealt with the activities of car strippers. Their M.O. followed the usual pattern for this type of crime. The car would be stolen and then driven to some lonely part of the city. There, all usable accessories would be removed. Radios, tires, air horns, side mirrors, anything that could be resold would be taken. In certain cases, the articles would be stolen while the car remained parked where the owner had left it. We found that the gang had become so proficient that they could break into a car and remove the radio as well as other accessories in under 10 minutes. Avenues of sale for the stolen merchandise had been checked. Known dealers in stolen property had been questioned. As the days went on, the total of thefts went up. By the 5th of August, the gang had stolen over $12,000 in automobile accessories. In the instances where we'd been able to get a description of men loitering in the vicinity of the stripped cars, we'd had the witnesses check mug books in the hope of identifying the thieves. We'd gotten no new leads. Physical evidence at the scene of the abandoned cars had been checked and rechecked. It netted us nothing. A week passed. August 14th, 8:15 a.m. Frank and I got back to the office. The captain's really boiling, isn't he? Yeah, you can't blame him, no. They got to stop cold. Well, we got to get a break in it sometime. All the luck can't stay on their side. I don't know. It looks like it could happen that way. Anything on the steakhouse last night? No, nothing that we got so far. Maybe something later. I get it. Auto theft Friday. I beg your pardon, ma'am? Well, no. Well, yeah. What was that again? Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, yes, ma'am. All right, what was that address again? Yes, I have that. Yeah, all right, well, we'll send a unit out. I'm sure they can help you. No, I'd suggest you get in touch with the SPCA. No, SPCA, yes, that's... All right, bye. Well, there's a dandy one. What's that? Woman lost a cat from her car. Want to know if we can get it back for her. Yeah? Says it's real easy to recognize. He has a collar on and he answers the name of Tabby. Oh, that makes it easier. Yeah. Auto theft, Smith. Yes, sir. That's right. Uh-huh. Where are you calling from, sir? Yes, sir, that's on Wilshire, right? All right, sir, we'll be right there. Anything? Yeah, a doctor out on Wilshire parked his car out in front of his office. Yeah. Came back in 10 minutes, his car radio was gone. "8:56 a.m. Frank and I got to the doctor's office. It was in a large medical building out on Wilshire Boulevard. We went up to the second floor and talked to the man who placed the call, a Dr. Alex Halsey. He told us that he'd stopped at his office on the way to a hospital call. He'd parked his car immediately in front of the building. When he returned 10 minutes later, he found that the radio had been stolen. From his office, we called the crime lab and latent fingerprints detail. Crews of men were sent from both divisions. They went over the car for possible physical evidence. Frank and I, along with Dr. Halsey, went down to the street. We talked to him while the officers worked.
Darndest thing I ever saw. I tell you, I wasn't in the building more than 10 minutes. 10 minutes outside.
Yes, sir.
Came back, and I could see right away that the door had been opened.
Uh-huh.
First, I thought maybe I'd left it open. Then when I got in the car, I knew right away. As soon as I saw the radio was gone.
Yes, sir. Did you notice anyone loitering around your car when you parked it? Anybody suspicious, maybe?
No, I didn't. Of course, I might not have noticed anyone. Had my mind on Julie.
Julie?
Yes, I'm operating on her this afternoon. Poor little kid has an intestinal disorder. Only 3 months old.
Gee, that's too bad.
Yes. She'll be fine, though. Of course, the parents are worried. They always are. Can't convince them there's nothing to worry about.
Yes, sir. And you didn't notice anyone, huh?
No, like I said, I didn't.
You sure you locked your car, sir, when you left it?
Oh, yes, I'm sure about that. Always make it a practice to lock it when I leave it. Lots of times I leave instruments in it. Always have to be careful about the instruments. Oh, yes, sir, I always lock it.
How about the windows?
What?
The windows. Did you roll them all the way up?
Roll them up. Well, now, once in a while I don't. Try to think of that. I'm not sure about this morning. No, come to think of it, I guess I didn't close them this morning. Such a wonderful day.
Yes, sir. Well, that's probably how they got into your car. Do you happen to have the serial number of the radio, Dr. Halsey?
No, I don't think I have. Might be on the papers. I just got the car a couple of months ago. Might be on the papers. I can check them for you.
All right, sir. That'll help.
I'll have my secretary look them up for you right away.
Anyone else drive the car, Dr. Halsey?
Oh, no, sir. Don't believe in that. I'm the only one. Been the only one to drive it. Don't believe in lending the car to somebody else. Never have believed in it.
Mm-hmm.
Joe?
Excuse me a minute, Dr. Halsey.
Surely.
Yeah, Leonard.
Got a couple of clean prints on the dashboard. Might belong to the thief.
Yeah.
Like to check the doctor. It might be his.
Okay.
Wait a minute. I'll get the kit.
Righto. Hey, Dr. Halsey.
Yes, Sergeant?
Okay.
This is Sergeant Tankersley of the Fingerprint Department. He'd like to check your prints.
How do you do, sir?
All right, Doctor. Wonder if I could look at your fingers, please.
Surely. Can you tell just from looking at them what you want to know?
No, sir, but you see, the prints we found are whorl. If your prints were loops, there'd be no reason to take them.
Oh, yes. I see.
How about it, Mike?
Better roll them up for comparison.
We're going to take your prints, Doctor, if you have no objection.
Oh, no, of course not. Glad to help.
All right, sir. You want to step over here? We can take them in the officer's car.
Yes, glad to.
Here, I'll get the door. Yeah, I'll get the pad. Now, Doctor, if you let me have your hand.
Surely, here.
No, sir, if you let me do it, it'd be a little easier.
Oh, yes. Just trying to help.
I will put them on the card.
Never knew my fingers were so big.
It does that we're taking the print of the whole tip of the finger, sir. Makes it look that way.
Oh, I see. Uh-huh.
All right, Doctor, you can get the ink off with this, I think. Here, I'll pour a little on this cloth. Here you go.
Yes, thank you.
What do you think, Leonard?
I'll check them now.
Sure be a break if they were the thieves.
Well, there must be. Couldn't be anyone else's.
Well, how about your family, Doctor? Possible the prints could be theirs, maybe?
Oh, no chance. Jenny, that's my wife. She has her own car. Kids always use that one. Like I said, I'm the only one who uses this.
Uh-huh. How about it, Len? Make them?
Yeah, they belong to the doctor.
10:02 a.m. The crime lab crew gathered what physical evidence they could find and returned to check over their findings. Frank and I took a report from Dr. Halsey, and then we talked to his secretary. She was unable to find the ownership papers on the car. We drove over to the dealer who had sold him the car and got the serial number of the stolen radio. We notified pawn shop detail and gave them the information. For the next 3 weeks, stakeouts on the parking lots in the central area continued. Arrests were made, but the thieves apparently had no connection with the gang we were after. They kept hitting, but the speed with which they operated made apprehending them difficult. On Friday, September 5th, we got a call that a stolen car had been recovered out in Topanga Canyon. We drove out to check on it. The tires, radio, horns, heater, spotlights, fog lights, and the side view mirrors had been taken. The seat covers had been removed, and the hubcaps were missing. Again, there was no physical evidence that gave us a lead to the thieves. That night at 10:52 p.m., Frank and I checked back into the office.
Another long day.
Yeah, kind of tired myself.
Kind of hate to call Faye.
Why's that?
Oh, this morning when I left, I told her I'd be home for dinner, sure.
Well, didn't you call her?
No, I forgot all about it. She's really going to be sore.
Yeah, well, she'll get over it. Here, go ahead.
All right.
You want to sign us out? I'll check the book.
Yeah, I'll get it. Anything?
Yeah, a call from Brennan out in Wilshire. I'll call him. Hello, Brennan around? Yeah, all right.
Say what it was about?
No, I'm calling him now. Yeah, hi, Brennan. It's Friday. Yeah. You did, huh? Well, where'd that happen? No kidding. Well, those are the brakes, I think. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, thanks, Brennan. Picked up a kid for running a red light driving a hot rod.
Yeah?
Car was fixed up with a lot of new stuff. Guys out of Wilshire checked it over.
Uh-huh.
According to the serial number on the radio, it was stolen from Dr. Halsey. 11:27 p.m. Frank and I drove out to Wilshire Division. We checked with Sergeant Brennan, and he told us how the boy had been picked up. He'd run a red light at the corner of Pico and La Brea. He'd been stopped by 2 officers in a cruiser car. He was driving a cut-down 49 Ford that was equipped with Cadillac hubcaps, white sidewall tires, Chrysler horns, and a Cadillac radio. The officers had started to question him, and he'd attempted to escape. He'd been apprehended and brought to the station to be interrogated. In checking the serial number of the radio, the men from Wilshire Division had discovered that it was stolen and had left word for us. 11:45 p.m. We went to an interview room to talk to the boy.
What's your name, son?
Martin.
First name?
Herb Martin.
You know why you're here, don't you?
Yeah.
You want to tell us where you got that stuff?
I bought it.
Where?
Different places.
You remember where?
Not right off.
How old are you?
19.
Where do you live?
It's on the report.
We're asking you.
Come on, Herb.
8297 Marianne Drive.
Where were you going when they stopped you?
Home.
Where'd you been?
Around.
Same place you bought that stuff on your car, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
Now, look, you better come off this, young fella. You might think you're a big man, but you got things a little mixed up here. You got caught with a carload of stolen accessories. Been a lot of stealing going on around town. The way your car looks, you could be responsible for it.
Yeah, well, I'm not.
You look good for it.
Look, maybe I lifted the radio and stuff, but that don't mean I'm in on the other. Sure, I got no choice. You got me nailed for the stuff you found, but I'm not going to take it for the others. Maybe I stole that stuff, but that was for me. I didn't sell it like the others. Now leave me alone, huh?
What do you mean, others?
I don't know what you mean.
You said the others.
Well, I didn't mean others like that.
Well, how did you mean it?
Well, like the guys you're looking for.
That's not the way it sounded.
No, you said it like you knew who you were talking about.
I didn't say it like that.
That's the way it sounded.
That's right, son.
Now, why don't you tell us who you meant?
Look, Herb, we haven't got all day.
Come on, boy.
We're going to get them sometime.
Who'd you mean?
All right, I'll tell you.
We continued to talk to Herb Martin. He told us of the activities of a gang of car strippers who were working on order. He went on to say that from what he'd heard, if someone wanted to pick up some fast money, a connection could be made with a man on the corner of Sunset and Western. The man would give the order for the stolen merchandise and say where and at what time it was to be delivered. Herb told us that he had the opportunity to do business with the man, but that he turned it down. He was unable to identify the man who made the contact and said that he'd never heard him referred to by name. He gave us the names and addresses of 2 of the men who were working for him. 12:45 a.m. Frank and I left and drove back downtown. With the assistance of officers from Wilshire Division, the 2 young men were brought in for questioning. They identified their contact as a Richard R. Ogden. We ran the name through R&I and found that Ogden had a previous record of petty theft. From the 510 in his package, we obtained his last known address, but the landlady told us that he'd moved and left no forwarding address. She told us, however, that she thought we could find him at the Meyer Garage on South Hoover. We drove over and found that it was a small place on the corner of Hoover and Mariposa. The owner, Alan Meyer, told us that Ogden did work for him, but that he was out. He said that the suspect was expected back almost any time. While we talked to him, Meyer worked on a small foreign car.
Great little cars. Get a real kick out of working on them.
Yeah, sure nice looking. You sell them, do you?
No, I just service them. Oh, now and then I get accessories for them. You know, I order them up, install them. Costs too much to keep a regular stock of them.
Yeah. When did you say that Ogden would be back?
We should be here now. Probably got hung up someplace. Yeah, latest thing is a hardtop. Made out of laminated fiberglass.
Is that right?
Yeah, fits right over them. Kind of makes them look like a small rolls, you know? Then with wire wheel caps, baggage racks, wind wings, you can put a lot of money in them.
Yeah, I guess so. What about all this other stuff here? Is that for these foreign cars, too?
What do you mean?
Oh, the tires, the hubcaps here?
No, that's where I make most of my money. I go out and buy them from wrecks, bring them back here, straighten them out, resell them to the independent stations around town. They can sell them a lot cheaper than new ones run. We both make a little money out of it.
Yeah.
Say, you guys like some peanuts?
No,
thanks.
Okay, you don't mind if I have some, huh? Sure you don't want any?
No,
thanks very much.
I get so hungry in the morning, I keep these things around and munch on.
Yeah.
Go through a whole can of these a day. That'd kill me. And get started on the things you can't stop. You sure you don't want some? Huh?
No, thanks. How long you known this Ogden, Meyer?
Oh, let's see. Guess it's been 10 years anyway. Went to work for me a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
Good man. Brought a lot of business in. Say, what does you want to see him about?
Oh, we'd like to talk to him.
You don't want to tell me, huh?
Be better if we talk to him, Mr. Meyer.
Yeah. Well, here he is now. Hey, Dick.
Yeah?
A couple of fellas here want to see you.
Yeah, what is it?
You Richard Ogden?
Yeah, that's right.
Police officers. I'm Frank Smith. This is my partner, Joe Friday.
What is it you guys want me for?
I'd like to talk to you, Ogden.
Well, go ahead.
Might be better if we went outside.
Well, look, you can talk to him here. I got some work I can do in the office.
Don't want to bother you, Mr. Meyer.
No trouble at all.
Well, what's this all about?
You know a couple of kids named Jerry Z. Swanson and Harry T. Benson?
Swanson and Benson? No, I don't think I do.
They say they know you. Say they do some work for you.
Sorry to bother you. Forgot my peanuts.
It's all right, sir.
I'll be in the office if you need anything.
Thank you, sir.
No, anything at all.
Yes, sir. What about it, Ogden?
What about what?
You know the kids, this Benson and Swanson?
No, I told you what.
All right, mister, let's go downtown. We'll talk it over there, huh?
What for? Why are you pulling me in?
I want you to meet the two boys if you don't know them.
Well, what's that going to prove?
We want to know why they named you. Why they said you were responsible for the car stripping that's been going on.
You mean you believe them?
Well, we've got no reason not to. I don't think they'd stage a thing like this. They got a lot to lose.
So have I. You get me down there and those two kids point me out and I haven't got a chance. Even if I'm not the one and they say I am, you won't give me a break.
No, if you haven't done anything, you got nothing to worry about.
I'm not going. Alan? Hey, Alan.
Yeah, what is it, Dick?
Come here, will you?
Yeah, right away. What's the matter? Something wrong?
Well, these guys are going to take me to jail.
Well, what for? What's he done?
We want to talk to him, Meyer. We think he's involved in some car thefts.
Well, I know that's not true. Dick wouldn't do a thing like that. I know. I've known him a long time.
No, I'm sorry, sir, but the information we've got says he did.
Why, Dick? Why'd you do a thing like that? If what these officers say is true, well, gee, that's awful. Why would you do a thing like that?
What are you talking about?
All right, come on, Ogden. Let's go.
No, I'm not going.
I think you better do what the officers say, Dick. It'll be better if you don't cause any trouble.
Well, wait a minute. What are you trying to prove with this?
I don't know what you mean. Next thing you'll be trying to involve me in this.
Yeah, well, that's just what I'm going to do.
You see, officers, that's terrible.
Well, don't you listen to him. He's the guy behind the whole thing. Look over there, the tires, all this stuff. Sure, I stole them. I had the kids go out and pick them up, but he set it up. He sold them to the stations. He took most of the money. The whole thing was his idea.
Well, Dick, how can you say that?
Well, I can say it because it's true. I'll tell you all about it. You take him downtown, I'll tell you all about it. You're not going to let me stand for this alone.
And to think that he'd do a thing like this to me after we've been friends for so long. Bring me stolen merchandise to sell.
You got anything to back up what you're saying, Ogden?
Sure I have. You just bet I can back it up.
Go ahead.
Well, you look at his books, not the ones he's got out in the open, but you look at the ones in the safe. It's all there. All the deals he's made with the owners of the stations, all the orders, what he paid the kids for them, and what he got for them. Didn't think I knew about it, did you? A whole lousy year I've been doing the dirty work for him. Well, I've had it. I'm through. I've had it. Let me take the beef. What a crumb. I'll show him.
I don't understand it. Friends for so long. I'd have gotten you out. 10 years we've been friends. I trusted you all that time. Then you sold me out. Why?
Well, that shouldn't be too tough for you to figure.
Huh?
You showed him how.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On January 21st, trial was held in Department 87, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. Richard R. Ogden and Alan Y. Meyer were tried and convicted of receiving stolen property. They received sentences as prescribed by law. Receiving stolen property is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for a period of not more than 10 years, or in the county jail for not more than 1 year. The investigation of the records of Alan Y. Meyer uncovered the names of the other men involved in the thefts. They, along with Herbert S. Martin, Jerry Z. Swanson, and Harold T. Benson, were tried on a charge of grand theft auto and convicted. They were sentenced to the state penitentiary at San Quentin, California, for the term as prescribed by law. Grand theft auto is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for a period of not less than 1, nor more than 10 years. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
My name is Marlowe, Philip Marlowe. Occupation, private detective. You know, somebody says, follow that guy. So I follow him. Somebody says, find that female. So I find her. But some cases, like this one, kind of creep up on you on their hands and knees. And the first thing you know, you're in it up to your neck. Right now, you're reading in your newspapers and hearing over your radios about a murder. They call it The Case of the Lady in the Lake. It's a good title. It fits. What you've read and what you've heard is one thing. The real thing is something else. There's only one guy who knows that. I know it. This Lady in the Lake business started just 3 days before Christmas.
Who invited you?
I did.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Marlowe.
Just when I was beginning to like you.
Well, you want the facts, don't you?
When it concerns a woman, does anybody ever really want the facts? Vain female, aren't you?
Please don't be so difficult to get along with. I need help.
What's going on here? He got cute.
Striking an officer, resisting arrest, and murder, all on Christmas Eve. Let's wrap you up real pretty, shall we? And take you right down to headquarters. Give me your hands.
You'll see it just as I saw it. You'll meet the people, you'll find the clues, and maybe you'll solve it quick, and maybe you won't. You think you will, eh? Okay? You're smart. But let me give you a tip. You've got to watch them. You've got to watch them all the time. Because things happen when you least expect them.
No, don't! I love you, remember! Drexel. 33391.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Duffy, that feud's just on the surface. Sure, down underneath they hate each other. Well, Alan's jealous, you see, 'cause Benny steals all his stuff. Why, sure. Alan was cheap long before Benny. Hey, look, Duffy, I'm just thinking, St. Patrick's Day is coming up. What about a guy like Alan to MC the pig roast? Huh? Not enough contrast, huh? Well, I don't know. Maybe we could distinguish them. Maybe we could get Alan to wear a blue suit. Okay, I'll talk to him about it. So long, Duffy.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Duffy's. Come in and meet Finnegan, Eddie the waiter, Miss Duffy, Benny Venuta, Peter Van Steeden and his orchestra, our special guest tonight, Fred Allen, and Archie himself, Ed Gardner. Brought to you by two products that will pay you to remember. Minute Rub when you have a cold, Sal Hepatica when you need a laxative. Minute Rub, Sal Hepatica.
Yes? Eddie, you want to hear a real funny joke?
No.
An absent-minded professor slammed his wife and kissed the dog goodbye.
Okay, I'd like to hear a joke.
Look, Eddie, I'm rehearsing to be one of them. What do you call them guys that tells jokes like the ones I just told?
A ghoul?
No, a monogamist. I'm learning these gags so when Fred Allen gets here, we can bandage a few ab-libs at each other.
You gonna be pitching or catching?
Eddie, you never heard me at a party. Honest to goodness, every place I go to, people say, "That Archie, what a convulsion." Yeah, wait till me and Alan gets together. Boy, it'll be a real battle of wits.
The trouble with this battle is he's got you outnumbered.
Listen, Eddie, I got just as many intelligence as he has. Especially with somebody helping me.
Huh?
Well, for instance, say me and Alan are standing here, throwing witty sisms at each other. Now, somebody might ask me, why does the chicken cross the street?
Who might ask you?
You might.
Why might I?
Because you might want Sunday off.
Yeah, I might at that, huh?
Now, why does a chicken cross the street?
Because there's a rooster on the other side.
Eddie, you ask the questions. I give the answers. That is, if you want Sundays off.
What happens if I don't ask you the question?
Then you get Sunday, Monday, and always.
Well, shake hands with a straight man.
Okay.
Hi, Arch.
Oh, hiya, Finnegan.
Hey, Arch, it's Fred Allen here. I'm dying to see him.
Do you know him, Finnegan?
No.
No? Well, do you listen to his program?
No.
Then why are you so anxious to meet him?
I always like to make new friends.
Well, Finnegan, why don't you listen to him sometime?
Maybe I will. When is he on?
He's on Sunday nights.
Oh, I can't, Dodge. Sunday night, my father listens to the Texaco show.
Finnegan, that is the show that Fred Allen is on.
It's just that, Dodge. How come me and my father both listen? It's on the same station.
Yeah, that would be tough at that one. Why don't you listen some Sunday night when your father ain't home?
I even tried that, but I just tuned in at the finish of the program. When the announcer said, tune in the same time next Sunday.
Well, did you tune in the same time next Sunday?
Yep, and once again, they were just finishing. Hey, Arch, what does this Fred Allen do?
Oh, he's a comedian. He tells jokes.
For instance?
Oh, for instance, he says, why is a streetcar like a woman?
What else does he do?
Finnegan, you're supposed to ask me.
To ask you what?
Why is a streetcar like a woman? Finnegan, ask me.
Why should I ask you? You don't know. You just asked me.
Oh, forget it, will you, Finnegan? Miss Duffy, maybe you'll do me a favor, huh?
I can't, Archie. I'm too busy.
You're too busy.
Certainly. Here it is the 4th day of leap year already, and I haven't got my circulars printed yet.
Circulars? Miss Duffy, is that in good taste?
In very good taste. They're printed in Old English type.
Well, in that case, maybe you'll get an Old Englishman. Oh, boy, I'll murder that Alan. Leap year, huh? Have you found any suckers yet?
Well, there's just one fella. Goldsworthy Harkle Road.
Gesundheit.
Thank you.
Goldsworthy, where did you meet Goldsworthy?
In a restaurant. He wrote me a note on the back of the menu.
So then what?
So then I wrote him a note.
You mean you picked up a guy just like that?
I did not pick him up. I just told you we corresponded first.
Oh, I forgot that. Well, then what happened?
Well, he invited me for an automobile ride in the country. And he wanted to borrow Papa's car.
Oh, well, did you go with him?
Of course not. He was a total stranger. Do you think I'd trust a total stranger with Papa's car?
Well, don't worry, Miss Duffy. There's still 361 days left in leap year. Hey, Danny Seymour, you are very lax.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, you know what Harry Von Zell would have said when I said leap year.
What?
Well, he would have said, leap is the time of the year when people get colds.
Oh, that's pretty corny, isn't it, Archie?
Yeah, but Von Zell's that way. How would you go about it?
Well, I'd point out that even though this is a new year, there's certainly nothing new about the colds that brought many of us. Same old stopped-up nose, same old aching feeling in your muscles. Well, why not get after those annoying cold symptoms with something modern? Minute Rub Famous Chest Rub. Just massage it briskly on your back and chest. Yes, that's all you do. And soon, in fact, even before you've finished, you feel a gratifying sensation of warmth as Minute Rub begins to soothe the discomfort and tightness caused by your cold.
And meanwhile, Minute Rub gives off active menthol vapors that help relieve that stuffed-up feeling in your nose and throat.
Minute Rub won't harm clothes or linens. It's greaseless, stainless, seems to disappear as you rub it on. So get after your cold symptoms with this nationally famous chest rub that takes only a minute to use, that helps bring such fast relief. Minute Rub, M-I-N-I-T-R-U-B. Minute Rub. And now, folks, we present the new singing star of Duffy's, Benevenuta, who, before she sings, rubs her throat religiously with Minute Rub.
Archie, what goes on here?
Oh, I'll do better for you, Benny. Please, Danny. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have the great honor of presenting that distinguished female vocal chanteuse, the singing vocalist of such vocal hits on Broadway as By Jupiter, Kiss the Boys Goodbye, and et cetera, et cetera. Tonight she vocalizes a song she made famous. Everything I Got Belongs to You. Miss Benevenuta. How was that? Wasn't that better, Benet?
Oh, yes.
That's fine. Everything else satisfactory? You like your dressing room?
Yes, except that I have to get out every time somebody wants to use the telephone.
Oh, we'll have that fixed immediately. Eddie, put an out-of-order sign on Miss Venuta's dressing room. Go ahead and sing, Benet.
I have eyes for you to give you dirty looks. I have words that do not come from children's books. There's a trick with a knife I'm learning to do, and everything I've got belongs to you. I've a powerful anesthesia in my fists, and the perfect wrist to give your neck a twist. There are hammerlock holes, I've mastered a few, and everything I've got belongs to you. Share for share, share alike. You get struck each time I strike. You for me for me. I'll give you plenty of nothing. I'm not yours for better, but for worse. And I've learned to give the well-known witch's curse. I've a terrible tongue, a temper for two, and everything I've got belongs to you. Don't stamp your foot at me, that's impolite. To stamp your foot at me is not quite right. All I discover is you're not so fine. I fear my lover is a swine. You're a living proof that Frank Buck's still alive. You haven't brains enough for any child of 5. But I'll never let go. You'll never be free till everything you've got belongs. Everything you've got belongs. Everything you've got belongs to me.
Terrific. It feel the sawdust falling out of your mouth. May I say that when television comes in, you'll be a big star?
Oh, thank you, Archie.
It's a lucky thing television ain't here now.
Why not, Miss Duffy?
Look what's coming in the door.
Fred Allen. Thank you. Well, Mr. Allen, Duffy's is indeed prideful to have its portholes preempted by such an unmitigated personage as your distinction itself.
Dr. Fadiman, I presume.
Yeah, Fred, I'm glad you're surprised to find out I bet you're surprised to find out I ain't no bum, huh?
I'm sure I'm going to be, Archie, yes. You're looking ahead a little. So this is the famous Duffy's, eh?
Yeah, this is it. What do you think of it,
Well, I have been in a lot of dumps, Archie. But frankly, this joint is to architecture what Jack Benny is to the human race. Who is responsible for the decor here?
The decor,
Capital D, decor.
Yeah. Oh, I am responsible. With
Self-decor.
that little narrow nose, I didn't think you'd smell it. But tell me, what do you think of the decorating? What do you think of that wallpaper job?
The wallpaper? It looks as though the one-arm paper hanger still has the hives, Archie.
Mr. Allen, I personally hung that wallpaper myself.
Well, you couldn't have picked a better paper.
Well, thank you very much.
Yes, sir, there's nothing like the New York Times. And, Archie, I must say that you showed good judgment in putting the obituary column next to the kitchen there.
Thank you. And look at the rest of them antiques. Duncan Fife cuspidors.
Rarely see those.
Look at them Chippy-Dale tables. Genuine oil paintings. That one up there, by the way, is a portrait of Duffy, the proprietor himself.
Say, he looks like Sitting Bull looked before he sat down, doesn't he? And these cracks in the wall, Archie, what are these? Air conditioning for the termites?
Mr. Allen, Duffy's does not cater to termites.
You mean even termites refuse to eat in here?
Please, no cracks about the food. We may not serve partridge on peasant, but the food is very nourishing.
It's nourishing, eh?
You know who eats here?
Who?
Frank Sinatra.
That I can believe. He is a real disciple of malnutrition.
Yes, sir, and he's got us to thank for it. Yeah, a lot of big shots eat here. You see that guy over there? That's Crud-Faced Clifford, the safecracker, strictly Park Avenue.
Oh, a Ritz cracker, hey?
Yeah, great dynamite man, very delicate artist, too. I have seen Crud-Face take a pinch of TNT and open a can of sardines.
And when the can of sardines were opened, there were the little sardines laying there with that joke alongside.
With eggs.
That reminds me, I knew a safecracker once, Archie. One Halloween, purely as a prank, mark you, I put a little bicarbonate of soda in with his nitroglycerin.
What happened?
That night, don't anticipate. You heard it the first show. Now you're laughing before we get there.
It's better as it goes along, I hope.
I put a little bicarbonate of soda in his nitroglycerin, and that night, for the first time in history, a bank burped.
It must have been very embarrassing. A bank naturally couldn't say, pardon me.
No, it was just one of those corny exchange banks, you know.
Couldn't have been no cornier exchange than this.
Oh, Mr. Allen.
Well, as I live and breathe, if it isn't... Archie, what is it?
Oh, this is Miss Duffy, Fred. And take a tip. Watch out.
What do you mean, Archie?
This dame carries around a marriage license made out to her and to whom it may concern.
Miss Duffy, Archie tells me that you've entered yourself in the leap year derby for fillies.
Yeah, and the way she's been running, you'd think she was owned by Bing Crosby.
You two talk like I was a horse. Now, listen, Archie, if I was to tell you exactly...
Now, little lady, don't get excited. You might pull a tendon. Save your wind for the track.
I will have you two know that I am no horse.
What'll we do with her, Fred?
Slap a saddle on her and put her in a claiming race. I would...
That's the trouble with her. Nobody'll claim her.
Oh, you.
Well, So you're Fred Allen.
That's right. By her relatives, I'm called Portland Hopper's husband. And you are?
Clifton Finnegan.
Clifton Finnegan.
So you're Fred Allen. Boy, no wonder you make so many people laugh. Look at you.
Finnegan. Please, that is ill mannered.
Yeah.
Mr. Allen is not responsible for his ghastly looks.
Thank you, Archie.
Say, that's a good trick you got.
What's that?
Talking to your nose like that. It must be hard to slip the words past your adenoids. How do you do it?
I use small words. Of course, if I feel a big word coming on, I give it both nostrils. And then I push it through with hyphens on occasion. It's very simple, really.
Excuse me, Fred.
Sure.
Hello? Hello, Duffy. Huh? Yeah, Alan's here. The bags? Brother has he got 'em. Yeah, looks like his eyes is waiting for a red cap. No, I ain't asked him about the pig roast yet. Okay, I'll approach him, Duffy. Call me back. Fred, I'll be blunt. How would you like to make a fast buck emceeing a pig roast?
Sounds like a greasy buck to me, Archie. What is this pig roast?
Well, it's Duffy's spring semi-annual St. Patrick's Day music hall and pig roast.
Sounds gala.
Oh, yeah, sure. All Irish. Now, how about you emceeing it?
Now, wait a minute. Don't rush me into it. What about the salary?
$5 and all a pig you can stomach.
$5. Now, let me see. 10%. That's 50 cents goes to my agent out of the $5.
Don't forget the pig.
Don't worry. He'll be around to collect his commission in the morning.
Well, Fred, $5 ain't nothing to be sneezed at.
$5? I can make more money than that peddling Wilkie buttons to Roosevelt.
You could, huh? Just a minute. Hello? Hello, Duffy. You won't take the $5. Duffy, I don't blame that guy. He's a big radio star, a picture star, a famous stage actor. Well, how kind can we go? Well, it's a little more like it. So long.
What's the offer?
$6.50.
Well, look, is that European plan or with pig?
This American plan. You eat before you get there.
Oh, I see.
Now, Fred, when would you like to audition for this pig roast?
You mean I have to audition for this swine soiree?
Well, not for me. It's for Duffy, you know. He always chooses his own pigs and masters the ceremonies. So what do you say, Fred?
What do I say?
Yeah.
Oink.
What did you say?
I said oink.
Let me take a look at your knuckles, Fred.
$6.50.
Oh, say, Mr. Allen, didn't you once work for Sal Hepatica?
Yes, Mr. Seymour, and it looks as though I'm going to work for even less here in a minute.
Oh, Mr. Allen, weren't they wonderful people to work for?
Well, now as I
know you loved it.
Well, tell me, what do you do for the Sal Hepatica people?
Go ahead, Danny. Show them.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's certainly true that sometimes the best-laid plans can go astray when something unexpected happens. And yet, if on a day when you've made special plans, you wake up feeling headachy because you need a laxative, don't think your plans need be upset or that it's necessary to put off taking that laxative till bedtime. Simply take Sal Hepatica Famous Saline at once. For then, speedy Sal Hepatica brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. So you can see you don't have to wait till night to take the laxative needed in the morning, and consequently don't have to continue feeling miserable all day. And Sal Hepatica, don't forget, has this additional advantage.
Sparkling Sal Hepatica also helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So before another day goes by, stop at your drugstore for a bottle of Sal Hepatica. Remembering this, caution, use only as directed. Then, whenever you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see if you don't feel better, faster, when you take gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica.
Hello? Hello, Duffy. Huh? First, you want him to fill out the questionnaire? Okay. Fred, would you mind answering some questions?
All right.
First, your name.
Fred Allen.
Uh-huh. Occupation?
Part-time gasoline salesman.
Uh-huh. Social Security?
I'm already collecting it.
Obviously. Next, any hobbies?
I can spin a yo-yo.
Can spin a... how do you spell yo-yo?
Y-O.
Well, that's just the one, yo. How about the other one?
Likewise, I'm sure.
Any other talents?
Juggling.
Juggling will be handy. The MC has to wait on tables, too. Anything else?
Well, I sing and play the clarinet.
Sing and play the clarinet, huh? Excuse me. Hello? Duffy, you all ready for the audition? Well, he says he sings and plays the clarinet. Okay, listen in. Van Steeden.
Yeah?
Loan Mr. Allen the lend of a clarinet, will you?
Okay. Here you are, Mr. Allen.
Thank you. Say, isn't that strange? I have a clarinet just like this one at home. Mr. Van Steeden, didn't you used to have the band on my program?
Yep, and I quit.
Why did you quit, Pete?
Some rat swiped a clarinet.
Well, I'll see that you get this one back. Okay, Fred, leave us start the audition. What song do you think would be apropos for a pig roast?
Pig roast? How about something from Porky and Bess? Or So Sweet You Are? Or While Strolling Through the Pork One Day? While strolling
Well, Duffy don't mind what you sing, you know, as long as it's When Irish Eyes Are Smiling.
All right.
When Irish eyes are smiling, all the world seems bright and gay. And the
Hello? Just a second. Huh? Okay, Duffy. And now, Fred, for the clarinet.
But I hardly sang.
You ain't kidding. But maybe you should rest your nose a bit, huh? Leave us have the clarinet.
Well, what'll I play, Archie?
Well, I wrote a song called Leave Us Face It, We're in Love.
Archie, I heard that song. What do you want to do? Turn this clarinet into a plunger?
Look, what do you want to play?
Well, something from Oklahoma. And frankly, I wish I was there at the moment.
He even plays this through his nose. If Beethoven was alive, he'd wish he was dead. Better hold it, Alan. Hold it a second. Hello? Stinks, huh? Look, don't worry. It'll be over soon. Go ahead, friend.
Was that Duffy again?
No, this time it was Portland.
Oh, I see.
Go ahead. Fred, maybe Fred, couldn't you control... The guy is berserk. He's nuts. He thinks he's spending... Just a minute. Fred. Hello? Well, he stopped, didn't he? Uh-huh. Oh, Fred, Duffy wants to talk to you.
Oh, hello. Hello, Duffy. Say, what did you... Huh? Well, I can't. It's Van Steeden's clarinet.
Duffy? Well, what'd you think? Duffy, such language. Okay, I'll thank Fred for you. Hold on wire just a minute, Duffy. Look, Fred, do you know any jokes?
Well, there's one joke about the absent-minded motorist.
Maybe it's better tell it to me first.
Clear it through you,
Yeah.
But this is an audition within an audition. Well, there was once There was once an absent-minded motorist who sat in a bar for 3 hours in front of a stuffed olive waiting for the red light to change. Tell the sardines to move over, huh?
Look, Duffy, what do we need a writer for? I mean an MC. Look, don't forget these days a pig is a pretty big attraction by itself. Okay. Look, Fred.
I know, Archie. This happened to me one time in Newark with a trombone.
Well, look, Fred, don't worry. I guarantee we won't hire nobody else. We'll just take the $6.50 and buy a heavier pig.
Say, wait a minute, Archie. A heavy pig is pretty hard to find these days.
Well, I'll have to start looking.
Say, just a sec. Does it matter if the pig comes from the Midwest?
No.
Does it matter if he wears a toupee?
Fred, you ain't suggesting that...
No. I guess I'd better not spoil a high-class pig roast with him around, Archie. Good night.
Good night. Hello, Duffy's. Hello, Duffy. Guess what? I'm going to be on the radio. Yeah, next Sunday night, Fred Allen's invited me to be on his program. Yeah, that's right. And next Tuesday, we're having Jimmy Cagney. Yeah, Duffy, and Cagney's got that same Irish wit that Fred Allen has. Hello? Hello? He hung up.
TriStar Pictures announces the collaboration of 3 extraordinary talents. Jim Henson, creator of The Muppets and Dark Crystal.
Where you go with a head like that?
George Lucas, creator of the Star Wars saga. And one of the most innovative forces in modern entertainment, David Bowie. Together, they will take you into a dazzling world of fantasy and adventure.
There's nothing to be afraid of.
A world where anything seems possible, and nothing is what it seems.
Everything I've done for you. I move the stars for no one.
Here we are.
Run so long, run so far.
The world of Labyrinth.
Now it's time to spend a day with Jack Benny's favorite crooner. It's A Day in the Life of Denis Day, coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, Denis Day.
In your eyes and the smell of your smile.
Denis Day is brought to you by Palmolive Soap and Colgate Dental Cream. Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. The Denis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, George Dooning in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Denis Day. Here's Denis to sing the new hit song, The Matador.
Once
the matador was in the ring. Pra-da-boom-chick, boom-pra-da-boom-chick. When a frightened bull came out of that door to face the matador and slaughter ring. Pra-da-boom-boom, boom-pra-da-boom-boom. Dressed in a new vermilion cape and traditional regalia. He hadn't let a bull escape, so the bull was facing failure. He moved in at an angle, and the two began to tangle as the crowd let out a roar. And to this day, no one has seen the matador. Pra-da-boom-chick, boom-pra-da-boom-chick. No, they cheer the bull in wild acclaim. Pra-da-boom-boom, boom-pra-da-boom-boom. No, he's standing in his pen and taking bows, and all the gorgeous cows are all aflame. Pra-da-boom-chick, boom-pra-da-boom-boom. This 700 pounds of fake is reputed to be some steer. This is a very big mistake, for the people got a bond steer. He may be celebrated, but he actually was slated for Pepito's butcher store to be a beefsteak for the famous matador. Pra-da-boom-boom, boom-pra-da-boom-boom, boom-pra-da-boom-boom-boom. Ole!
Palmolive Soap is giving away prizes worth $67,000. A grand prize of $25,000 in one lump sum, or $100 a month for life.
And that's not all. There are over 2,000 prizes in Palmolive's big treasure chest contest.
Ford sedans,
Westinghouse laundromats,
Fromm Silver Fox scarves,
Toastmaster toasters.
And it's easy to enter. Complete the last line of this jingle.
A fresher, brighter-looking skin is something I would like to win. I'll get Palmolive Soap today. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Write your last line on a plain sheet of paper or use an official entry blank giving complete rules obtainable at your dealers. Include your own and dealer's name and address and mail with the big word Palmolive from the front of the wrapper of one regular and one bath-size cake of Palmolive Soap to Palmolive, Box 92, New York 8, New York.
Now, here's the jingle once more.
A fresher, brighter-looking skin is something I would like to win. I'll get Palmolive Soap today. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Mail your entry to Palmolive, Box 92, New York 8, New York. But hurry, contest closes soon.
Get Palmolive Soap for a lovelier complexion. Remember, doctors prove Palmolive's beauty results.
Did you ever notice that the average intelligent male mind, no matter how efficient at retaining all sorts of abstruse information, is completely incapable of remembering birthdays, anniversaries, and other events dear to a woman's heart? Well, this being the case, you would expect our young hero, Denis Day, to remember them perfectly. But alas, in this one particular, his mind is similar to the average intelligent male's. So tomorrow, being Mildred Anderson's birthday, she finds it necessary to operate somewhat coyly, like this.
Denis.
Huh?
Do you know what tomorrow is?
Oh, naturally. Tomorrow's the day all the kids have fun bobbing for apples and burning down houses and stuff.
Denis, I know it's Halloween, but it also happens to be something else.
It does? What?
Well, let's put it this way. Just 21 years ago tomorrow, my mother was in the hospital, and all my father's friends were congratulating him.
Well, what do you know? So he did win one of their fights.
Denis, that's the day I was born.
Oh, I knew he couldn't have done it if she hadn't been concentrating on something else.
Denis, don't you realize what I'm trying to tell you? Tomorrow's my birthday.
Your birthday? Oh, my gosh, that's right, it is.
How could you ever have forgotten? Don't you remember how you surprised me on my birthday last year?
Yeah, I didn't give you anything.
Yes, and I'll bet you were going to do the same thing this year. Oh, Denis.
Mildred, don't get excited. All you have to do is tell me what you want.
No. It's up to you to pick out my gift with no help from me.
Oh,
Do you think I tell you that a new shop called Mademoiselle Yvette of Paris just opened at 128 Elm Street with the loveliest bed jackets and negligees and things I've ever seen? Do you think I'd let you know I didn't trust your judgment by hinting that's what I wanted?
Looks like.
Well, she does have some simply divine imported lingerie, Denis. Just ask for Mademoiselle Yvette herself.
Okay, I'll get a firm grip on myself and go down to her shop right now.
Get a firm grip on yourself? What do you mean?
Well, I've never been in a store like that before, Mildred. And, well, gosh, you know how I blush just going through the backyard on Monday mornings. Good morning, miss.
Banjo Monsieur. You have a desire?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Could I speak to Mademoiselle Yvette of Paris, please?
You're speaking to our Mademoiselle in person, dearie.
You're Mademoiselle Yvette?
Nay, match.
Gee, you have the most peculiar accent. What part of France are you from?
Oh, a little place outside Paris called Green Hornet. Did you wish to see some merchandise, Monsieur?
Well, yes, ma'am. It's for my girlfriend, but
what's the matter, bashful?
Yes, ma'am.
I understand. Well, how about a pair of these?
Oh, put him down! Put him down!
So what are you getting excited? There's nobody in them.
I know, but I can't help it.
Okay, if you ain't interested in stockings, I'll show you something else. I have a new number here I was just unpacking. A lovely nightgown, see?
Yeah. Okay, take it out of tissue paper.
What tissue paper? That's the nightgown.
Oh, my gosh.
Ain't it a lovely creation, though? Silmy like frost, huh? It's a special Parisian importation called the Marie Antoinette nightie.
How much is it?
$150.
How much without Marie Antoinette?
You mean 150 is too high for you, huh?
Well, a little. To tell the truth, I was looking for some lingerie at around $3.
Sonny, for $3 it ain't lingerie, it's underwear.
I'm sorry, mademoiselle, but that's all the money I have. How about a pair of these black lace things? They look kind of inexpensive.
Well, that's an import, too, dearie. Don't you see those French words embroidered on one leg?
Oh, yeah. L'amour, toujours l'amour. I wonder what that means in English.
Well, I'm not sure, but I think it's do not use a hot iron. However, I doubt if those step-ins would interest you anyway. They're $85.
$85? Gosh, in that case,
Well, wait, don't give up. I think I have something in the back in the stock at just your price. I'll be with you in just a second.
Gee, $85 for just one little pair. They are kind of cute, though, with that black lace. I wonder if... Nah, still they might. Oh, no, it's ridiculous. I'm sure they don't make them for men. It'd sure be a sensation down at the locker room of the gym, though. Oh, but they're too flimsy anyway. I'll bet if they got one little tug like this that they should... Oh, my gosh, what have I done? They're not black lace step-ins anymore. They're black lace kilts. What'll I do? $85. She'll have me locked up.
I think I have something for you, Sonny.
Holy smoke, here she comes. I gotta get out of here. I can't go to jail.
Hey, wait, where are you there? Oh, my $85 pants I paid $9 wholesale for. Oh, gee, thank goodness. It's only along the seam. 2 minutes with the sewing machine and they'll be as good as new.
Listen, thank goodness you're home. I gotta talk to you. I'm in trouble.
Oh, my, here we go again. What now, boy?
Well, suppose a person had an accident and then ran away from the scene of the crime. That would be pretty bad, wouldn't it?
Oh, my, yes. Hit and run is a very serious offense, Denis.
Well, this wasn't exactly hit and run. It was more rip and skip.
Denis, just what kind of trouble are you in?
Oh, it's bad, Mr. Anderson. Have you got $85 you could give me right away?
$85? Who do you think you're talking to, the head of the family?
Oh, my gosh, then what can I do?
Well, as I see it, you have two choices. You can try to borrow the money from my wife, or you can commit hara-kiri. Of the two, I'd say the first was the faster way to go.
Mr. Anderson, I'm desperate. I'm going to try to borrow it from your wife. I'll see you later.
Well, out of one eye at the very most, but good luck, my boy.
Oh, thanks. Ah, good morning, Mrs. Anderson.
Good morning, Denis.
Gee, you know something? I've never seen you looking so lovely. What have you done to your hair this morning?
I haven't had a chance to comb it yet.
Well, Mrs. Anderson, I was wondering if you'd do me a tiny little favor. You see, my grandmother hasn't been feeling well.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear it. Anything serious?
Well, probably. She died last night.
Oh, my gracious, that's... Wait a minute. Didn't you tell me one of your grandmothers passed away 10 years ago and the other died before you were born?
That's right. Now I need $85. It's time they were buried.
Denis, do you by any chance happen to be out of that vacuum-packed head of yours?
Oh, no, ma'am. Look, Mrs. Anderson, I'm desperate. I just got to get my hands on some money.
And you want it from me?
Would you please, ma'am? Would you please?
Don't be fantastic. Not a red cent will you get.
But, Mrs. Anderson...
That's final, Denis. Now get your hat. I want you to run an errand for me.
Yes, ma'am.
I want you to take these diamond earrings down to the jeweler on Main Street and have them cleaned and the stones reset. Do you think you can handle such an errand?
Well, sure. What gives you the idea I can't do a simple thing like that?
We haven't time to go into that now. Just get them there and don't breathe a word to Mildred about it. I'm giving them to her as a surprise for her birthday.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Now hurry. And remember, Mildred mustn't know a thing about this.
Oh, no, ma'am. She won't.
Oh, hi, Denis. Where are you going in such a hurry?
Oh, someplace.
Yes, but what have you got there? My goodness, Mother's earrings.
Oh, my gosh, I didn't mean for you to find... Mildred, you got to forget you saw them. Please, will you?
Well, sure, but where are you taking them?
Oh, I can't tell you. But believe me, you're going to get a nice birthday present. Goodbye.
Now, what in the world?
Was that Denis who rushed out of here like that, Mildred?
Yes. Daddy, have you any idea why he's rushing off with Mother's valuable diamond earrings?
Her diamond ear... Oh, my sacred Aunt Petunia's little lace camisole.
Daddy, what is it?
Well, he told me he was in a bad jam and needed money desperately. Mildred, you don't
Oh, my goodness. And he just told me I was going to get a nice birthday present. But, Daddy, you can't think he stole those earrings.
Of course not. Only a dope would do a thing like that.
Oh, then you do think so.
Well, I'm afraid our Denis is in trouble and has done something very foolish, Mildred.
Oh, Daddy, I always wanted to take an ocean trip for my honeymoon, but not to Alcatraz.
We'll continue this rather harrowing day in the life of Dennis Day in a few minutes. Meanwhile, here's Denis to sing Every Day I Love You.
Every day I love you just a little bit more, just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Every day I want you just a little bit more than I did the day before. You'll never guess how deep my love is, not even in your wildest dream. But just so you'll get it clear, compare to my love, my dear, the Mississippi River's just a stream. Every day I love you just a little bit more, just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Every day I want you just a little bit more than I did the day before.
Well, our Dennis is in a jam. He expects to be arrested any moment for accidentally tearing a pair of black lace step-ins in a lingerie shop. But what he doesn't know is that his guilty actions have caused Mildred and Mr. Anderson to believe he's stolen Mrs. Anderson's diamond earrings and intends to sell them. They've just confided their suspicions to Mrs. Anderson, who takes the news of her loss like a trooper. A stormtrooper, that is.
Why, that low-down snake in the grass. I'll break every bone in his empty skull.
Easy now, Bunny Fluff.
Easy. Oh, that thief. And to think I handed him those earrings myself.
Mother, Denis isn't a criminal. He's just temporarily out of his mind.
22 years is not temporary. Crook, that's what he is.
No, Mother, there must be some mistake. He can't be a crook.
I tell you he is. And you wanted to marry him.
Well, I still do. I don't care what he turns out to be. I'll marry the man I love in spite of everything.
That's a fine way to talk. And with the example of your mother right in front of your nose.
I've decided to overlook that for any number of obvious reasons. However, the main problem right now is what to do about Denis.
Problem? What problem? I'm going to call the police and have him locked up.
The police? Oh, Mother, you can't.
No, lover girl, I won't let you.
Oh, you won't let me, huh?
No, Poopsie. You make one move toward that phone and you have me to deal with. You understand?
Calling all cars. Be on the lookout for Dennis Day, wanted for jewel robbery. Description as follows. Age 22, height 5 feet 9. When last seen was wearing brown trousers, tennis shoes, and a Mickey Mouse sweatshirt. Both of Mickey Mouse's eyes are bloodshot due to ketchup stains. Arrest this man on sight. That is all. Rosencrantz.
Well, did the kid talk yet, Dunnigan?
Yeah, sure he talked, only who can make sense out of what he's saying?
What do you mean? Did you shine the light in his eyes?
Yeah, but I had to quit. Found out he likes it.
Well, did you threaten him with the hose?
Yeah, 3 times. Kept saying, no thanks, he just had a shower.
We gotta get a confession out of him, man. I'll find out what he did with those earrings if it takes all night.
Now, I'm warning you, Cap, his answers ain't like any that you ever heard before.
Baloney, wait till I work on him a while. Come on. All right, Day. Sit down.
Oh, that's all right. I've been sitting all evening. Here, you sit down.
Get up!
Yes, sir.
Didn't I tell you, Kevin?
You keep quiet, too. Day, have you got a record?
Oh, no, sir. I don't even have a phonograph.
Now, look here, you. This has gone far enough. You're going to sing, do you understand?
I beg pardon?
I'm telling you, if you know what's good for you, you'll sing.
Yes, sir. Way down upon the Swanee River.
Shut up!
Any a Lulu, though.
Quiet. Once and for all, are you guilty or aren't you?
Oh, yes, sir, I did it. But they were such flimsy things that I couldn't help.
Never mind the excuses. What I want to know is, have you got them on you?
Oh, no, sir. No, sir. I'm strictly a red flannel man myself.
Say, Captain, did you notice that some of his answers don't even have anything to do with the question?
Yeah. He's starting to make me a little nervous, too.
Well, he ain't got him on him. I can vouch for that. He probably gave him to a fence and they divided the loot.
Yeah. Okay, Day, did you split with the fence?
I told you I wasn't wearing them, so how could I have split them on a fence?
Now, quit stalling. Did you break them up and take the stones out of them?
They have stones in them?
You know they have stones in them.
Gee, no wonder some women are so fidgety.
What?
Now I know why you hear so much screaming on the radio. You tune in, ladies, be seated.
Well, let's get them both and let them go before we're nuts too, ain't you?
Now, Day, I'm warning you for the last time. Are you going to tell us what you did with those earrings, or aren't you?
Earrings? What earrings?
Mrs. Anderson's earrings, of course. What do you think we pinched you for?
Oh, I thought it was on account of the black lace steppins.
What do we care how you dress? All we want to know is where those earrings are.
Oh, well, that's easy enough. They're at the jeweler's being fixed. Mrs. Anderson asked me to take them there for her.
Oh, she asked you to take them, eh? A likely story.
Oh, it's true, Sergeant. In fact, I walked right past you when I went into the jeweler's with them.
It could be, Dunnigan. That's your beat.
Of course, maybe the sergeant didn't notice me. He was sitting in his patrol car with a blonde.
What?
Oh, look, don't listen to him, Cap.
Well, were you with a blonde or weren't you, Dunnigan?
No, really, Cap.
Come on, talk.
Shall I shine the light in his eyes?
Look, you got my reports every half hour, didn't you, Cap? What are you worrying about?
I want my men to do their jobs, Dunnigan.
Yeah? All right. Where were you when I phoned in 11:45 this morning? Answer me that.
None of your business.
I thought so. Out guzzling beer again, eh?
Now, see here, you...
Where were you or weren't you?
Shall I give him the hose?
Dunnigan, go get that jeweler on the phone and check the kid's story.
Okay, Cap.
But I'll tell you one thing, Day. If you're lying to us, I'm sorry for you. You're going up the river for so long that you...
So you finally caught the scoundrel, huh?
Oh, hi, Mrs. Anderson.
Well, I must say this is a very inefficient police force. There isn't a mark on him.
Mrs. Anderson, how can you talk like that?
Lady, the boy says you gave him those earrings yourself.
Well, of course I did. But this thief planned to...
Hey, look, it's like the kid says, all right, Cap. The earrings are at the jeweler's, and they're under Mrs. Anderson's name.
What?
See?
Yeah.
Why, I don't understand. I thought that he...
I don't care what you thought, lady. This boy is innocent.
Well, yes, I guess he is, and I'm sorry about what happened.
Sorry? Do you realize he could sue you for false arrest and defamation of character and get every nickel you own?
I could? Right.
But he wouldn't do that, Captain. Why, we're such very dear friends. Why, we love each other, don't we, Denis?
Fair.
Why, you don't mean that. I know you don't. And just as soon as we get back to my house...
Whose house, kiddo?
I mean, our house, naturally. I'll get my car right away and...
Whose car?
Our car, of course. What am I saying? You stay right here and I'll get my husband. That is, I mean...
Oh, no, you can have him all to yourself.
Oh, thank you, Denis.
Thank you who?
I mean, thank you, Mr. Day.
Who?
Very well, Pupsy.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested.
And no wonder. For Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath.
So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. With George Dooning in the orchestra, here now is Denis to sing The Night Has 1,000 Eyes.
Don't whisper things to me you don't mean, for words deep down inside can be seen by the night. The night one that lies. Oh, romance may have called in the past. My love for you will be everlasting and bright as the solid sky, and this wondrous night that has 1,000 eyes. I've lived my life walking through a dream, for I knew that I would find this moment supreme. A night of bliss and tender sighs, and the smiling down of 1,000 eyes. When I, as 1,000 eyes.
Next week, tune into another Denis Day Show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Only Luster Cream brings you Kay Dumet's Magic Blend. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Yes, tonight, you can be a
dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
Listen again next week to Colgate's Hour of Fun, Judy Canova, followed by Denis Day. And for another great comedy program, hear Blondie next Wednesday evening over your favorite NBC station. This is Vern Smith speaking. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Into the strange and wild interior of darkest Africa, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer sent a motion picture company on safari. Here in its original setting, where no white woman had ever been before, was filmed the story of primitive savagery, of incredible danger. You'll thrill to the magnificent love story of the flaming redhead and the handsome jungle adventurer, as together they fight their hazardous way through a vast land of mystery and excitement in their relentless quest for the fabulous fortune that rests in King Solomon's mines.
To my knowledge, no white man has been near the Calawanas for 5 years. Nowadays, they're feared as much by the natives as they are by the whites. We're going to have trouble getting our own boys to get that far.
How long will it take us to get there?
Weeks, Months, perhaps. I don't know. I've never taken a woman on safari with me before.
Have I been a handicap?
The fun hasn't started yet.
When it does, I'm sure we'll all enjoy it.
What do you think you are doing? You had no intention of letting us leave this place alive. You're going to get us out of here before those fellows outside start warming up and carrying out your orders.
Solomon's mine.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. Of Johnson's Wax, Johnson's Carnew, and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Haven't noticed it, the month of September is almost gone. In lots of homes, heating plants have already been in operation. In many others, they soon will be. What happens when the heat comes on? Well, for one thing, there's less moisture in the air, and everything tends to dry out. Also, there's apt to be more dirt in the house. And those are two important reasons why good housekeepers make sure every fall that their floors, furniture, woodwork, and leather goods are all protected with a coat of Johnson's Wax. The wax helps to keep wood and leather surfaces from drying out. In this way, it acts as a preservative, a protection for so many things around the house. Your floors, your tabletops, windowsills, Venetian blinds, and your luggage and other leather articles. It makes your daily and weekly house cleaning so much easier because dirt just doesn't cling readily to a Johnson Wax surface. Today, it pays to protect your things with genuine Johnson's Wax, entirely aside from the fact that a regular use of this wax polish adds great beauty to every room in your home. Well, here they are again at 79 Wistful Vista, Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Heavenly days, Magee. Sit down and relax.
Oh, dear.
Stop your pacing. If you can't consider my nerves, think of the shoo-shoo fun.
I can't help it, Molly. I'm just full of spent-up energy. I'm restless as a kitten.
Well, how a man who gets as much rest as you do can be restless is beyond me, dearie. What do you want to do?
I don't know. I just want to... What was that?
What was what?
Listen.
Oh, that's that Great Dane that belongs to the people next door.
Great Dane? Sounded like a horse to me.
I know. They've been feeding him so much horse meat he whinnies at the moon.
Did you know they've taken in a roomer next door?
Yes, I've seen her going in and out. Very attractive girl, too. What does she do?
She's a procrastinator at a burlesque show downtown.
A procrastinator?
Yeah. She puts things off. Hey, I wonder if there's any of the gang down at the club. I could lick my weight in cribbage players tonight.
McGee.
Huh?
We have an extra room.
Good for us. I guess I'll call the club and see who's hanging around.
Maybe we could rent it to some war worker or somebody. You know, rooms are awful scarce in town now.
On the other hand, if I could just find one pigeon to play gin rummy with, I'd... Rent what?
The back room. Wouldn't be any trouble and might bring in $8 or $10 a week.
We can't rent that back room. I got my moose head in there.
Put the moose head in Uncle Dennis's room. He won't mind.
Why should he? He's even glassier-eyed than the moose.
Now, you stop picking on Uncle Dennis. He only uses it for medicinal purposes.
Yeah, I know. I saw him sitting in a medicine cabinet on Oak Street last night. That guy in the white coat must have been the intern. Give me the phone, Molly. I'm going to call the club.
Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me the Elks Club at 790. Oh, is that you, Mert?
Oh.
How's every little thing, Mert? It is, eh? What's that, Mert? You did. Had a nice saddle of mutton and somebody swiped it. Well, I should think you would be, Mert.
Would be what, dearie?
Saddle sore. What's they, Mert? They don't? No, they didn't hear either. Oh, well, probably got a big game going on down at the club and took the receiver off the hook. Well, thanks anyway, Mert. No answer.
You know, if there was somebody in that back room, there'd always be somebody here if we wanted to go out at night.
Go out where?
Oh, to a dinner or movie or something.
Oh, let's go to the movies.
All right. Say, why don't we stay here and listen to the radio? Bob Hope is on tonight, you know.
Oh, I think that guy's a phony.
What?
You can't tell me he makes that stuff up as he goes along.
Say, did you hear him last week kidding Mrs. Roosevelt about traveling so much?
Yeah. He was just sore because he had to come home before she did. Boy, did you see that pan of his on the cover of Time magazine?
No, was it good?
Good. Did you ever see a relief map of the High Sierras? I'll tack a necktie under it and you got hope. I always thought he was a young guy.
Oh, no, I don't think so. I read someplace about a golf match he played, and it said he was in the 70s.
No. It's pretty gutsy of an old guy like that to go booming around in a bomber. What movie do you want to see?
You select one.
Okay, let's go to the Palace.
What do they got?
They got the best candy of any theater lobby in town. Let's go. What do you say?
All right, dearie. I'll powder my nose and get my purse. I'll be with you in just a minute.
Ah, there goes a good kid. Best wife a man ever had.
What was that?
Oh, nothing. Yes, sir. If I had it all to do over, I'd marry her again as quick. Even if her old man still thought I was a no-good bum. She's the one that's always... Ah, dear. Hope that ain't Doc Gamble. He's a bigger bore than the big-inch pipeline. Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hi, sis. Now, whatever your business is, if any, make it snappy if possible, because we're going to the movies if it ain't too crowded.
Oh, why don't you go to the Orpheum, mister?
Why?
They got Frankenstein meets the Wolfman.
Oh.
Boy, is that a dilly. Willie Toop sat behind me and couldn't even see the picture on account my hair was standing on end all the time, I bet you.
Well, I guess I'm too sophisticated for that stuff, sis. I go for the polite drawing room comedy type of stuff like that there, myself.
Oh, yeah? Don't give me that, mister. Last Saturday I saw you sit through a Hopalong Cassidy Western 3 times. And when you came out, you were walking bow-legged.
Well, that wasn't from watching the picture. I stopped in on my way home from the grocery and was sitting there with a sack of potatoes between my knees. Now, look, sis, we gotta be going, so if you don't mind, I would...
Hey, you know, I go to the movies all the time, mister.
You do?
I was the one this app. They had Frankie Sinatra in person.
Thrilled you right down to your bobby sots, eh?
Oh, brother. I guess I'm just a slick chick, mister.
Yeah? Well, maybe you are, but you can't roost here. We're going out.
Okay, I'll go. My uncle's home anyway, and I want to see him. You know, he's a stomach gunner in a flying fortress.
You don't mean a stomach gunner, sis. The correct term is...
Please, now, mister. There's a lady present.
Okay, lady. Now, scram, will you?
Sure. My uncle's more fun to talk to anyway.
Oh.
And boy, do those aviators eat. You know, he had 7 scrambled eggs for breakfast.
Wow. How does your mother feel about that?
Oh, she don't care. She says that's wise. Out of the frying pan into the fryer, she says. So long, mister.
Give me 2 tickets to the main floor. Wait a minute. How much is the main floor?
65 cents, sir.
How much are the loges?
Loges are 85 cents, sir.
What? 85 cents for loge seats? Are they studded with diamonds or something?
The loge seats are upholstered, sir.
So what? So am I, but I don't nick myself 85 cents every time I sit down.
Now, Magee, stop arguing and buy a couple of tickets. You're holding up the line.
Now, don't hurry me, Molly. I'm fighting for a principle here. Now, look, sis, you know and I know that 85 cents for loge seats is ridiculous. It's inflationary. Let's see your ceiling prices.
There are no seats on the ceiling, sir. The second balcony is as close as you can get.
Oh, a smarty skirt, eh? Well, how much are balcony seats?
50 cents, sir.
50 cents for balcony seats? Why, how you can see better from up there than you can from the main floor. And you charge less. Now, that don't make sense, sis. Now, look at here.
Oh, dear. Heavenly days, Magee, you're keeping 40 people waiting.
So what? I'm fighting for them as much as I am for myself. Hey, I know one of the stage hands here. Let's go see the picture from backstage.
Don't be silly. We wouldn't understand a word from behind the screen. Why, the sound would be backwards.
Huh? Oh. All right. Quit pushing back there. Now, take it easy. The theater ain't going anywhere. Give me 2 main floor seats, sis.
I have some money if you're short, Magee.
Thanks. I got the exact change. Here, sis, $1.31.
Well, that's 1 cent too much, sir.
Yeah, I know. I'm giving you a penny for your thoughts. And that's the biggest profit you'll ever make. Come on, Mrs. Magee.
I don't think you're very nice to that girl, Magee. She didn't do anything.
Oh, gee whiz. I never like to buy anything unless I dick her a while. Bargain is one of the few luxuries you can buy these days.
You lead the way, dearie. My eyes are no good in the dark.
Okay. Hang on to my coat.
Oh, dear. It's as gloomy as a broadcast from Berlin.
Here's 2 seats, Molly. Right in there. Oh, I'm sorry, sis. Come on, Molly. Maybe farther down.
In here, Magee. That's it.
Nice timing. The feature's just over. I hope there's a newsreel tonight.
Yeah?
I always like to see them new battleships sliding down into the water. Always reminds me of my fat Uncle Herman getting into the bathtub. He was one of those guys that...
Quiet, dearie. You're disturbing people.
Oh, let him go. I forgot to get some candy. I'll be right back. Hold the seat for me.
All right, but hurry now.
Hey, Usher, where's the candy display? Never mind. Oh, I see it.
Well, hello, pal.
Wilcox. Well. As the fellow says to the ration board when they gave him another A card, long time no see.
Well, Fibber, Where's Molly?
Inside. I just come out to get a hunk of candy. What are you doing loafing around this theater lobby?
I'm waiting to talk to the manager. You know Sigmund Wellington?
Siggy? Oh, sure. He's secretary of the Chamber of Commerce. Kind of a dope.
Well, I don't agree with you, as usual.
Huh?
I think Wellington's a pretty bright guy. Been around, too. Managed theaters all over the state of Texas.
Yeah, well, that's what he says. True will get you 10 that he thinks the panhandle is a facial massage. What you want to see him about, anyway?
Well, it's confidential.
Oh, come on, you can tell me. You know how I am, Junior. Telling me a secret is just like whispering it to your little pillow on your little trundle bed.
I know. There'll always be a slip on it.
Oh, come on. What you want to see Wellington about?
You won't say anything?
Cross my heart.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Look, it's about the other theaters in town.
Yeah?
Yeah. They can't understand how he manages to keep all his woodwork and these paneled walls and the doors and everything so gleaming and shiny when help is so hard to get. They think he's holding out on them.
Well, what's the secret, Junior?
Well, it really isn't any secret, pal.
Yeah?
Anybody can buy Johnson's wax. And there's nothing like it to protect and beautify all wood and enamel surfaces.
Yeah?
And particularly in a theater with thousands of people passing through every day, smudging everything with fingerprints.
Oh.
Why, Johnson's wax is the answer to a theater manager's prayers.
You're not just saying that to try and sell more Johnson's wax.
You see, Wellington is the only married theater manager in town.
Oh.
His wife told him all about Johnson's and how it saves her hours of housework and guards against dust and dampness. That's how he got ahead of those other fellows.
Well, what are your plans, Junior?
Well, I'm going to ask Wellington to ask his wife to tell the other theater managers about Johnson's wax.
Well, look.
Yeah?
Why don't you tell them about it?
Well, doggone me. I never thought of that. Gee, thanks, pal. I've still got time to call on all of them tonight. I'll see you later.
That guy pulled my leg as often as I suspect him of pulling it. I'd be 19 feet tall. Oh, well. Hey, sis, give me a chocolate bar.
Oh, what kind, sir?
Oh, give me a O. Henry. I'm in a literary mood.
That will be 5 cents, sir.
Price is no object, sis. Now, let me see. 5 cents, 5. Uh-oh. I bought the tickets for the last bit of change I had. Hold the candy a minute, sis. I got to get some dough for my wife. I'll be right back.
Well, hello there, Magee.
Oh, Doc Gamble. Hi, Doc.
What are you doing? Buying some candy to build up your strength so you can pull yourself out of your rocking chair that you've got wedged in on account of getting so pudgy with too much candy?
Don't give me that routine, Doc. Hey, where you been all summer? I haven't seen you around.
Took my first rest and vacation in 30 years. Went hunting out in Wyoming.
Great country, Wyoming. I and Stein Hemingway used to go hunting around out there, about.
You and who?
I and Stein Hemingway. You know, Ernest Hemingway. Writes movies.
Oh, yeah. Kid's got a great future.
Yeah. That's what I always told him. Stein, I says, those movies you've been writing are pretty good. I says, that's Farewell to Arms and For Whom the Bell Tolls, but why don't you settle down and write a book?
That's what I like about you, Magee. Always inspiring people to do things.
Oh, well, shucks.
They'll do it sometime, too, and we'll find your body stuffed in a culvert.
You got a morbid sense of humor, Doc. How was the hunting out in Wyoming?
Great. Never felt better in years. Dropped 15 pounds the first day out.
Yeah? What'd you do, lose your knapsack? Hey, Doc, you got a nickel on you? I just discovered I didn't have any change.
Sorry, my boy. All I have is some big bills.
You're telling me. Well, I'll go back in and get some dough from Molly. Are you going in the theater?
No, I just got a phone call. Got to rush across town and tell some darn fool that his daughter, that he thinks is going to be a son, won't be here for another week.
Oh. See you later. So long, Doc. Let's see. Hey, hold that candy bar for me, will you, sis? I'll be right back as soon as I get a nickel from my wife. Drat, I missed the newsreel. Now, let's see. Where was Molly? Hey, hand me your purse, quick. Oh, what the? Oh, my gosh, I'm in the wrong aisle.
Oh, purse snatcher.
Why not? Wait a minute. Get it out. Let go of me. It's all a mistake. Hey, Molly, where are you?
Over here, Magee. I'll see you in the lobby.
Oh, my gosh, that really handle me. I'll get late. No, take it easy, folks. It's all a mistake. I was only trying to...
This way, Magee. Hurry into the manager's office.
Lock the door, Molly. Lock the door. If they catch me, they'll lynch me up to the nearest lamppost.
My. For goodness sakes, what happened?
Oh, I went for candy. No money. Came back.
Wrong aisle. Asked some woman for her purse. Thought it was you. Phew. So I...
Company coming.
Don't open that door. Don't let him in. They'll mob me.
Answer the phone.
You answer. I'll move the door in front of the desk. I mean the desk in front of the mob. The phone. I'll answer the desk. You hold it. That woman, she may have a gun. Oh, this is awful.
The King's Men and Pistol Pack and Mama.
Listen to the story of a gal that's known as May. She shot me with a 44, I'll never be the same. Oh, lay that pistol down, babe, lay that pistol down. Pistol packing mama, lay that pistol down. Take it from me, you should never flirt with that woman down Texas way. Cause if you do, I'm a-telling you, here's what you'll be having to say. Lay that old pistol down, babe, lay that old pistol down. Pistol packing mama, lay that pistol down. Oh, Happy made a batch of corn and the revenuers came. Their draw was full, so now they know you can't do that to maim. Lay that pistol down, babe. Lay that pistol down. Pistol packing mama. Lay that pistol down. I took another lady to the county fair. Thought I'd have a little fun. But there was name taking aim. Now I'm on the run. Lay that pistol down, babe. Lay that pistol down. Pistol packing mom. Please. Hey, lay that pistol down.
I wish that phone would stop ringing. It makes my nervous.
Well, anyway, the crowd seems to have quieted down.
Answer it, Molly. Tell them they got the wrong number.
That wouldn't help. They just try again. Palace Theater, Molly McGee speaking. Who? Just a moment. McGee, do you know anybody named Bottlenose Gilroy?
Bottlenose Gilroy? Why, sure. He's the stagehand I know that works here.
Well, he says you can unlock the door now. The mob is under control and the manager wants to come in.
Oh, swell. Tell Bottlenose okay.
Hello, Mr. Bottlenose. Thank you very much. We'll open the door. Yes, thank you.
Oh, hi, Wellington, old man. Sure, I'm glad to see you.
Oh, is everything under control?
Yeah.
My.
Of course, madam, everything is under control. Any theater manager who is unversed in mob psychology is unworthy of his salt, which is an old expression derived from ancient times when salt was an extremely valuable commodity.
Oh, I'm sorry I caused such a disturbance in your flicker tent, Wellington, but it was strictly inadvertible. What happened was I mistook some old grab bag for Molly in the dark and asked her for her purse. And she yipped like a banshee and the battle was on.
A significant demonstration of war nerves, my dear fellow. It is an apt illustration, if I may say so. May I say so?
Well, indeed you may.
Thank you. It is an apt illustration of a current wave of irresponsible hoodlumism. We of the theater are deeply perturbed at the unmanly conduct of some of our, shall we say, patrons?
He left.
Patrons. Speaking for the community as a whole, and this community is one of the worst holes I've ever... Practically beside the point, I shall continue. What I mean to say is something must be done to combat this epidemic of hoodlumism. Otherwise, and I say that advisedly, otherwise, many responsible executives, and I am one of them, might be forced to seek other means of livelihood.
I see. You mean if you can't control your customers, you're liable to get fired, huh?
Admirably, if somewhat brutally put, madam. And now, if I may quote almost any radio announcer, And now, charming as this has all been, I must ask you to relinquish possession of my sanctorum, sanctum, sanctor.
Okay, Bud, okay. Furthermore, we'll let you have your office back. Thanks for the use of the bomb shelter.
That's all right. Excuse me very much. A moment. Hello. Yes? What, purple umbrella? I shall have to use it. The usher look for it. Don't mention it, madam. Goodbye.
Somebody lose something?
Someone is always losing something in the theater, madam.
Oh.
We find so many lost articles that, as I often say, that is, quite often, at closing time, my office closely resembles the city dump. And now...
Okay, we're going, Bud. Thanks for everything, and don't apologize for us being so badly scared in your theater. Just slip us a couple of passes sometime. That'll square it.
You're sweet. Good night.
Oh, my. Shall we go home, Magee?
Oh, I want to see the rest of the show. Come on, let's go. Missed the newsreel again. Let's go home.
Fine, we can come back next week.
Yeah, what's the next feature?
Heaven can wait for 2 weeks. They say it's a very good
Hey, Molly. Molly, look. There's Latrivia.
Well, heavenly days. Hello, Mr. Latrivia.
Hello, Molly. Hello, Magee. Nice to see you.
Well, how's everything in the Coast Guard, Latrivia? What are you doing in town? Sailing the bounding Main Street?
No, I came to see Mr. Wellington, the manager of the theater. Do you know him?
Oh, quite well.
Yeah, I went to school with him, Latrivia. He and I slept in the same geometry class. Pal of yours?
Oh, no. I'm seeing him on business for the Coast Guard. At every performance next week, we're putting on a recruiting talk.
You need more men?
We need more women.
That's the kind of a chronic complaint with sailors, ain't it, Latrivia?
This is a recruiting campaign for the Spars, Magee.
Oh.
That's the women's division of the Coast Guard. And a wonderful organization for women between 20 and 36 who really want to do something in this war. I have a selfish interest, I'll admit, because every woman who joins relieves a man for frontline duty.
I know how you must feel, Mr. Latrivia. Where do the Spars train?
At the Biltmore Hotel in Palm Beach, Florida.
Oh, gee, honest? Must be wonderful to stay at a swell hotel like that and pay off in salutes. Hey, how much jewelry are those Spars allowed to wear, Latrivia?
Well, I don't know. Just the essential minimum, I suppose. Why?
Oh, just wondered if they were allowed to wear clanking bracelets and stuff. You don't want Spars that jingle, jangle, jingle. Don't you get it, kids? The joke lies in the similarity of sound between spar and spur.
Ain't funny, Magee.
Really? I thought it rather amusing.
Say, what do Spars do in the Coast Guard, Mr. Latrivia?
Well, they act as chauffeurs, cooks, stewards, bookkeepers, teletype and telephone operators, and 100 other things. Almost everything but actually manning the boat.
You're going to be in conference very long. Maybe you could come home with us and have a cup of coffee.
Well, thank you very much. But some other time, Mrs. McGee. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, McGee.
McGee, Coast Guardsman Latrivia said good night.
Huh? Oh, excuse me. I was thinking.
About what?
Women being sailors. Must be strange to have a sweetheart with a mustache in every port. Oh, well, times do change. Now, good night, Latrivia.
See you soon, I hope.
Yeah.
Well, come on, McGee. We've had enough excitement for one evening.
Yeah, I guess so.
Pardon me, sir. Do you still want this candy bar?
Oh. All right, sis. There, I do at that. Give me a nickel, Molly.
Sorry, dearie, I can't.
Why not?
I forgot to tell you, but during the confusion, somebody snatched my purse.
Somebody... Oh, sure.
If this were a quiz show, I might be asking you this question. What do children and dogs and delivery boys have in common? And if I told you it had something to do with your kitchen floor, I'm sure you'd have the answer right away. Sure, they all track in dirt and rain and snow onto that floor, and you're the little woman who has to clean it up. Of course, if your floor is protected with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat, you just relax and say, oh, what's the difference? Because you know that a damp cloth will wipe up those tracks and that dirt in a jiffy. And the linoleum itself will not be harmed because the glow coat keeps it safe. Yes, it saves in two ways. Saves you work and saves your linoleum. The regular use of glow coat makes linoleum last 6 to 10 times longer. And you know, of course, that Johnson's glow coat is self-polishing. It needs no rubbing or buffing. You simply apply and let dry. Glow coat keeps linoleum colors fresh and bright, and that's a good point, too. Wherever you have linoleum floors, in the kitchen or the bathroom or the front entrance. It will pay you to protect them with Johnson's self-polishing Wool Coat.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's nice to be back with you again for another season, and we're very happy to announce that we'll have with us this year that live wire with the deadpan, our old friend and yours, Ransom Sherman.
Yes, and we're looking forward to the next 38 weeks.
How many, Molly?
38.
Only 38 shows to go. My gosh, how the time flies. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
We're millionaires, boys. I'll share it with all of you. Why, in a few months we'll be up in lights on Broadway. Come, the eighth wonder of the world!
Wild, weird, wonderful. The stuff for which movies were made. Adventure, to make you wonder if it's true, while your eyes convince you that it is. Truly, the thrill of thrills. Don't miss it this time.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
The Texaco Star Theater. The more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to an hour of mirth and melody. With our star comedian, Fred Allen, Kenny Baker and Portland Hopper, the Texaco Round Table, the Martins and Al Goodman's Orchestra. It's Texaco time. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't feel so good tonight. I'm going over there and lie down. You want to know what's wrong with me? Here he is, Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you, too, Mr. Wallington, for that high-octane send-off. That introduction sounded like the deathbed statement of a short-winded racketeer. It had all of the gusto of a few remarks that you'd expect to hear seeping out of an oxygen tank.
Well, I'm sorry, Fred. I've got no pep tonight.
Why tonight? Why single out tonight of all nights? You always look as though you were living out a due bill on a coma, Jimmy. You know, you act as though you sent your ambition out to the laundry and they forgot to starch it.
Well, it must be this New York climate.
No, it isn't the climate either. The trouble with you, Jay Wallington, is that you don't eat enough meat.
Now, what's meat got to do with how I feel?
Everything. You'll have more pep. Haven't you been reading those meat ads in the papers? There are cuts to fit every purse. I mean, there's no excuse. It's not money that's stopping you from eating meat. There is no excuse. Why don't you eat more meat, Jimmy?
Well, I have my reasons.
What reasons?
Cows remind me of my mother-in-law, Fred. I can't seem to go for them.
Oh, that's silly, James. Why, the cow is man's best friend. Now, as a baby, who gives you milk? It's the cow. All through life, who gives you liver, roast beef, steaks, and briskets? It's the cow's big brother, the steer. When you're old and your teeth are gone, who gives you beef broth and nourishing stews? It's the cow, Jimmy. Why, I tell you, James, if you'd only eat more meat, you'd shake off that eternal torpor and become a dynamic organism once more.
Say, maybe you've got something, Fred. I feel better already.
Now, you see, just talking about meat gives you a lift.
You're right, Fred.
Yes, sir. It's the power of suggestion. Jimmy, you're a new man, and you owe your success to meat and to the cow.
You're right, Fred.
And I owe my success?
To the old Ferdinand?
As Mr. Disney might put it, yes. And leaving Mr. Wallington to digest our meaty suggestion, we turn to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents its highlight from the world of news. Albany, New York. Governor of New York, in message to legislature, says that present interest rates on small loans are too high. Licensed moneylenders' rates are limited by state law, but many freelance fly-by-night loan merchants mulct their clients, charging excessive interest rates. Texaco News presents several unfortunate victims of unscrupulous loan merchants. But first, the loan situation is clarified by that eminent loan authority, Mr. Darcy Taub. Where do people usually borrow money, Mr. Taub?
There are two sources of supply.
And these are?
One, the legitimate lending companies. They observe the law.
And two?
The loan sharks.
Well, what are loan sharks, Mr. Taub?
Loan sharks are unscrupulous men who pull poor people into doorways and force them to borrow money at exorbitant rates of interest.
They stoop to sharp practice, do they?
A loan shark is like a skunk.
A skunk?
Yeah, if either one gives you a cent, you'll pay through the nose.
Well, thank you very... Oh, say, before you go, Mr. Taub, what is your advice to the small borrower?
Never borrow money from a stranger.
But if you need money?
Borrow from your relatives. Keep your grief in the family.
Well, thank you very...
Hey, you know where I can get a fin until Friday?
The aquarium is 2 blocks down. And thank you, Mr. Darcy Taub. A young working girl who inadvertently fell into the clutches of a loan shark and is here to tell her pitiful story is Miss Babs Fenivesi. You were duped, Babs?
Brother, the way I was taken, I could have been an aspirin.
Will you relate your harrowing experience with this loan shark?
Want I should start from the beginning?
If you will.
Well, one night I'm going home in the subway, and I happened to say to Juanita Rappaport, a girl from the office,
Yeah?
I says, if I had $10, Juanita, I'd get me a pointerment and a henna rinse.
A pointerment and a henna rinse.
Yeah. Well, with that, a strange guy sticks his head over me shoulder and says, get off at the Calvania.
Oh, and did you?
Yeah. The guy tipped his beret. I could see he ain't no rat.
Well, what did he say?
He comes right to the point. He says, you need $10, sister? I got $10. I'm in the loan business. It's your move.
What did you say?
I says, I could use $10, mister, but the party I borrow it from has got to be reliable.
Uh-huh.
With that, I signed some paper.
You didn't see what it was?
It's dark in them phone booths at the Calvania. I couldn't see nothing. I took the $10, and the next night I got the pointerment and a henna rinse.
And when did you see this loan shark again?
Saturday. I'm coming out of the office. He's waiting.
What did he want?
$1. He says I got to pay $1 a week interest. I've been paying $1 a week ever since.
When did you start?
March 1937.
For 4 years you've been paying $1 a week? Why, that's $208. Why don't you just give him back his $10?
Not me. Two can play at that jipping game, mister.
But you keep paying that interest.
I'm leading the loan shark on. If that crook thinks he's getting his $10 back, he's nuts.
And your advice to other working girls is?
Girls, if you ever go into a phone booth with a loan shark, don't sign nothing.
Let us make that our thought for today. And thank you. And thank you, Babs Fenivesi. A man about turf who finally turned the tables on a loan shark is Samson Bliss. Now, Samson...
Call me Long Shot Sam, bud.
Long Shot Sam?
Yeah, that's me tag around racetracks.
Oh, you make a living following the horses, do you?
What living? I keep going with transfusions.
You getting them from elephants, are you? I thought there was big money following the horses.
The horses I follow the horses.
Don't any of your horses ever come in?
Brother, if I had had a bet on Paul Revere, the British would have beat him into Lexington.
Well, tell me, what happened with the loan shark, Sam?
Well, one spring I'm out to Jamaica. It's brutal. I can't pick nothing. I wasn't eating. I even quit picking me teeth.
Well, that's as low as a horse player can go, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, one night I'm coming over me racing form. A horse catches me eye. Bald Hyman.
Uh-huh.
I got an Uncle Hyman, and he's bald. It's a hunch.
So?
So the next morning, I borrow 200 smackers from this Shylock. Bang, it's down on Bald Hyman on the nose.
And which horse won the race?
Harry. Bald Hyman got his neck caught in the barrier. He didn't even show.
You were out $200.
Not only that, but the loan shark starts hounding me. For 3 years, every track I hit, there's this loan shark putting a bite on me.
And your luck never changed?
Not till last winter in Florida. I'm out at the dog track. Suddenly, for no reason, I'm hot.
Good for you.
The first race, I win $2,000. I dump it back.
Yeah.
Every race, I'm winning.
Yeah.
I'm ahead $18,000, and I'm letting it ride.
You won again?
The last race, I break the dog track.
Well, how much money did you collect?
What money? The track run out of dough. They started paying off bets with dogs.
And you?
I come home with 50 greyhounds.
50 dogs?
Yeah. I'm coming up the hotel steps with these 50 hounds on a rope.
Yeah?
Who's waiting for me outside the door?
The loan shark?
Yeah. And again he starts putting a bite on me. I seen red.
What did you do?
I says, listen, Shylock, for 3 years you've been putting a bite on me. Tonight, I'm putting a bite on you.
Yeah?
With that, I let me 50 dogs loose and yell, "Sig 'em."
And?
I ain't seen that loan shark or them dogs since.
So the moral is?
If you want to see the end of a loan shark, set a dog on him from behind.
Clever, no end. And thank you, Long Shot Sam. And now, in rebuttal, we hear a loan shark presenting the money-lender's side of the story. We introduce the most unpopular Shylock on the west side. What is your name again, brother?
They call me Martin the Greps.
Martin the Greps.
Yeah.
Well, now, as a loan shark, Morton, what is your defense?
Well, there's two sides to it.
I see.
All you ever hear is the suckers beefing. How about the shark?
Well,
All right, so I'm getting 80 and 90% of me money. Am I happy?
Well, don't tell me that you fellas have troubles.
Loan sharking. Heh, it's a rat's life. Ducking in doorways to do business, your stockings full of money all the time, taking off your shoes to make a loan in the rain, slugging clients that don't pay.
Yes, I guess it isn't a bed of roses.
It's depressing. All right, so I'm getting 80 and 90% of me money. Am I happy?
You mean that people take advantage of you?
Let me cite it for instance.
I wish you would.
2 years ago, I loaned a guy $40. Mm-hmm. The note falls due. He can't pay.
Did you sue?
He ain't got nothing but an accident policy. I had it made over to me.
Oh, so that if he had an accident...
I would collect. Every day I'm praying for an accident. No luck.
You couldn't get your money?
Not only no dough, the guy keeps getting sick. I gotta pay for doctors.
Well, why?
I gotta get him well so as he can have an accident. I'm spending a fortune.
Really?
4 times he's got pneumonia with night nurses yet. Once his appendix has got to come out.
Well, he owed you plenty.
Well, the only way I can get even by now, he's got to have a fatal accident. A fatal accident pays double indemnity.
Well, what did you do?
Well, it's obvious. I arranged for a fatal accident.
Well, naturally.
Shows you the gratitude of some people.
Well, how do you mean?
After all I did for this dirty two-timer, I got everything fixed.
Yeah?
This morning, owing me all this dough, mind you, with interest, he died.
From a fatal accident?
From natural causes.
That dirty double-crosser.
Yeah.
Well, Morton, I guess that's the loan shark game.
Well, it's like I say. All right, so I'm getting 80 and 90% of my money. Am I happy?
No. Thank you, Morton McGreps. And now, in an effort to stop Morton from grepsing before his greps turns to wrath, and we have the greps of wrath on our hands, Kenny Baker rushes to the rescue with his version of High on a Windy Hill. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you next.
Boy, is he funny!
Larry. I'm not that funny. Who's doing that?
It's that man down in the front row, Fred.
What is it, hysterics? Say, would you come up here just a second,
Oh,
sir?
no. No, I can't get any closer to you. You're killing me.
What are you laughing at? I'm not saying anything funny. I haven't for 10 minutes.
Oh, it's not you. You're not funny. It's your Adam's apple.
My Adam's apple?
Yeah, the way it slides up and down when you talk, it's a riot. Huh? Do it some more.
I sit up all night, night after night, all night trying to think of jokes, and this gentleman laughs because I have a flexible Adam's apple. Get him out of here, Larry.
Oh, no, Fred. I agree with him. I like flexibility, too. Only I go for flexible power. The kind of flexible power you get with Sky Chief. And you're geared up to flexible power with Sky Chief, Texaco's different premium gasoline. Call for a quick start, and an instant, surging rush of power snaps your engine into action. Ease off, and Sky Chief power idles down to a confident murmur. Open up on the highway, and you flow along. Give her the gun at the base of a steep hill, and you float right up. That's flexible power for you. Sky Chief responds every minute you're at the throttle. Yes, there's a real lift and thrill in flying the highways with Sky Chief. Your Texaco dealer's luxury gasoline for those who want the best.
to the Sun, played by Al Goodman, the Texaco Dud, and his sluggish element. And now, let me see what's next. I've got to make a note to tune in on Mary Margaret McBride tomorrow afternoon. She's talking about our program. I've got to go call her. Oh, hello, Portland. I was just reminiscing. Portland, of all people.
Hello, Mr. Allen.
I was just rummaging around my old mental souvenirs here. I was just going to... You had your mouth open before. Was there something you were going to say?
Yes.
Now, wait a minute. What is that? Are you studying to be a contralto through the mail?
No, I'm an Indian.
Oh, now, look, Portland.
Not Portland. Call me Little Field Mouse.
You should have another arm when you have a part like this. One to go over your mouth and two to hold the script there. Your name is Little Field Mouse? What is that?
Well, it's the new name that Kenny gave me.
For what?
Kenny says he's going to be in your Western sketch tonight.
Oh, you mean so he's getting into character?
Yes. Kenny's changed his name to Bad Bill Baker. He says he's a Western outlaw.
You know, he did look bow-legged when he walked out to sing his song before. But I thought he had pressed his pants over a barrel or something. I didn't know it was a character.
Kenny's been reading a book on how to act by a Mr. Stanislavski.
Uh-huh.
It says that an actor has to live his part.
Oh, so he named you Little Field Mouse to help out with the atmosphere.
Yes. To Kenny, I'm a little Indian child. A caboose.
A caboose. Portland, if you don't stop stooging for Kenny...
Look out, here he comes.
Whoa! Platinum! Hi, Galoots.
Come out from behind those sound effects, Kenneth Baker.
The name's Bad Bill Baker, stranger.
Stranger?
See, Mr. Allen?
Ah, howdy, little field mouse.
Now, stop it, Portland. Cut it out. You sound about as much like a squaw as Bonnie Baker does.
Now, wait a minute there, Bud. You're insulting a lady, partner. And out yonder in my country, that means fight.
All right. Break it up, Kenny.
Where I come from, I'm Bad Bill.
Well, around here, you're just Sweet William. You sound like a West End Avenue Westerner.
Come again with that city talk, partner? I don't savoy.
That's savvy, Kenny, and do me a favor. De-West yourself.
Well, Kenny can't get out of character, Mr. Allen.
You mean the Stanislavski method? You have a choice with the $1 Russian dinner here. You mean the Stanislavski method has got him?
You should have seen what he did to Mr. Goodman today.
What did he do? Try to brand him?
No, Mr. Goodman was stooping over, tying his shoe, and Kenny...
I'll let him have it with my bow and arrow.
This is reminding me, I, Goodman, have a bone to pick with Mr. Baker.
Bad Bill to you, hombre.
Bad Bill, bad schmill. To you, it could belong, this arrow?
Oh, that's Kenny's all right.
Goodman is asking, what's the big idea? Goodman is a target, maybe?
Sorry, stranger. I shot an arrow, I'll know not where.
I found the arrow, and you know where.
Now, you see, Kenny, you'll wind up hurting somebody in that bad man character yet. Mr. Goodman here is in the sketch tonight, and I'll bet he's never even given a thought to the Wild West.
Goodman is thinking plenty about the West, especially when she is saying, to see me come up sometime.
What the... Where can... I hope someday before you die, a rumor reaches you that such a thing as punctuation has been invented. Where can I have a breakdown? Who started this thing?
Stanislavski, partner. Here's his book.
Oh, who needs the book? Kenny, you put that book on acting back on the piano, and you get out of character this minute.
I can't, partner. Mr. Stanislavski doesn't tell you how to get out. He only tells you how to get in. I'm in. I can't get out.
Look, I'll give you one more chance. For the last time, Bad Bill, are you willing to be just plain Kenny Baker again?
I'm willing, Pod, but it's out of my hands. Tell him, little field mouse.
Now, wait a minute. You keep out of this, Portland. There's only one... Tell your writer to get it down a half a tone the next time you're... There's only one way to fix this, Kenny. How did you first get into this character?
I thought myself into it.
Well, thought yourself out of it.
How, Tenderfoot?
Now, look. You are a Western... You are a... You don't mean that. It says that there. Look, you are a Western outlaw, Kenny. Now, if the president pardons you, you won't be an outlaw anymore.
How do I get to see the president?
With the Stanislavski method. You can think yourself into an interview.
Ken?
Why, certainly. Go ahead and try. Make with the mind, Kenny.
Bad Bill Baker. I'm in the White House. Abraham Lincoln is president. I'm standing in front of Abraham Lincoln.
Take your hat off, Kenny.
Please, Mr. Lincoln. Please pardon me, sir. I'll be a good boy.
Ask him if he can free Rochester while you're there.
Kenny.
Shh, Forty. The president's talking. Yes, Mr. Lincoln? Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Well?
Did you hear what Mr. Lincoln said?
Why, no.
I'm pardoned. I'm not Bad Bill the Outlaw anymore.
Well, good. Now that you're through with this nonsense, you go over and rehearse your number.
What for? I won't be here to sing it.
Why not?
I gotta make Denver by sundown.
Denver? Now, wait a minute. You're not an outlaw anymore.
I know. Mr. Lincoln just made a Pony Express rider out of me. Hi-yo, Platinum!
Now, Kenny, Kenny, you quit bucking and come back here.
I can't. I got to hit the trail.
Now, listen, Gene Autry with the light brown mare. You are not leaving this studio.
Stand aside. You're holding up the U.S. mail, gringo.
Oh.
How are you going to get him out of this, Mr. Allen?
Well, I'll have to get him fired, that's all. I wonder if I can get in to see Lincoln. Where's that Stanislavski book?
You're wasting your time, partner. Mr. Lincoln's tied up. When I come out, I saw Mason and Dixon going in.
If I could only get another Lincoln.
Well, can't Mr. Goodman act like President Lincoln and fire Kenny from the Pony Express?
But Goodman can't act.
Goodman can't act, he says. I have just been reading Stanislavski. Put a clove in my mouth, and I, Goodman, am a ham already.
Mr. Goodman, you be Abraham Lincoln.
No, not that. Anything
Kenny, you concentrate on Mr. Goodman being Mr. Lincoln.
I will.
Go ahead, Mr. Goodman.
I could fool some of the people some of the time, but other people will know the people I'm fooling some of the time.
Never mind the prologue. Never mind the prologue, Maestro. Get to the point and fire Kenny.
Okay. So I, President Lincoln, do hereby accusing you, Baker, of being guilty of gross negligee.
You play Lincoln like a Ford V8.
Gosh, Mr. Lincoln, you mean?
Yes. I, Lincoln, you, Baker, am canning. You are no longer a Phony Express.
Oh, boy, did you hear that? I'm through. I'm just little, simple, wide-eyed Kenny again.
The lovable Claude. Well, now that we're all back to normal once more...
Gosh, wasn't Mr. Goodman swell as Mr. Lincoln?
Raymond Massey should live so long. Now, let's get on with the program.
Ready, F.A.?
Ready, Mr. Allen?
Well, picking up the threads where we left off, Mr. Goodman starts the music with...
Music, he says. I have to leave now.
Leave?
There's a crowd waiting.
What crowd?
In 15 minutes, I've got to make a speech at Gettysburg.
That does it. I give up. Now, ladies and gentlemen, while I step out to get measured for a straitjacket, the Martins will regale you with their version of La Conga Pasa.
Calling, the conga's calling, oh, hear the tom-tom of native drum. Chant to the conga's rhythm, you can't resist it, the conga comes. Join in the savage swaying, there's no delaying, the conga's playing. Joy to your heart is springing, so keep on singing, the conga swinging. Hear how it keeps repeating, while drums are beating its savage dance. Feel how the rhythm takes you, and how it wakes you to sweet romance. My love, hearts are swaying to a Congo melody. We dance, time and rapture, we dance. I've been captured by this Congo rhapsody. Those flames of sweet desire that your eyes inspire as we dance away. While drums are beating its savage dance. Feel how the rhythm takes you, and
and how it wakes you to sweet romance. La conga, ya pasa, la conga, se vaya, la conga, brings you romance.
And congratulations on winning the Song Hit Magazine's Plaque of the Month. The Plaque of the Month was awarded to the Martins during the past week. And now, a word from Jimmy Wallington. Hey, Jimmy. Oh, Jimmy.
Oh, huh? Oh, excuse
Yes,
me.
right.
Excuse me, Fred. What's the matter?
Well, what's the matter? What's the matter with you? Standing here in a yogi trance or something? Do you throw yourself into a coma while the comedy's on? I'd say I use the word comedy loosely here. But I mean...
Well, I'm sorry, Fred. I was daydreaming.
Daydreaming at this time of night, Jimmy?
You know, I was just wishing that I were a skywriter.
A sky? Well, aren't you satisfied with being an announcer?
Yes, but skywriters do things on such a big scale, Fred. Gee, if I could get a plane and a sponsor, I could spread a commercial all over the sky in smoke. Imagine people looking up and saying, "There goes Wallington, the skywriter."
Oh, come on, Pilot Wallington. Bail out. Get down to earth.
Well, for that matter, Fred, do you know that there are down-to-earth messages written in smoke, too?
Well, how do you mean, Jimmy?
Well, take the smoke coming from the exhaust pipe of a car. Now, that's a message that might mean trouble. It's very likely to be a sign of excessive engine wear that only an expensive repair job can correct. But you can do something before your car becomes a smoker. A change to insulated Haviland motor oil will help avoid risks from 3 sources of wear that commonly cause smoke: heat, cold, and oil impurities. For insulated Haviland stands up under today's high engine temperatures, which break down ordinary oils and expose vital parts to wear. It flows freely in cold weather, too. And that's important, for engines wear faster when starting. Haviland is also distilled to remove carbon-forming impurities. Heed the smoke warning. Change to insulated Haviland at Texaco dealers. The Texaco Star Theater continues immediately after a short pause for your station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York.
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we revive the Texaco Roundtable. There are so many roundtables and discussion groups on the air these days, all debating momentous questions, that it seems only fitting that one group should dedicate itself to the cause of simple issues and trivia. The Texaco Roundtable invites 3 members of our studio audience to sit in for an unrehearsed discussion on anything. You can bring your own topic. We'll do what we can with it. No subject too trivial, no topic too insignificant. Now, the meeting is formally open for this evening, the session. Portland presents our first guest.
Mr. Murray Corman from New York City.
Well, good evening, Mr. Corman.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
May I ask you, it's always customary on quiz sessions of this sort to ask a person's profession or business. Why, I don't know. Unless we want to know who you are in case furniture is missing or other equipment. May I ask your profession, Mr. Corman?
I'm a photographer.
A commercial photographer or portrait? Or
portrait and theatrical.
Theatrical? Do you know?
Society photographer.
Society photographer?
Combination.
Oh, I see. A combination photographer. Where is your... do you do any commercial work?
Quite a bit.
Are you located here in the city?
Manhattan, on one studio on Madison and one on Broadway.
Oh, that's you all over with the...
all over.
With the
East
tripod.
and the west side.
With the tripod, hey? Well, tell me, as a commercial and a portrait photographer, Mr. Corman, which would you prefer to photograph? A beautiful girl or a pineapple, since you do...
A beautiful girl.
A beautiful girl?
Which I really do photograph.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that. If you had said a pineapple, I was going to send for Bellevue. I was going to ask them to stop by when they made the nightly trip for me. But doesn't it you photograph a lot of beautiful models?
About 800,000 up to date.
800,000 up to date.
And Jack Benny's blue eyes.
Blue eyes, really? Oh, you sell glasses on the side? But doesn't it get monotonous, all of those beautiful girls, Mr. Corman, all beautiful models day after day? Aren't there times when you just give anything to have a homely dame walk in?
No, to me, a beautiful woman is like to that poet who wrote about the trees. Nothing lovelier than a tree. To me, there's nothing lovelier than a beautiful woman.
Well, that's the photographer's attitude. Of course, I don't know. If you're a tree surgeon, nothing is as beautiful to you as an old broken-down maple. I mean, all in the point of view. Well, thanks a lot, Mr. Corman. And now, Portland?
Miss Jean Weiss from New York City.
Well, good evening, Miss Weiss.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
May I ask your profession or occupation?
Yes, I'm a secretary to Professor Hallenbeck, Teachers College.
Oh, Professor Hallenbeck at Teachers College, yes. Are you really? His secretary?
I'm his secretary.
What does the professor specialize in, may I ask?
Adult education mainly, and sociology, too.
Adult education?
Yes.
What is that? Does he have classes for adults who are in their second childhood? Sort of a kindergarten for adults who are in their second childhood?
Not exactly, Mr. Allen. We have classes mostly for teachers of adults.
Oh, for teachers of adults. You do it the hard way.
We do it the hard way.
Your face looks... Oh, excuse me. Your face looks awfully familiar, Miss Weiss. Have I seen your... Well, it really does. Haven't I seen your picture in the newspapers or the magazines recently within the last month or so?
I'm afraid you have.
For what?
Well, that's the story. I'll make it as brief as I can.
Would you care to tell her?
Well, I don't know. I've been trying to live it down.
Oh, I think we ought to have the truth now, after all.
When I was a little girl in elementary school, a good many of us, I think a lot of other children also in the schools at the same age, about the same age that I was, were given intelligence tests.
Oh, IQ ratings?
That's right.
Oh, I know now. You were a member of the group of child prodigies who came back to Teachers College around the first of the year, the end of December, to report on what had happened to you in later life. Is that right?
And we're caught by some of the photographers
your picture
and reporters.
Your picture was in the paper. That's right. Well, tell me, were you a child prodigy?
I'm afraid not.
Weren't you? Well, you must have been to acquire that rating.
I don't think my IQ was really very high, and I'm sure that... subsequent events in my life certainly haven't proved anything.
You mean that being a child prodigy has hampered you in later life?
No, I wouldn't want to say that.
Well, how did it feel?
I think I just wasn't a child prodigy.
It was all a huge mistake, huh? Mm-hmm. You're trying to live it down now? Well, of course, I never had that trouble at school. Everyone knew that I was going to grow up to be a radio comedian because, as a little boy, I was subnormal, and there was no other... But my IQ still is rather low. I've been turned down by 2 quiz programs, to participate. Well, thank you, Miss Weiss. And now, Portland?
Mr. Leo Franklin from Washington Heights, New York.
Good evening. You beat me to it. Well, thank you, Mr. Franklin. May I ask your business or profession?
I'm a plumber.
A plumber, are you really? You have your own firm, do you?
No, I work for someone.
Oh, do you? You plumb for another. Well, tell me, have you done any outstanding plumbing around the city? Have you worked in any of the large buildings?
Yes, and I worked on Radio City.
You did? You didn't do it all alone. You had a boy with you. You did? You did? Did you really work on Radio City?
Yes, sir.
Well, I wish I had known that. I was over there working 2 years ago, and we couldn't stop a hot water faucet. And if I had known where you were... But Radio City is really a wonderful accomplishment, don't you think? Group of buildings.
Yes, I think it's one of the greatest in New York.
Development, 14 buildings like that. You know, I never knew till yesterday who the janitor was in Radio City. It's Superman. I never knew. Well, thanks a lot, Mr. Franklin. That seems to bring us to our question. And tonight we take up a matter that concerns impetuous youth. The youth of today, with its clubs and movements, has a tendency to frown on and ignore the customs and manners that were accepted by its parents. Years ago, before a couple married, the immediate families of the prospective bride and groom held a conference and ultimately bestowed their blessings on the couple, or the meeting ended up in a free-for-all, with both families participating. Today, a boy with the key to his father's car and 2 gallons of gas proposes to a girl and they elope. 2 months later, they turn up on the Goodwill Court. Now, our question tonight is, should boys and girls, the modern youth who have been sold on Cupid, consult their parents before getting married? Now, Mr. Corman, how do you feel about that?
Well, I'm still old-fashioned. I think they should.
You think they should? Are you married?
No.
You are? Well, when you do get married, do you think that you will take the matter up with your parents and the bride's parents to make sure that everyone is happy?
I guess I'll do that.
But while you're taking it up, your father might give you a good tip to abandon the whole project. I know that could happen, too. How do you feel about it, Miss Weiss? Do you think the modern youth should consult the parents or discuss matters before marriage is entered into?
I think they should decide themselves.
You think they should ignore the parents?
No, I don't think they should ignore them. I think they can take them into conference if they like. I think they can discuss it separately with their parents, but not necessarily with the parents of the prospective bridegroom.
Oh, I see. Well, suppose the parents objected. What would you, as an ex-child prodigy...
As an ex-child prodigy, I don't think it would really matter to me. I think I still marry the man I want to marry.
You think you would, despite your parents, or...
Yes, except I don't think that, well... I'd rather think that my parents would agree with me.
Oh, you think? Well, of course, if you bend your parents to your will, of course, then you have no problem. And Mr. Franklin, how do you feel about it?
Well, I think they should do what they want to do.
Do regardless of the parents, huh? You don't think they should do as they did years ago? Everybody sit in and hash it all over, and the boy comes in for a 3rd degree. And,
no, I don't think so.
You don't think so, huh? Well, I guess that's the new trend. And, of course, I don't know. I know they told me I'm a minute over already. But what is a minute in eternity? A vice president waves a tired finger at you and tells you you're a minute over. What is it going to mean 20 years from now? Well, I think that we have we've accomplished practically something here. What it is, I won't know offhand until the votes are in. But I do think we have accomplished a lot this evening. Cupid has been set back 200 years. Youth has been put in its place. And parents restored to a position where they can run their own quizzes before the wedding. Now, on this note of delusion, we close our forum. And entirely unrehearsed, to our board, I say, thank you all a lot for your kind cooperation. Gentlemen, Kenny Baker sings for us a Southern medley, 3 old songs I'm sure you'll welcome once again. Old Susanna, I Cannot Sing the Old Songs, and Yalla Gal That Winked at Me. Will you proceed, Colonel Baker?
Your attention I asked for a while, to a song I'm going to sing you. It's about a pretty yeller gal I met while I was walking, and she threw such a glance at me. She was pretty and as sweet as a flower, such clothes you never did see. She'd a darling little bonnet with a flower garden on it, had the yeller gal that winked at me. Oh, my, she looked so sweet, and she dressed so neat, with her tilting hoops and pretty little feet, as she went skipping along. The pretty little yeller gal I met while I was walking, and she threw such a glance at me. As she skipped across the gutter, my heart went in a flutter, for the yeller gal that winked at me. I cannot sing
long years ago. For heart and voice would fail me, and foolish tears would flow. For bygone hours come o'er my heart with each familiar strain. I cannot sing the old songs or dream those dreams again. I cannot sing the old songs or dream those dreams again. I come from Alabama with a banjo on my knee. I'm a going to Louisiana, my through the bowl sea. Oh, it rained all night and the day I left, the weather it was dry. The sun so hot I froze to death. Susanna, don't you cry. Oh, Susanna, oh, don't you cry for me. I come from Alabama with a banjo on my knee. Oh, Susanna, oh, don't you cry for me. I come from Alabama with a banjo on my knee. Oh, Susanna.
Thank you. Thank you. And now we have a most unusual guest, Miss Minerva Bulge. What is your profession again, Miss Bulge?
I run an alibi clinic.
An alibi clinic? Well, just what is that?
Well, you get arrested for something. You call me, and I whip you up an alibi.
Oh, you mean if I get arrested?
I give you an alibi. Give me a case, and I'll show you.
Oh, now, let me see. Suppose my inherent kleptomania creeps up on me some evening, and I break into a cigar store and accidentally crack open the cash register. I'm caught in the act, so I called you up. Now, what alibi do you furnish?
You went into the cigar store to get a couple of cigars.
Yeah?
You was breaking open the cash register only to put in a nickel.
Marvelous. You not only supply the alibi, you know how much I pay for my cigars. Let me see. I'll try you with another case. Now, suppose I'm arrested for stealing a horse in a small town, of course. I call you up.
You seen a horseshoe and picked it up for luck. Yeah. Was it your fault a horse was fastened onto it?
I didn't even notice the horse, little old short-sighted eye. Now, one more case. Suppose I'm pinched for blocking traffic because I can't get my car started. I call you up, Mr.
Don't call her, Fred. In that case, call me.
You, Jimmy, you have an alibi when cars won't start quickly?
A perfect alibi. You can blame duds, those sluggish, slow-action elements in gasoline, for those long, drawn-out starts that dangerously overwork your battery on cold days. And here's why. Duds get in their deadening work in the carburetor of your car, where you must get starting action from just a few ounces of chilled gasoline. Duds refuse to take the spark quickly. You don't want duds, and you don't get duds in Fire Chief. They're out. That's why Fire Chief's full power gives you fast starts, spares your battery, saves you trouble. Yes, in Fire Chief, you're getting only the lively, responsive elements in gasoline. The ones that vaporize quickly, fire evenly. So next time, try Texaco Fire Chief. There's not a dud in a tank full.
Thank you. And now the Texaco Workshop Players. Tonight, they present an episode based on Darryl Zanuck's great screen epic, Western Union.
Western Union.
Rush this, please. Birthday blank.
Western Union.
Kittygram 24, signed Papa.
Western Union.
Happy Mother's Day, Mother. Send it collect.
Western Union.
Night letter.
Western Union.
Day letter.
Western Union. Western Union. Western Union.
That is Western Union today. But back in 1865, things were different. In those days, a small band of hardy pioneers was surmounting insurmountable obstacles to string Western Union's wires through a hostile country overrun with savage Indians. Let us look back on the days when men were men and the Lone Ranger had somebody with him.
The year, 1865. The place, the Howling Wilderness, 20 miles south of Tutaw, Utah. Big Ed Allen and his brave little band of Western Union wire stringers are surrounded by Crow Indians. As our turkey opens, we find Big Ed and his sister Sue in their little shack. Indians menace them on every side.
Sister Sue,
Yes, Brother Ed?
send a message through to Salt Lake or we're done for.
What's the message?
Western Union, main office, Salt Lake. Surrounded by Crow Indians. Quick, send help. How many words is that?
7. You got 3 more.
Put in 3 more helps. Sign it Big Ed.
Okay.
Now, if they'll only answer, we can hang on.
Look, an error.
Doggone them red heathens. I'll take another shot at 'em. There, take that, you scalping swine. Jeepers, if help don't get here from Salt Lake soon, it's the end of Western Union.
Another error.
It almost got me.
Why don't you give up and go back east, Big Ed?
Western Union has got to get through, Sue. Them ornery Crow half-breeds with their arrows and guns ain't a stopping Western Union.
They might be stopping up.
Not yet, they ain't. Send another message through to Salt Lake. I'll tell them what I'm going through here. Maybe they'll send help faster.
What's the message?
Start off with a mess of help.
Okay. What's next?
Ma Day. 9 a.m. Send out wire stringing party of 8. 10 a.m. Send out party of 2 to bury party of 8. 11 a.m. Send out party of 1 to bury party of 2. There goes the party of 1. Well, you and me is alone, Sister Sue. What's that?
If it ain't my knees, it's someone to the back door.
Well, I'll kiver the door. Clear!
I've got it. I've got it, I tell you.
You got what?
At last, I have invented the telephone.
What's that got to do with me and Sue here, partner?
Isn't this the story of Alexander Graham Bell?
This is Western Union.
Oh, shoot, I'm in the wrong picture.
Hit the road, Magee. Doggone fool is double feature loco. Hey, horse's hoofs. Who is it? Are them Indians charging?
Nope. It's a kivered wagon pulling up back of a shack.
It's them reinforcements from Salt Lake, Sister Lou. We're saved. Open the door.
Okay, Big Ed.
Who are you, stranger?
Who else? Buffalo Al Goodman. Yippee.
Short-winded, ain't you? Western Union sends you?
No, here's my card, Tenderfeet.
Buffalo Al Goodman and his prairie cat. Music for any occasion.
I'm a rootin' tootin' buckaroo from Western Local 802. Yippee.
Well, we was expecting a band.
This could be it. Show him, partner.
Now, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Stop that welding and caterwauling. Get going and take them disciples of pandemonium along with you.
Okay. Goodman is hitting the trial.
That trail.
Who knows? I'm Fadiman, maybe?
Now, listen, Goodman.
Who is Goodman? Goodman, no longer Lincoln, is back with a new character.
Well, get out, both of you.
So we're going.
Worst mess of hillbillies I ever hear. I can get sweeter sounds. Filing McAllister. Another bullet in the wall. Doggone shacks are full of lead. Every time I lean against a wall, I get writing on my back. Who's Sister Sue? Look out.
It's 4 men in uniform.
Reinforcements at last. Open that door.
Okay.
Big Ed Allen?
Yeah.
Captain Baker of Western Union reporting from Salt Lake main office. Advance, man.
Right, Captain.
Okay, Captain.
Yes, Captain.
Are you men Indian scouts, sharpshooters from Western Union?
No, we're Singogram Quartet, number 2.
What?
We've got a singogram about your reinforcements. Let's go, men. 1, 2.
Though the Indians are here, reinforcements are near, Western Union is sending squad. Why? It is 500 strong, they'll be here before long.
Oh, I'll finish this message or die. Oh.
Word if he didn't do nothing else. Kept his word if he didn't do nothing else.
Look at the help they sent us, Big Ed, brother. The whole quartet laying there on the floor.
Well, 'tain't the first singogram quartet that's been flat, sister.
Them blasted Crow Injuns.
What are them yowling bucks up to now?
They're starting the war dance, making a big circle round the shack.
Looks like we're done for, Sister Sue. Looks like we're crowbait. Looks like the end of Western Union.
Reckon this is the Injun chief.
Open the door slow, Sue, sister gal. I'll draw a bead on him.
Okay.
Come in, Redskin.
Redskin, he says. It is I, Goodman, again.
Buffalo Al. I thought you'd vamoose.
Frankly, the Indians are chasing Goodman and his band back with Sammy Hawks.
Tommy Hawks, you mean?
Tommy Hawks, Sammy Hawks, they are cutting your hair off.
Looks like we're done for, Big Ed, brother.
Hold on. Big Ed's got him an idea, Sister Sue. Buffalo Al, you can save the day. You can get rid of them Crow Indians.
How? A short line, but Goodman is saying it.
You can get back out to your wagon. You can get back out to your wagon, Buffalo. Tell your band to start playing. Soon as you begin playing, start your kibbered wagon rolling.
Conducting while driving? This is difficult.
Just start playing. Them Indians won't hurt you.
This I could have in writing, maybe?
Get out to that wagon and start playing. It's our only chance. What do you say?
Goodman, like a fool, is going. Okay, boys, start playing.
Look, Big Ed, brother. The Injuns, they're throwing away their guns and bows.
I know that.
They're running down the road, cheering and trying to get in the wagon.
Them Redskins is gone for good, Sue.
You're sure, Big Ed?
Them Injuns will follow Goodman and his music from now on.
How come, Big Ed, brother?
Them Injuns are crows, Sue, sister, and a crow will go for corn every time. We've saved Western Union.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Did you read King's Row? I never read such a fascinating story.
hounds uptown starts taking a girl from the lower end of town out buggy riding at night, people talk.
I married you. That'd shut their traps.
I wouldn't marry you, Drake.
Are you frightened?
No.
We were going to run away. She'd been getting out to meet me for a long time. Do I need to say anything more?
Did Dr. Tower know anything about this?
I guess I wouldn't be here today if he had.
Don't. Even now, don't say anything you don't mean. I don't even know how I feel about you.
Dr. Tower, I'm going to ask you a question perhaps you won't like answering. Is Dr. Gordon a good doctor?
Not a very tactful question, young man. Not a very ethical one for a young doctor-to-be to ask.
Ever since I can remember, I've noticed things.
Drake finds out.
You'll never find out.
Yes, he will. She'll come again or someone else will. That kind of news always gets home. That would.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Mind if I sit here and watch the plaza with you, Mr. Dillon?
Hmm? Oh, sure. Sit down, Chester. Sit down.
I got spring fever, I guess.
Yeah, I guess everybody has.
That'll change soon enough.
It will?
Sure. As soon as the first trail herd hits Dodge.
Yeah, I suppose.
Them Texas cowboys. Mr. Dillon, they all ought to be hobbled and have one arm tied behind their back all the time they're here.
No, I don't know, Chester.
They're just troublemakers, sir. They're bad enough at home, but they're worse away from it.
Well, there are plenty of bad men who never saw Texas.
Yes, and there are darn few Texans who ain't bad.
Where'd you say you're from, Chester?
Well, Waco. But that don't change my opinion one bit, Mr. Dillon. In fact, it just proves I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, here comes a Texan now, Chester. Look at his rig.
Yes, sir, it sure is. Now, what's he doing here?
Yeah, looking for somebody to shoot, according to you. You know him?
No, sir, I don't. But then most everybody I knew in Texas has been hung by now.
I'm looking for the U.S. Marshal. You're wearing a star, so maybe you're him.
Sit down, stranger.
You Matt Dillon?
That's my name.
All right. I'm Phil Jacks. I'm with a herd of 3,000 San Saba cattle about 5 days' drive from here. The name of the trail boss is Dolph Quince.
Dolph Quince? Oh, he was up here last year. Give him my regards, will you?
You give them to him, Marshal.
Well, I'll be glad to. You'll be here in about 5 days, you say?
He will if we don't run into any more trouble. Said for you to ride back with me, Marshal.
No? What did he say? Why?
Well, didn't say nothing except for me to ride into Dodge and find you.
Well, can you tell me what this is all about?
It's about Kansas, Marshal.
Kansas?
We don't like it.
Well, for heaven's sake, if you don't like it, why don't you stay in Texas instead of coming up here raising all kinds of trouble, getting people's backs up, drinking, shooting, carrying
I haven't
on?
even said hello to you, mister.
No, I know it, and let's leave it that way. Chester, what's got into you anyway? It's been mighty peaceful around here lately, sir. Now the first Texas herd ain't even over the horizon, and already there's trouble. Why don't you people drive your old mossy horn steers to California anyway?
Why'd you leave Texas, mister?
What?
I know a Texan when I see one. You all riled up because you don't like Kansas anybody else does.
Yes, and I don't like Texas neither.
Texas is sure rough on women and dogs, ain't it?
My gracious, I ain't heard that since I was a boy. All right, you got me pegged. I'll shut up. Oh, now we're getting someplace.
You ready to go, Marshal?
Well, Dolph Quince is a good man. He wouldn't have sent you here without a reason. Yeah, but Mr. Dillon, you Chester, suppose you take Jax over to the Dodge House for a good feed, huh? Looks like he could use it. I'll get ready and I'll meet you there in about an hour, huh? Yes, sir, but what about me? Well, like you say, there won't be any trouble till the Texans arrive. I'd like for you to stay here anyway. Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon. Come on, Jackson. It's just down the street. Oh, don't shoot him, Chester. I'll never find that herd alone.
I aim to buy him a drink first, Marshal, and just temper him down a little.
Now, say, that's not a bad idea at all. Take your pick, Mr. Jacks. We have a goodly number of very choice saloons here in Dodge. I hadn't been out on the prairie for some weeks, and I found its usual monotony broken a little by the freshness of spring, with great patches of green standing out against the natural sunburnt color of last year's grass. We rode over about 30 miles of it before dark, and Jax figured we'd find the San Saba herd by evening the next day. And sure enough, an hour or two after we'd crossed the Cimarron next afternoon, we spotted the herd's dust ahead of us. We rode up to the chuck wagon just as the cook was hollering for the men to come and get it.
Just drop your saddle anywheres, Marshal. I'll turn your horse in with a remuda.
Yeah, all right, thanks, Jack.
Dolph Quince will be over there by the fire somewhere.
Yeah, I'll find him.
All right, come on. Come on.
What's he doing? I don't know. I can't understand it. Sure, it sure is. What's he doing here? Looking for somebody to shoot, according to... Camp, ask the cook for a plate. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'll go with you. I need some more coffee. You like buffalo veal? One of the boys roped and shot a calf this morning. Sure, I like it fine. Guess it was buffalo that scared our horses last night. Old remuda broke loose. Hey, cook, give this man a plate of meat.
Sure thing, Doc.
Yeah, it looks mighty good. You know, Jackson and I haven't eaten since morning. Give me some coffee, will you?
Yep.
Thanks, cook. Nesta woman came to the bed ground before daylight this morning. Oh? Yeah, I had a boy with her driving a wagon. Asked if we had any little calves that had been dropped during the night. Well, she probably picks up calves from all the herds that pass this way, huh? Yeah, we'd have to get rid of them anyway. So I let her have them. Even if she was a Kansan. Oh? Where was her husband?
dead, according to the boy.
Oh, I see.
You know, if there'd been a Kansas man asked for calves, I don't think I could have talked these boys into allowing it.
Oh, is that so?
It sure is, Marshal. Say, you got any tobacco? Mine's a mite dry.
Oh, yeah, sure. Oh. There you are. Here. Fix yourself a smoke.
Thanks, Marshal.
Tell me, Dolph, have you seen any Kansas jayhawkers on the way up?
How do you know, Marshal?
Well, just a guess.
2 nights ago, some of them jayhawkers managed to sneak up on Snyder over there when he was out on guard. They stripped him and flogged him and then stampeded the cattle. We had our hands full for the next few hours, or we might have caught up with them.
I see. Any trouble since?
Not yet.
Dolph, the ordinary Kansan hates jayhawkers as much as you do. They're nothing but shifty, murderous criminals. They got started on the Missouri border during the war, and they got the taste of blood in their mouths, and, well, now it's like they got no place to go.
We can show them a place.
Well, they're bandits, that's all. You got bandits in Texas. That doesn't make every Texan one, does it?
It's kind of hard to make the men see that, Marshal.
Yeah, I know.
I'll join you, if you don't mind.
Sit down, Judge.
Yeah.
I've been complaining to the Marshal about our welcome here.
I hear the trail drivers buying off jayhawkers, $2 or $3 a head. You see, 3,000 head, that cost us.
I ain't paying nobody nothing.
Well, they ain't asked us yet, but I'll kill the first one I see anyway.
Maybe they won't bother you again, huh?
Marshal, every dollar I got's in these cattle and all the money my relatives and friends could raise, too. We've come a long way from San Saba, and we're almost to Dodge. I'd hate to lose now.
Well, Dolph, I don't know quite what I can do.
Raise a posse?
No, not for this sort of work. There'll be herds coming up from now into September.
What about the Army?
Well, they're out chasing the Indians, as usual.
Well, figured that. I'd to ask anyways.
One reason I wanted you to come down here was to ride with us a few days, get to know the boys a little. They're in a bad temper, and when they hit Dodge, they're going to be looking for Kansas scalps.
I'll ride with you.
I figured you would. You see, Marshal, the way we look at it, the good citizens of Dodge are out to fleece us anyway, and on top of that, they hire gunfighters to shoot us as soon as we kick up our heels a little. All in all, it makes for bad feeling.
Well, there's some misunderstanding on both sides, I guess.
Yeah, you and I know that. Hey, Cook, give this man a plate of meat.
Sure thing, Doc. Go over there and ask for a job. I told him to eat first.
Must be crazy. Where is he?
I'll go get him.
Dolph, I'd like to stand guard tonight, huh?
No need for that.
Well, if I'm riding with you, I'll do my share of the work.
All right. You go out with the second watch. The Wrangler will give you a night horse.
Thanks.
Yes, Dolph. This here's Dolph Quince, trail boss.
Mr. Quince.
Quince will do.
Well, my name's Studer. Carl Studer.
You lost?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, do you know we're only 4 days' drive out of Dodge?
I was wondering if you could use a hand.
For 4 days?
That'd help.
You must be awful hungry.
I thought maybe you'd be driving past Dodge.
Well, I'm not. We'll feed you from here to Dodge if you work. I won't pay you anything, though. I haven't got the money, and I don't need a hand anyway.
Thank you.
Hey, by the way, where are you from?
Colorado.
Then you ain't a Kansan.
No.
Good. Maybe the boys won't tear you apart. You'll be on the third watch tonight, Studer.
All right.
There's the sort of man spends his whole miserable life just looking for salt pork and sundown.
Yeah. If that's all he's looking for.
What do you mean?
Oh, just an old habit of mine, Dolph. I wouldn't still be alive if I trusted everybody on first sight.
You don't trust this fella?
No, he's probably all right. Still, I'd keep him in camp, unless it's daylight.
How come?
I wouldn't put him on night guard, Dolph.
All right. Marshal, I always thought I led a hard life. Till now, I think you beat me.
Well, I got shot at more than you, that's all.
Maybe that's it. You better stretch out somewhere. You'll be out singing to those cow brutes in 2 hours.
Yeah. Well, I'll see you later, Dolph.
Breakfast at 4. You'll find it don't take long to stay all night at this ranch.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, right now, our country is engaged in an all-out effort to fight aggression and preserve our democratic freedom. The future of America concerns us all. That's why we should all help to make that future as bright as possible. By buying United States savings bonds, you can help make American freedom secure, and at the same time, you'll be automatically saving for your own financial security. Buy an extra bond for your future and Uncle Sam's. Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
I didn't have much chance that night to get to know the boys. On guard, 2 of us rode around the herd in opposite directions, singing or humming a little to let the cattle know where we were. And after 2 hours, we were relieved by the 3rd watch. But at breakfast the next morning, the men treated me a little less like a gunfighter hired to shoot them when they got to Dodge. After the cattle had grazed for a few miles and we got them on the trail, I started to forget I was a lawman myself. Jackson and I were riding the swing of the herd when Dolph Quint slipped up behind us.
Hey, how's it feel to be a trail hand, Marshal?
There's nothing to it. But I could sleep all winter like you do.
When would you spend your money?
I already offered to trade jobs with the marshal. Dolph, you know where I found him in Dodge?
Hanging a horse thief, I hope.
Yeah, not likely. Sitting idle in a chair, taking in the sun like an old man.
Don't let it fool you, Jax. I've seen him move. Hey, you 2 crossed the Cimarron yesterday. What's it like?
Oh, the water's gone down. You won't have any trouble.
I was also thinking about the sand.
It was sound where we was, Dolph.
Then we'll cross right there. You go up ahead and ride point, Jax. Lead us to it. Take that new fella Studer with you.
I don't need him.
I want him up front where I can see him.
Okay.
First crossing I tried last year had a quicksand bottom. It would bog a saddle blanket.
Huh? Did you lose many cattle?
30 head. Couldn't even dig their tails out.
Yeah. You know, Dolph, I sometimes wonder if it's worth it to you, driving cattle up here.
Texas is bankrupt, Marshal. The war broke us. All we got is these wild, longhorn cattle.
Yeah, I know. But maybe there'll be an easier way someday.
We'd starve waiting for the railroad.
I suppose so. Anyway, this San Saba herd of yours is the first to reach Dodge this year. The prices are high. You ought to profit $20 a head.
I hope so. What's Dodge like now? Been a year since I was there.
Well, it's double its size. They got a new restaurant, a place called Delmonico's. Got about 5 new saloons.
Well.
A new barber shop.
With money in your pocket, Dodge could offer high-class entertainment.
Almost anything you want.
The boys will be glad to know.
Hey, it's up ahead. Come on, hurry!
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, right now, our country is...
There's Jack's lying on the ground. They shot him, Marshal.
The man with the blanket, that's Studer. I'm going after him, Doc. You take care of Jack's.
There go the cattle. They're off. Get him, Marshal. Get him alive.
I'll get him. As I followed Studer, a few shots whipped past my head, but they didn't come from him. They came from behind a small rise he was headed for. Whoever was shooting was still too far away from me to worry about. I wanted to take care of Studer first. And slowly the distance between us closed. I pulled my rifle out of the boot and I snapped one off at him. He threw up his hands and pitched forward out of the saddle. I glanced at him as I rode past and crossed him off as one jayhawker less. When I reached the rise, I jumped off my horse and ran up it on foot. Near the top, I got down and I crawled. When I poked my head over, there was only one man in sight. The other jayhawkers, if there had been any, had disappeared. This one was afoot, and he was running for his horse. I took my time and put a shot into the cantle of his saddle, and the horse bolted. The man dropped behind a rock and lay there. He was only half covered, so I stood up. And a step at a time started toward him down the hill.
That's far enough, mister. Go on back. You're in pistol range now. Stand right there, you.
All right, fella. Put down and come forward.
All I want's a horse, and I'll get out of here. We won't bother you no more.
You sure won't.
Just let me on a horse.
Now listen to me. I'm a United States Marshal. You give up and I promise there'll be no lynching. You'll get a fair trial.
No.
If you don't give up, you're going to die. Right where you are.
Let it go, I'm warning you.
I'm coming after you. You just had to try it, didn't you?
You leave a bloody trail, Marshal.
Yeah.
I brought Snyder with me. After the whipping they gave him the other night, I figured he deserved to be in on this.
Guess I'm too late. Looks like the marshal's done taking care of everybody.
Be glad you don't have to kill a man, son.
I don't think I'd mind, Marshal.
Yeah, I know. Tell me, Dolph, how's Jax?
Dead.
No.
Studer shot him in the back of the head.
He was a good man.
The boys have got the lead cattle turned. We'll let them mill around for an hour and then graze them out.
Good. I left my horse over the rise there, Snyder. Would you get him for me, please?
Yeah, sure. Come on.
Looks like you walked right down onto this man.
I tried to take him alive, like you asked.
Guess I just wanted to hang him myself. Anyway, I'm glad he's dead.
Yeah.
Marshal, we'll be burying Jax out here. I'm wondering if you might know how to do it. Maybe a prayer or something.
Well, I'm not... Yeah, I'll try, Dolph.
Let's get back in.
When we got back to where Jax had fallen, the cook had driven the chuck wagon up and was busy fixing coffee for the men. even though it was far from noon. The cattle were spread out and feeding now. And one by one, the men rode up, sober and quiet, with just a glance at Jack's where he lay covered by his saddle blanket. The grave was soon dug, and with the end gate of the chuck wagon for a headstone, Phil Jacks was placed in the ground and covered with prairie earth. Their hats in their hands, the Texas men watched in silence.
If you will, Marshal, we're ready now.
Yeah. We brought nothing into this world. Neither may we carry anything out of this world. The Lord giveth, and the Lord taketh away.
Even as it pleaseth the Lord.
Yeah. Even as it pleaseth the Lord, so cometh things to pass. Blessed be the name of the Lord. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Oh, Snyder?
Yeah.
I want you to do something for me, if you will.
What?
Well, I smuggled a quart of wagon yard whiskey out of Dodge when I came down here. The cook's got it hid in the chuck wagon.
Well, now, Marshal...
It's not much, but it'll cut the alkali in your drinking water. Why don't you get it and pass it out to the men, huh?
Mighty decent of you, Marshal.
Always wants a drink of the Marshal's whiskey. Get on over to the chuck wagon.
There's times when a drink's good for a man's soul, Marshal. I guess this is one of them.
I think Jax would approve.
He sure would. By the way, Marshal, the boys all know how you handle them jayhawkers.
Oh?
It ain't changed their mind about Kansas much, but maybe they think a little more highly of the law around here. Of the kind of gunfighter hired by the law, anyway.
That's good.
Of course, it don't mean they won't hoorah Dodge little when we get there.
I expect that.
Sure. Come on. We got a drink coming out of that bottle, too.
3 days later, the San Saba herd reached Mulberry Creek, about 10 miles south of Dodge. Dolph Quince decided to hold it there till he got it sold. So I said goodbye to the men and rode on into Dodge ahead of them. We'd meet again. In the plaza, at the Texas Trail, at the Alafraganza. And I was sure of one thing. Short of gunplay, that particular bunch of Texas cowboys were going to be allowed to hoorah Dodge unmolested.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin and Harry Bartell, with Sam Edwards, Jack Prussian, and Jim Nusser. Parley Bear is Chester. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Tomorrow evening, the Edgar Bergen Show with Charlie McCarthy presents a drama titled The Blue Egg of Happiness as its own comical Easter observance. Edgar's daughter, Candy Bergen, age 6, visits the show, and we'll also hear from Jack Kirkwood, who plays a bear, Arthur Q. Bryan, who plays the Easter Bunny, and band leader Ray Noble, who plays a skunk. Remember, it's Bergen and McCarthy tomorrow night on most of these same stations, bringing you laughs along with Jack Benny, Amos and Andy, and the rest of your Sunday nighters on CBS Radio. George Walsh speaking. America's 45 million radio families listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Out of the city's jungle night comes the clawing, burning impact of a killer's kiss. It hits with the gut shock of a knockout punch. A picture as brazen as the naked bulbs of Broadway, and as hard as the New York streets where it was shot.
Can't you get it, Vinny? To me, you're just an old man. You smell bad.
I could kill you right here and now.
Oh, I don't think you will.
I wouldn't be too sure of that.
Don't kill me. I don't want to die. I'll do anything you say. Anything.
He was lost as soon as he looked at her.
I love you.
Caught in a double cross, as dirty as the alley where they planned to end it.
I'm gonna count to 3, and if you still don't know, I'm gonna blow your brains out. 1, 2. She's in a loft on 24th Street. How'd she get there? Boys are waiting at her apartment. Is she all right?
All rules are off. All fouls are fair. As man meets murder in the stabbing, slashing climax, that's the payoff for a killer's kiss.
Our next guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with From Alpha to Omega. What is so rare as a day in June, cried the poet. Well, I know something. That's a June bride who can turn out a perfect home-cooked meal. But don't be downhearted. That new husband of yours will forgive you for an awful lot if you bring on a swell-looking, swell-tasting dessert. And that means Jell-O. There's no fuss or trouble with Jell-O. There's nothing to go wrong. Dissolves instantly in hot water, sets quickly in icebox or refrigerator, and comes out in a shimmering mold of beauty that looks and tastes like $1 million. There are 6 delicious flavors, and every one is extra rich. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. They're simply swell, served just as is, or you can garnish them with any fruits in season. And Jell-O is one of the thriftiest desserts you can serve. Every husband appreciates that. So skip around to your grocer tomorrow and look for those big red letters on the box that spell Jell-O. That was From Alpha to Omega, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, greetings from Hollywood. In just a moment, you will hear from your Hollywood reporter with his frank comments about motion pictures, radio, and their glamorous stars. A man who will startle you with his sensational scoops. And here he is, folks, that human dynamo, Jimmy Fiddler Benny.
Hello again, this is Jimmy Benny the Fiddler, coming to you from Hollywood. Hollywood, that small body of land entirely surrounded by racetracks. And here we go with our news bulletin. Exclusive. Now that Robert Taylor and Barbara Stanwyck are married, and Tyrone Power has recently wed Annabella, who will be next? Gossips have it that May Robeson and Mickey Rooney have been seen dining and dancing together in the late night spot. But take it from me, they are just good friends. Attention, New York reporters. Eddie Cantor, comedian, noted for his 5 daughters, is in your town celebrating his 25th wedding anniversary. On their way back to California, Eddie and his wife Ida will spend a week at Sun Valley. Watch this column. Watch this column for further development. Back to Hollywood. Movie stars seen recently in Ruby Foo's Chinese restaurant ordering their specialty, Egg Foo Young, were Robert Young, Loretta Young, Roland Young, Victor Young, Clara Kimball Young, and young Dr. Kildare. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a special scoop.
Hello, Jack. What are you doing?
Quiet, Mary. More Hollywood news. Miss Ginger Fizdale, new child singing discovery, who is destined to become a great star, will be professionally known as Gin Fizz. She is 3 years old, and in her first screen effort, Bobby Breen will play the part of her father. More Hollywood news.
Oh, Jack, let me do one.
All right.
I have it on good authority that the Paramount studio is planning to build Jack Benny's next picture around him.
That's right.
As soon as he is completely hidden, they will release it.
Quit making things up and give me that. Intimate notes from my little black book. Observed recently coming out of Mazee's fashionable beauty parlor in Beverly Hills were Joan Bennett, Myrna Loy, Carol Lombard, Hedy Lamarr, and Phil Harris. When confronted, the popular band leader claimed he made a mistake. The sign said Mazee's Salon, but he thought it was Muzzie's Saloon. And now a word from our sponsor. Take it, Don.
Jell-O. Take it, Jack.
Good. Open letter to Fred Allen. Dear Mr. Allen, I understand you are going off the air shortly for a well-deserved vacation in the rock-bound state of Maine. You've earned that vacation, Fred, and you need it. Boy, how you need it. But before you go, Fred, may I give you this friendly bit of advice? Instead of coming back on the air next fall, get out those Indian clubs and that green wig and go back to vaudeville. Believe me, I'm speaking as your affectionate friend, Jimmy Fiddler Benny. Previews of the new picture. The first picture I recommend tonight is the Jones family in a gopher hole. This is a 2-bell picture. Now this 3-bell picture is good, clean fun for the entire family. The next picture I recommend is Charlie Chan in St. Paul, or Mr. Moto in Minneapolis. This mystery gets 3.5 bells. The plot is fascinating. It is about 3 smart girls who grow up in Dodge City. And the high spot of the picture is when the Cisco Kid falls off of Wuthering Heights. Oh, don't miss it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to recommend wholeheartedly, with no reservations whatsoever, Paramount's latest comedy triumph, Man About Town, starring Jack Benny. I give this picture... Don't miss this picture, folks. It has plenty on the bell. Take it, Mr. Wilson.
Ladies and gentlemen, do you remember that old proverb, a rolling stone gathers no moss? Well, if you want a tempting and delicious dessert, you must get Jell-O.
Oh, Uncle.
So look for the big red letters on the box.
Thank you, Don. Well, it's about all the news for tonight, folks. But before I go, I want to leave you with this thought. When you reach the top of the ladder of success, don't forget your friends. And your relatives won't forget you. So until we meet again, this is Jimmy Fiddler Benny saying goodnight to you. And I do mean yoo-hoo! Take it, Maestro. That was Hooray for Spinach, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And, Phil, that was the best number you've done this season. You know, there wasn't one sour note in the whole thing. Not one.
Some shock, eh, kid?
You said it. Say, Phil, how'd you like my little takeoff on Jimmy Fiddler? I had some pretty hot news there, didn't I?
Hot news, nothing. I haven't been to Maisie's beauty parlor in 2 weeks.
You haven't?
Why, Phil Harris, I saw you in there last Thursday getting a permanent wave.
Oh, then I was right about that little item. Imagine a man sitting in a beauty parlor having his hair curled.
Why don't you send yours over sometime?
Never mind my hair. Say, where's Kenny? I've got another big scoop that I've been saving, and I want everybody to hear it. Hey, Kenny.
Here I am, Jack. I was up on the roof taking a sun bath.
Oh, up on the roof, eh?
Gee, I got a headache.
Well, naturally, you stayed out in the hot sun too long.
Well, it wasn't that. I fell down the elevator shaft.
Oh, my goodness. Why don't you look where you're going?
Gee whiz, Jack, it was the funniest feeling.
What do you mean?
I stepped in and said, main floor, please, and I got it right in the kisser.
Well, for heaven's sake, watch yourself from now on.
What's all the news you're going to tell us, Jack?
Oh, yes. Now, listen carefully, everybody, and this is on the level. You know, 2 weeks from tonight, we do our last broadcast of the season. And we're going to do it from Waukegan, Illinois.
Waukegan? Oh, boy, that's...
Yes, sir. And the same night, we're going to have the world premiere of Man About Town.
No kidding, Jack. Are we really going to walk in?
Yep, 2 weeks from today, we'll be in my little hometown. Boy, what a hot time we'll have.
We'll have to have it before 9 p.m.
Phil, they've abolished that curfew. There's plenty of excitement there now.
Well, I was there last summer, and they rang that bell right on the stroke of 9.
That wasn't a bell. They were kicking the gong around. They'll show you a thing or two, brother.
Well, I'm wide open, sister.
Don't worry, Phil. You'll be able to keep those bags under your eyes. You won't lose them. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Gee, if we're going to Waukegan, I got to get some new clothes.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I announced last week...
Me too.
As I announced last week, tonight the Benny 2 tickets for the price of 1 players will present their version of the...
I need a new evening gown.
Will present their version of Darrell F. Zanuck's...
I need some white flannels.
Of Darrell F. Zanuck's Thrilling White Flannels. Or Murder Mystery. Will you kids be quiet? We've got a whole week to get ready. Their murder mystery, The Hound of the Baskervilles. Now, in this gripping drama...
I need a new grip, too.
Kenny. I will play the part of Sherlock Holmes, the internationally famous detective. Kenny Baker will be my assistant, Dr. Watson. And Andy Devine, where's Andy?
Here I am, Bob.
Gee, came in like China across the bay, didn't he? Now, Andy, you'll play the part of the vicious, snarling, murderous hound. Do you think you can do it? Perfect. Now, this play will go on.
Say, Buck, am I going to Waukegan with you?
You certainly are, Andy.
Then I better put my shoes on.
Yeah, you'll never regret it. You'll have the time of your life. Now, our play will go on immediately after. I'll take it. Hello? Who? Plainfield, New Jersey? That must be for you, Mary.
Oh, gee, I'll bet it's Mama.
Yes, Tugboat Annie is on the wire.
Hello? Oh, hello, Mama. Gee, this is a surprise.
Oh.
What? You've been listening to the program? How is it? Oh, it does?
She should be so critical.
What, Mama?
She was thrown out of the Floridora Sextet for wearing red bloomers.
Yes, we're going to Waukegan. It's Jack's hometown. Yes, he was born there right above a clothing store. Oh, Mama, are you corny?
What'd she say?
Suits and clucks.
That's about her speed.
Well, look, Mama, I got a great idea. Why don't you and Papa come to visit me in Waukegan? We can spend a few days together and you can see Jack's new picture. Oh, I don't know. I'll find out. Say, Jack, are they going to...
No, certainly not.
No, Mama, no free dishes.
Tell her to stay home, Mary. I'll be busy enough that week.
Well, I gotta hang up now. I'll write you later. Goodbye, Mama. Goodbye. Oh, Jack, hasn't Mama got the most wonderful sense of humor?
Oh, she's a gem. Now, where were we? Oh, yes. Our play, The Hound of the Baskervilles, will go on right after Kenny Baker's song. Go ahead, Kenny.
Okay. Say, Jack,
What?
do you know any dames in Waukegan?
I certainly do.
Are they good looking?
They certainly are.
Can you get me a date with one of them?
He certainly can't.
Don't worry now, Kenny. You'll be all fixed up. Go ahead with your song. All right, Andy. Excuse me, fellas. I got to take Andy out for a walk.
We meet and the angels sing. The angels sing the sweetest song I ever heard. You speak and the angels sing, or am I breathing music into every word? Suddenly the setting is strange. I can see water and moonlight beaming, silver waves that break on some undiscovered shore. Suddenly I see it all change. Long winter nights with the candles gleaming, through it all your face that I adore. You smile and the angels sing, and though it's just a gentle murmur at the start, we kiss and the angels sing and leave their music ringing in my
That was And the Angels Sing, sung by Kenny Baker, the little devil of the Jello program. And now for our feature attraction, that thrilling detective mystery, The Hound of the Baskervilles. or the mayor of Van Nuys. Say, Andy, I think you ought to try that howl just once more. It's very important to our plot.
Okay.
Very good. Now, the opening scene of our play is the residence of Sherlock Holmes in London, England. As the curtain rises, we find Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson in the library. Curtain. Music. Excuse me, Watson. Hello? Sherlock Holmes on this end. Are you on your end? Oh, it's you, Lord Trickletop. What? Your son has run away with a chorus girl? Well, why worry about it? Oh, you saw her first. Very well, I'll get on the trail immediately. Toodle-doo. His son is always up to something or other. Dr. Watson. Watson, what are you doing there?
I'm looking over the mail.
Anything important?
I'll say you got a postcard from Paris.
Well, put down that magnifying glass and give it to me.
Okay.
I say, this is from Fifi, the little dancer I met at the Folies Bergère. She says, Dear Sherlock, qu'est-ce qui c'est, voulez-vous? Venez elle de quoi très chaud.
What does that mean?
Long time no see. I think I'll run over to Paris and visit her.
But what about your work here, Sherlock? After all, you're a detective.
Well, I gotta chercher la femme, don't I? I tell you, Watson, it's so dull around here. The cases I've been getting lately are ridiculously simple. They're not baffling enough. There's no excitement. What was that?
It's 12:30.
Oh, yes. You know, Watson, if there isn't any more action around here, I'm going to take a vacation. There's someone at the door.
I wonder who it is, Sherlock.
It's a young lady about 23 years of age, with beautiful blonde hair, blue eyes, and a divine figure.
Why, that's amazing. How do you know?
Well, to tell the truth, Watson, I'm just hoping. Come in.
Hello.
Oh, shucks, it's Mary.
Quiet, Watson. How do you do, madam?
How do you do? Oh, Mr. Holmes, you must help me. You must.
What seems to be the trouble, young lady?
Well, you see, Mr. Holmes, I'm engaged to Philip Baskerville, the son of Sir Hugo Baskerville.
Oh, Sir Hugo. I know him well. He's quite a lively old boy.
Well, he's calmed down considerably. He was murdered last night.
Well, that'll do it every time. Now, are you sure Sir Hugo is dead?
I'm positive.
How do you know?
He doesn't giggle when we dust him off.
Then he is dead. Continue, my dear.
Well, according to the legend of the Baskervilles, Sir Philip, my fiancé, is the next one marked for death.
Amazing.
The first Baskerville was killed. So was the second. Then the third and the fourth.
I see. And Sir Philip is next?
Yes, when they get him, it's bingo.
It's a very interesting case. Now tell me, Miss...
Lady Barrel.
Lady Barrel. Is there any clue to these murders?
Only one. Before each death, we always hear the howling of a dog on the lonely moor outside the castle. Oh, it's ghastly.
Oh, a dog, eh? Then we have a clue already. Lady Barrel, I'll be glad to take the case. My fee, of course, will be $1,000.
You won't get it, of course.
Of course. Make a note of that, Watson.
Okay. No sale.
You may go now, Lady Barrel. Dr. Watson and I will follow immediately.
Thank you.
Oh, tell me. I've never been to Baskerville Castle. How will I find it?
Very drafty. Goodbye.
Well, at last, Watson, we've got a case worthy of my merits. Let's hurry. We haven't a moment to lose.
Scene 2. 3 hours later, Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson have just crossed the dark and desolate moor and are approaching Baskerville Castle.
What a night. Dr. Watson. Dr. Watson, is that you behind me?
Yeah.
Stick close to me.
Gee, I can't see a thing. It sure is dark tonight.
I'll say it's dark. I just saw an owl with a lantern. Look, Watson, do you see that light up ahead?
Yes, that must be the place.
I'm positive. Let's hurry. This is the castle, all right. Look at that coat of arms on the door. It says Baskerville Hall. In hoc signum multum paro. What does that mean?
No cover charge.
If this is the Wilshire Bowl, I'll kill myself. Ring the bell, Watson.
Okay.
Cheerful little spot.
How do you do, gentlemen?
Is this Baskerville Castle?
Yes. Whom shall I say is calling?
Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. Smarty.
Gee, I wish I could do that.
You fall down that elevator shaft a couple of more times and you'll be all set. Where's Lady Beryl?
Follow me, gentlemen. Lady Beryl, the detectives have arrived.
Thank you, Butch. You may go.
I'll go, but watch your step, Mr. Holmes. You may be next.
Now, Lady Beryl.
Wait a minute. I'm not through.
Silly boy. Now, Lady Beryl, I want to meet your guests and question them.
Very well. First, I'd like you to meet my fiancé, Sir Philip Baskerville.
Hello, Sir Philip.
How do you do, Mr. Holmes? Weren't you once the house detective at the Savoy Ritz?
No, that was my brother that used to throw you out. He's not there anymore.
Oh, goody.
And this is Dr. Wilson, our family physician.
Good evening, Doctor. Can you give us any information about the late Sir Hugo Baskerville?
Yes, he was very fond of Jell-O.
Make a note of it, Watson.
Okay, commercial taken care of.
Very good.
And now, Mr. Holmes, may I present Madame Zoraki, the famous psychic. She has supernatural power.
Ah, good evening, Madame Zoraki.
Good evening, Mr. Holmes.
And that's Sir Hugo lying across the table.
Oh, the victim. Well, that's the first time I ever saw Sir Hugo on top of a table. Well, now that I've met everyone, I've got to get to work and solve this case. The victim looks as though he met a violent death. Look at the way his clothes are torn. And those long scratches on his throat.
I didn't do it. I didn't do it, I tell you. I didn't do it. I swear it wasn't me.
We know it wasn't you, Dr. Watson.
Don't be too sure.
Quiet. Sir Philip.
Yes, Mr. Holmes?
You inherit a lot of money by Sir Hugo's death. Tell me, where were you at the time of the murder?
You can't pin this on me. I've got an ironclad alibi.
Oh, you have, eh? Well, just answer my question. Where were you at the time of the murder?
In Maisie's beauty parlor, and you know it.
Well, somebody committed this crime, and I'm going to find out who it is.
Maybe I can help you, Mr. Holmes.
Help me? How, Madame Zoraki?
Sir Hugo himself will tell me.
But Sir Hugo is dead.
I know, but I will talk to his spirit in the great beyond.
Why, that's impossible.
Oh, she's very good. She got South America this morning.
Why, this is ridiculous. But we'll try it.
Now will you all please sit around in a circle and hold hands.
Oh, all right. Come on, everybody.
I think the whole thing's a fake.
Now turn off the lights. Quiet, everybody. Now concentrate. Concentrate on Sir Hugo. Sir Hugo. Sir Hugo, are you there?
This is silly.
Sir Hugo, if you are there, answer me.
Bosh, it'll never work.
Yeah, bosh.
Quiet, Watson.
Sir Hugo, we are calling you. If you hear my voice, answer me. Answer me.
Oh, I hear you, madam.
What? Did you hear that, Watson?
Yeah.
Madame Zoraki, can I speak to him now?
Yes, but don't lose the contact.
I won't. Sir Hugo, do you hear me?
Yes.
Then tell me, how were you killed?
Well, I was out walking on the moor last night.
Yes.
And just as I got to the garden wall, I saw a huge fiber seal force me.
All of a sudden, I started for him, and he grabbed me by the right, was seen across me. And I couldn't get myself into all that pants. But that didn't kill me.
It should have.
Quiet. But, Sir Hugo, if that didn't kill you, what did?
Well, I picked myself up and ran toward the house. And just as I got there was a huge horn and he really sprang his soul of it. You know that, Dragnet?
Yes.
Well, the whole pharmacy is faded, and there I am on the table.
But, Sir Hugo, you still haven't told us. Who committed this crime? Who murdered you?
Very well. I was killed by...
Put in a nickel, please, for 5 more minutes.
Get off the line, operator. Continue, Sir Hugo. Your murder must be avenged.
I was killed by...
Stop! I can't stand it any longer. I confess I did it. I killed him.
Ha ha! I knew it all the time.
I don't know why I did it. I must have been mad, crazy, delirious.
Slap the handcuffs on him, Watson. The case of the Baskervilles is solved.
Hey, Sherlock, what about me?
Oh, my goodness, I forgot all about the hound. I'm sorry, Andy. Play, Phil.
The other day I heard a woman say, when I feel like going fancy on desserts, I want to go fancy in a great big way. Well, I hope she's listening, for here's the answer. A brand new dessert called Deluxe Strawberry Loaf. Strawberry Jell-O, juicy fruit berries, and creamy marshmallows combined in a shimmering mold of Jell-O. And here's the way to make it. Dissolve 1 package of strawberry Jell-O in 1 pint of hot water and chill until cold and syrupy. Then place in a bowl of cracked ice and whip it up with a rotary egg beater until the Jell-O is fluffy and thick like pink whipped cream. Now fold in 2 cups of sweetened sliced strawberries, 6 marshmallows finely cut, and 1 cup of whipped cream. Mold in a loaf pan, and take it from me, there is a deluxe dessert. A lovely, shimmery loaf of whipped rose-pink Jell-O filled with fresh berries and foamy marshmallows. So try it soon. Ask your grocer tomorrow for Strawberry Jell-O.
This is the last number of the 37th program in the new Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. And, Andy, I'm awfully sorry I overlooked you in our play. I don't know how I ever happened to forget about the hound.
Oh, that's all right, Buck.
You want to howl now? Was that a dog?
Sounded like the 5:15.
It sure did. Good night, folks.
Jell-O.
Kenny Baker appears on the Jell-O program for courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
I said to myself quite calmly, he'll come this way and be killed unless you hurry and warn him. And I didn't warn him because...
Men like Robert aren't killed by accident. They're stabbed in the back, like Caesar.
You bought up the farm for him, didn't you?
Yes.
Your husband threw him off the place, didn't he?
Yes.
And when he left you and Midford here alone, that was the disaster, wasn't it?
Jeffrey knows nothing about it.
You did it alone. I don't even care why you wanted to get rid of Forrest. I only care that you won't let me help you. I'm in love with you. Don't you understand that? You can't do this to me.
all-time great director Cecil B. DeMille hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Dick Powell and Joan Blondell in Model Wife. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Every trade develops its own slang terms, along with its technical terms. And in my trade, we have a slang word for pictures that turn out to be surprise hits. We call them sleepers. And we've got one tonight. The current Universal picture, Model Wife. It gives you a chance to discover a hit for yourself. Something Hollywood's genius for advertising doesn't let you do very often. This time, the surprise package contains a new and different Dick Powell and Joan Blondell. Tonight brings Dick and Joan back to this microphone for their first appearance here together in almost 5 years. But Model Wife was worth waiting for. It's the story of a typical American phenomenon. The modern young business couple with their eyes clearly fixed on a shining goal. They hope that someday, and the sooner the better, they can raise a family. But in the meantime, their good-humored contest with the big city is a very real part of the American epic. Every husband, and I suppose every prospective husband too, will have his own definition of what constitutes a model wife. But discretion being the better part of valor, he probably keeps it to himself. I think they'll all agree on one point, though. And this is where Lux Toilet Soap makes a spectacular entrance. Tall or short, slender or not so slender, blonde, brunette, or redhead, a wife should always look like a model wife. In fact, I think the ladies themselves are the first to insist on that. In Hollywood, screen close-ups tell any star or starlet a candid camera story that she cannot ignore. But if you don't happen to have a close-up of yourself handy, the mirror will do just the same thing. And in either case, the candid camera drama will have a happier ending if Lux Toilet Soap was part of the first act. And now for the first act of tonight's play. We raise the curtain on Model Wife, starring Dick Powell as Fred Chambers and Joan Blondell as Joan Chambers. On New York's Fifth Avenue, an imposing storefront bears the imposing name J.J. Benson, Couturier. In simple English, that means Mrs. Benson sells dresses. But this is Fifth Avenue. On a normal day, J.J. Benson closes its chromium doors at 5:30 sharp. But this is Christmas Eve, and the employees, in the full flush of Yuletide spirit, have agreed to work until 10 p.m., or be fired. There goes the closing bell. Like a team of tired horses, the salesgirls drop in their traces and stretch their aching limbs.
Boy, what a relief. Another hour and the homicide squad would be after my feet for killing me.
Mine murdered me 2 hours ago. I'm dead. J.J. Benson doesn't know it, but she's going to make her annual Christmas speech to a zombie.
Good night, girls. Good night. And a Merry Christmas to you, one and all.
Say, where do you think you're going?
I'm preparing to saunter through the doors and join the merry throng. In brief, I am going home. Good night, ladies.
Well, what makes you a privileged character, Mr. Chambers? Why don't you have to wait for J.J.'s Christmas speech?
I celebrated my Christmas last week. Had Roosevelt move it up for me. Farewell, slaves.
Just a moment, Mr. Chambers.
Oh, yes, Miss Keating.
Mr. Chambers, no one is to leave the store until Madam Benson has addressed the personnel.
Now, Miss Keating.
No one is excepted from the rule. You're aware of that, Mr. Chambers?
Yes, Miss Keating. And I'm also aware that it's Christmas Eve. The snow is on the ground, and I can hear the jingle bells and the one-horse sleigh.
In the age of automobiles, come, Mr. Chambers.
Now, listen here, Miss Keating. You've been J.J.'s secretary for 2 weeks, and you're getting to talk like her. You can tell her for me to make a recording of that speech, and I'll have it sealed in the cornerstone of Kaminsky's Fish Market.
Ladies and gentlemen, everybody at attention, please. Madam Benson is coming. On your feet, please. Oh, come, everybody. My dear fellow workers, I shall not bore you.
Mr. Everett, that happens to be my speech.
Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Benson. A slip of the tongue. May I introduce your beloved employer?
Hold your hats, kids. Here we go. My dear fellow workers, ladies and gentlemen, I shall not bore you with a
My
lengthy
dear
oration.
fellow workers, ladies and gentlemen, I shall not bore you with a lengthy oration. My remarks, as on previous years, will be short and to the point.
First, last, and always, I believe in hard work.
First, last, and always, I believe in hard work.
Morning and night, asleep and awake, we must perform our duties like
Morning
good soldiers.
and night, asleep and awake, we must perform our duties like good soldiers. Let us be inspired by... Miss Manahan.
Yes, ma'am?
Miss Manahan, you were discharged this morning. What are you doing here?
I was just wishing everybody a Merry Christmas. I've worked with these girls 5 years.
3 years as a married woman, distinctly against my rules. I can't afford to employ persons doing 2 jobs, mine and her husband's. You're no longer an employee.
I'm sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us be inspired now by the pride of knowing that our creations are worn by America's best-dressed women. May we all continue to work in harmony, and my sincere wishes for a Merry Christmas. And an industrious New Year.
Merry Christmas. Anybody home?
Why, Mr. Chambers, what a surprise.
Good evening, Miss Keating.
You're a little late, Mr. Chambers. I beat you home by 20 minutes.
Yes, I know. I had to stop off and buy a Christmas present for my wife. Here you are. Merry Christmas.
Oh, Fred, didn't we promise not to buy each other presents this year? That's not fair.
Now, come on, open it up. A man can buy a present for his own wife, can't he?
What is it? Oh, Fred, a bank.
A stork bank.
Oh, a stork. He's beautiful.
Sure. He sings, too. All you do is put a coin in his mouth. Watch.
All that noise for a penny?
Oh, yeah, that reminds me. I won 30 cents today in a crap game.
Maybe our luck's changing.
I had my own dice.
Shame on you. But the stork won't object. Hand it over.
Well, will you get a load of that voice? I asked him to give me a soprano. He's got a voice like a train announcer. The neighbors will know how we stand to a dime.
Well, is it any disgrace to save for a baby? Why, darling, at this rate, it'll be no time before we can afford to have little Josephine.
Joseph. Please, darling, if you have any influence at all, Joseph.
Josephine?
Joseph.
Josephine.
You wouldn't settle for twins, would you?
Not at the present prices.
Oh, I'm tired.
Open delivery. Oh, Fred, the mailman.
Uh-oh. I have a feeling it's from your Uncle George.
Why, Uncle George?
Because the feeling I have is a sinking one.
Open delivery. Well, anyway, it can't be for much money this time. Otherwise, he would have sent a telegram.
Yeah, collect. Yes?
Special delivery, Mr. Chambers. 7 cents postage due.
It's Uncle George, all right. Let me have it, Fred.
All right. Sorry to have to give you all this in pennies. I got paid today.
Thank you.
All right, let's have the bad news, darling.
Well, we're pretty lucky. He only wants $35.
What for?
He says we wouldn't be interested.
Well, if he wants 35, he'll take 15. We'll give him 10.
Can we afford even that? Get the account book, Fred. Let's see how we stand.
I'm getting it now.
Fred, was that you?
Was that me what?
Knocking on the wall.
No, must be the average. Not back.
Mrs. Chambers?
Yes, Mrs. Everett?
Mrs. Chambers, Marlowe and I are expecting you tonight.
We want you to come in and see our Christmas tree, Mrs. Chambers.
All right. Thank you. We'll be there.
What do they want?
They want us to come in and see their tree.
Oh, sometimes I wish these walls weren't so thin. I hear Milo every day at the store. I ought to get a rest at night.
Why, Fred, you like Milo.
Sure, but I also like thick walls.
Let me see the account.
Here. Baby Fund Budget Book. We'll be lucky if we save enough to buy a cat.
Now, let's see. Doctor, $150. Hospital, $100. Layette, diapers, and miscellaneous, $75. Cigars to pass out, $1.
Oh, never mind all that. Where do we stand?
Well, we've deposited $235 less $37.
What's 37 for?
That's the unpaid balance on your appendix.
Oh.
And, now let's see. $10 to Uncle George. That leaves us $188. Oh, we're still awful short, Fred.
How about starting the new year right and asking Lord Benson for a raise?
We'd better leave well enough alone. Just let us suspect we're married, and we'll both be out of jobs.
At this rate, it'll be 10 years before we can have a baby. Someday I'll say to him, son, you could have been 10 years old today instead of 3 if it hadn't been for your Uncle George.
According to the home economics page, you can buy a baby very nicely for $500. $400.
$500, $400. What kind of law says we got to have that money? Babies are born every day without it, and they manage to grow into good men and women. Look at me.
I thought you said you were tired.
Oh, yeah.
I want a baby because they smell so nice. She'll be so soft and gentle and beautiful that people will look at her and say her parents must love each other very much.
Yeah, smart people.
Madam Benson's office? Yes? Oh, at 4:30. Thank you, Mr. Carmichael.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'd like to see Mrs. Benson.
Do you have an appointment?
No, I don't. You see,
I'm sorry. Madam Benson never sees anyone without an appointment.
Oh, you're new, aren't you?
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. Pretty, too.
What did you want to see her about, please?
Oh, nothing special. Just things.
Well, who are you? What do you do?
Nothing important. Oh, I do card tricks and stuff like that. Here, look. You see this $1?
Mm-hmm.
Presto. Where did it go?
Now, don't tell me it's behind my ear.
That's right, see? Elementary, my dear Watson.
You do this sort of thing professionally? Sunday school treats and Boy Scout picnics?
Oh, no. I learned it in the jungle. It makes friends with the natives.
Yes, Madam Benson?
Miss Keating, if my son comes, send him right in.
Oh.
What do you mean, oh? Send him in.
Are you Mr. Benson? Mr. Ralph Vivian Benson?
The Vivian was for a very rich aunt.
Oh, you had an appointment with your mother, Mr. Benson. She wants to see you right away.
Well, here I go.
Well, Ralph.
Hello, darling.
Don't you darling me, you young wasteful, you...
Thankless whelp, shameless squanderer, irresponsible young fool. Give us a kiss, Ma.
Get away. You smell like a 10th Avenue barroom.
Park Avenue, darling. I'm still a Benson.
A Benson should know the meaning of industry and dignity. Now, what about these checks? 3 checks overdrawn in the last 4 days.
You're slipping, Ma. 4 in 3 days.
Ralph Vivian Benson, there's only one thing left to do with you. You're going to work.
Oh, not that.
Right here in this office where I can keep an eye on you.
But...
Not a word out of you. Miss Keating, come in here.
But, do you think it's quite decent?
Decent?
My going to work? Making money?
You won't be making much money, my boy. I'm going to pay you what you're worth.
But, Mother, listen.
Miss Keating, this is my son, Ralph Vivian Benson.
How do you do, Mr. Benson?
Let's keep Aunt Vivian out of this, huh?
Miss Keating, my son is joining our staff. I'd like you to be a secretary until further notice.
Oh, my secretary.
The assignment merits a slight raise in salary.
Thank you.
We'll put Mr. Benson in poor old Mr. Oglethorpe's old office.
You mean old Mr. Oglethorpe's old office that Mr. Chambers has been using for a spring advertising layout?
Mr. Chambers can move the spring advertising layouts back into his own office.
Oh, but Mr. Chambers is
Spare your solicitude for Mr. Chambers, my dear. I doubt greatly that Ralph will offer him serious competition. In fact, if Ralph acts as a sort of catalytic agent to Mr. Chambers' efficiency, I shall be more than gratified. Get out, please.
Yes, Madam Benson. This way, Mr. Benson.
So long, Ma. See you payday. Isn't Mother a dinger? A catalytic agent. Now, what do you suppose that is?
It's a thing that makes something else work without working itself.
Oh, it is? Well, under those conditions, I accept the job.
I'm in the kitchen.
What are you doing?
Whipping up a souffle.
Fred.
I give up. I didn't mind when they fell down the first time. I didn't mind the second. But now I give up.
Oh, darling. Give me that apron. Say, what's burning?
I am. Just once these last few weeks, you might get home on time.
Oh, please, darling, don't scold. Just before Mr. Benson left, he asked me to call his tailor about a ski suit. The line was busy for an hour. I almost went mad.
Of course, Mr. Benson's rompers are more important than my dinner.
Oh, Fred, please. What went wrong today? Come on now. You can't fool Ma. What happened?
If your husband were half a man, he'd quit his job.
J.J.?
Yeah. I walked in this afternoon, gave the old shrew an idea worth at least $100,000 a year.
What was it?
Well, I wanted her to sell perfume with her clothes. I had a whole campaign mapped out. Wear perfume to match your dress or gown. Idly, she asked me if I thought her customers smelled badly.
Don't tell me you said they smelled of high heaven or something and got yourself fired.
I couldn't even get past the first sentence. She mumbled something about my having too many ideas and not enough good ones and walked out.
Oh, the pompous old bustle. Darling, it's a wonderful idea, and I'm proud of you. And someday she'll see.
Someday, sure.
Fred, what's this on the table?
No, it's a letter.
A letter for me? Why don't you tell me? Oh. It's from Uncle George.
Well, be strong. Carry it up. If you never know what's in it, we save at least $10 and your conscience won't hurt you.
You're probably right. But do you realize what you're asking of a woman?
All right, but you'll regret it. Hey, what's that?
Look, Look, you homespun philosopher, it's a check for $25. Uncle George is starting to pay off.
Holy flying fishes. The dead shall walk again.
$25 for the baby fund that would have been gone if I listened to you.
There's the door.
Well, I'll get it.
$25 for Joseph. Wow.
Yes?
Telegram from Mrs. Chambers.
Fred, it's a telegram. Shall I tear it up?
Not until you pay for it, lady. It's collect.
What? Hey, let me see that.
Collect. What is it, Fred? What does it say?
Please destroy check. No funds in bank. Letter follows. Uncle George.
Hurry up, Fred. It's almost 8:30.
My shoelace is untied.
Oh, well, you can finish dressing in the subway. We're 12 minutes late now.
Now wait. There's something on the floor there with the mailbox. Here. It's a box for you.
Mrs. Fred Chambers. Happy birthday from your husband. Oh, Fred. Gardenias.
Oh, it's just a little cassage.
Darling, you were sweet to remember. I'd forgotten all about it.
I have an insurance payment due on your birthday, and they always send me a reminder. Here, send it on.
Oh, I'll smell so nice all day. I won't be able to bear it. Fred, get back.
Huh?
Look, it's Mr. Benson. He just pulled up in that car.
What does he want around here?
Well, I don't know, but I'll get him away. Please, darling, get in the back hall.
Now, wait.
Hurry up. Get out of sight.
Morning, Miss Keating.
Oh, Mr. Benson.
Step right in, Miss Keating. Bus now leaving for J.J. Benson and Company. And here's a little present for you. For your birthday. A few orchids.
Orchids?
Really? Thank you, Mr. Benson, but how did you know it was my birthday?
Oh, I get around. It's common talk along the waterfront.
Oh, really?
Come, Miss Keating, or we'll be late for work. In you go.
Why,
I'll kill him.
Good morning, Fred.
Oh, what's happened? Mrs. Chambers being taken for a ride?
No, Milo. Mr. Chambers is being taken for a ride.
Well, it's about time you got in, Ralph.
Morning, Mother. You look beautiful.
Never mind that. Listen to this wire. We'll cancel all orders unless shipments made this week. Arriving LaGuardia Airport today. Irene Wells. Well, say something. Ralph, you took the orders yourself, didn't you?
Of course. Didn't I, Miss Keating?
Oh, yes, Madam Benson, on April the 6th. But shipments must have been delayed.
Delayed. Well, there's nothing to do now but undo the harm. Ralph, you'll take Irene Wells to dinner in the theater. Spare nothing.
Well,
be careful of Miss Wells, Ralph. She's an ex-Follies girl who found she could make more money in dresses.
Mother, I don't think Irene Wells is my job.
Not your job? You've been sitting around here doing nothing.
Oh, no, Mother. Thinking.
Thinking what?
Well, ideas.
What ideas? When did you ever get an idea?
Well, Miss Keating, you have it all in your book, haven't you? My, ideas?
In my book? I don't think... Oh, yes. You mean the idea about the perfume bar.
Perfume bar? What perfume?
What's that? Well, you said it would definitely pay Benson and Company to sell perfume to match each gown. With crinolines, for instance, you'd sell lilac. With sport clothes, heather. You also suggested special perfumes for special creations. For instance, with our gown Moonlight, jasmine. With our yachting costume, a triple extract of water lilies.
Sure, that's right. And with the nightgown, new mown hay.
That's very interesting, very. Ralph, I really believe you have something. My boy, I felicitate you.
Well, now, it's really as much Miss Keating's idea as mine.
Oh, no, it really isn't my idea at all, Madam Benson. That is, it was Mr.
I'm sure you had a hand in it. You have a good head, my dear. I'm grateful.
But really, Madam Benson, Mr. Chambers...
Now, we're all working to the same end, aren't we? A bigger and better Benson. Team play. Esprit de corps.
It's getting awfully late. Do you mind if I leave now?
In a moment. Now, let's see. Where was I?
You were dictating. And shall be here to...
Oh, yes. And shall be here to serve you.
Mr. Benson's office. Miss Keating speaking.
Listen, what's going on in there? It's almost 6:30.
Oh, but of course, madam. The delivery will be made on time.
Say, how long do you think I can stand this?
Don't you trust us, madam?
Sure. I trust you. But I'd trust you more if that pixie wasn't in there with you.
Madam, we have years of integrity behind us. We are very jealous of our reputation. Any attempt to doubt it will be strongly resented.
All right. I apologize. But when we get home tonight, remind me to show you the half Nelson and the hammerlock. They're a girl's best friend. Goodbye.
Yes, Mr. Benson.
And we shall be here to serve you, my dear Mrs. Marmont, in the same spirit we have served you for the past 10 years.
In the same spirit we have served you for the past 10 years. Signed, Mr. Ralph Benson. Well, we've done pretty well today. Your mother should be pleased.
Yeah. What time is it, anyway?
It's 6:29, and I'd like to go if there's nothing else I can do for you.
Oh, but there is. Sit down, Miss Keating.
Well, I did sort of have a dinner date.
Who with?
With, my uncle.
Oh. You know, I had an uncle once, J.J.'s brother. He was the rip-roaringest guy that ever drank and gambled his way from Maine to Mexico. We always knew he'd end on the gallows.
And did he?
No, he fell in love with a school teacher, settled down in Clarinda, Iowa, and raised 6 children.
He sounded much more romantic before he met the girl.
He was lots happier afterward. How long have I been here?
3 months, Mr. Benson.
The name is Ralph.
Yes, Mr. Benson.
You don't believe a man can change in 3 months, do you, Joan?
Careful, Mr. Benson, or you'll end in Clarinda, Iowa.
Joan, if I were to tell you that's my mother, don't answer it.
Mr. Benson, if you don't mind, I'll go now.
And won't you forget your wicked old uncle and have dinner with me?
You're forgetting you have a dinner date with Irene Wells.
Oh, that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Benson.
Who's that out there? Is that you, Chambers?
Yes, it's me.
Well, come in here a minute, will you? Well, Chambers, you're working late, aren't you? What are you doing that's so important?
Writing myself threatening letters. You left your burglar alarm going.
That's just Mother. Well, Chambers, if you can't find anything more interesting to do, I have a little chore for you. Irene Wells is in from the coast, and naturally she has to be entertained. How would you like to be the entertainer?
Well, now, that's mighty white of you, Benson, old boy, but I couldn't bear to deprive you of the pleasure.
Now, look, old man, I'd be glad to do it myself, but confidentially, I'm after bigger game tonight. Lovely girl. My secretary.
Oh. Everything's working out all right, I hope?
She's a little stubborn, but I think she'll break down.
That's great. Good luck.
Good night, Mr. Benson.
Oh, now, wait. You're not leaving yet, Miss Keating.
Why, Mr. Benson, did you say Irene Wells? Really, old man, there's no one in the world I'd rather take out tonight. Charming woman. I'll sell her the store.
Oh, will you?
I sure will.
There, Miss Keating. That's the spirit of cooperation I like to see. Now, you and I can have dinner tonight.
You're right, Mr. Benson, and I accept. But I warn you, I'm ravenously hungry.
You shall have the works, Miss Keating. 2 kinds of ice cream. Oh, Chambers, get Miss Wells a nice dinner tonight. And after the theater, your time is your own. Miss Keating will attend to the details. Tickets and all that.
But not the part where my time's my own.
Oh, Mr. Benson. Isn't your buzzer ringing?
Good evening, Mr. Everett. No, it couldn't possibly be mine. I left a full half hour ago.
Oh, but I just...
everybody. I've been buzzing and buzzing and buzzing.
Curious. I didn't hear it, Mother.
Come in, Mr. Howard. Mr. Howard, this is my son, Ralph.
How do you do?
He's in the firm now. Milo, Mr. Howard's leaving first thing in the morning, and I would like 2 models immediately in the salon.
Oh, but Madam Benson, everyone has gone home.
Home? At this hour? Why?
Well, it's customary, madam. Now, if I can do anything, I will...
You're not going to model lingerie in my establishment. Miss Keating, have you ever done any modeling?
Why, no.
Well, it isn't too difficult. Rather simple, in fact.
I'm sure Miss Keating will show your new numbers most effectively.
I don't think she will.
What's that, Mr. Chambers?
The girl's never modeled before. There's an art. You just can't acquire it in 10 minutes.
Art isn't necessarily acquired, old man. Miss Keating has certain natural advantages that some professional models don't possess.
Really? I hadn't noticed.
It isn't your place to notice.
One can't help noticing the obvious, Mother.
Well, it's obvious the girl is bow-legged.
She is not bow-legged.
She is bow-legged.
Be quiet. Miss Keating, you may come into the dressing room. I'm sure you'll do.
Yes, Madam Benson.
And now, Mr. Chambers, whatever gave you the idea Miss Keating has bow legs?
Whatever gave you the idea she hasn't?
I still don't know what you're sore about, Fred.
Oh, you don't. My own wife, modeling clothes for strangers.
Well, you can't model for your friends.
And now going out to dinner, right under my nose.
I explained that to you. I'm not going out with Mr. Benson. I'm going with Mr. Howard, the buyer. It was Madam Benson's idea. I couldn't help it. And furthermore, I hope you don't think I was going to stay home all night while you carted Irene Wells around. I've got to live, too, you know. You're not going to stick me away in some apartment while you go
in some apartment? Is that all this place is to you, some apartment? $2,000 this joint cost me.
Don't you dare call it a joint.
Who called it a joint?
You did right this minute.
You did, not me.
I did not.
Well, then you implied it. $2,000 I put into this place. Is that a joint?
No, and I didn't say so.
Well, then why don't you stay in it and wait for me?
Why don't you wait for me?
I am only acting under orders.
Well, so am I.
All right, but this is the last time. Sit down and write.
What are you talking about?
Your resignation.
Oh, stop being a fool.
I just have, and you've just become a housewife.
What about Josephine?
Joseph.
All right, then, what about it?
Now, look, right at this minute. Right at this minute, I only care about us. What good is Joseph going to be if I wind up with the Irene Welleses and you wind up with the Bensons? I'm not... Oh, darling. Look at us, fighting when we want to love, and all because you want a child with a finishing school education even before it's born. Well, from now on, I'm the breadwinner of this household, and what I say goes. You have just quit the J.J. Benson Company, and without the usual 2 weeks' notice.
But we haven't much more to go. Our overtime tonight will cut it way down.
Right, or I'll spill the beans to J.J. in the morning.
You wouldn't do that.
To keep you, I'll spill it to her tonight.
If you do, you won't keep me.
What?
Please, darling, let me have my child in my own way, not yours.
You'd leave me?
Darling, I've hurt you. Why, you're shaking.
Why shouldn't I? Joseph was almost an orphan.
Kiss me, darling. Now, come on, Slowpoke, to work.
For Joseph.
Josephine.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille and our stars Dick Powell and Joan Blondell will bring us Act 2 of Model Wife. Tonight, we've asked Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter, to give you a few flashes from the Hollywood fashion front. Say, Libby, you're looking pretty stylish yourself tonight. But I've never thought that yellow and red...
That's something I wanted to talk about tonight, Mr. Ruick. Red for trimmings and accessories is just about the smartest color this spring.
But does it go with everything, Libby?
Red goes with just about every color there is, Mr. Ruick. In other words, red is right.
Well, come to think of it, I saw Dorothy Lamour the other day wearing a sort of yellow suit and carrying a great big red handbag.
That's where I got the idea for this outfit I'm wearing.
Oh, well, that's nothing, Libby. Lots of women admire the clothes the screen stars wear. And they take Hollywood's tip about even more important matters, too. Complexion care, for example. Women everywhere have taken the screen star's beauty tip about using Lux toilet soap every single day.
Well, that's only natural, Mr. Ruick, because women realize that Hollywood screen stars just have to have nice skin. And they know that if Lux toilet soap works for the stars, it'll work for them. It's mild and it's pure. And Lux toilet soap has rich, active lather, too. Active lather that removes stale cosmetics, every trace of dust and dirt thoroughly. Gives skin protection it needs.
Thank you, Libby. You know, once a woman starts using Lux toilet soap, she understands why famous screen stars like Dorothy Lamour say,
Lux soap's a wonderful beauty aid. It helps keep skin lovely.
Try the complexion soap that 9 out of 10 screen stars use. Let Lux toilet soap help you keep your skin appealingly soft and smooth, the way you like it to be. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Act 2 of Model Wife, starring Dick Powell as Fred Chambers and Joan Blondell as Joan Chambers. Joan went out for the evening with Mr. Howard, the buyer. But strange to relate, she's returning home with Mr. Benson, the boss. Mr. Benson is very gay. As a matter of fact, he's so gay that Joan has to support him by the arm.
Left, right. Company, halt.
Excuse me.
This is my apartment. Good night, Mr. Benson.
Safe at home. Benson's service at his best, rescuing damsels from boards. A good customer, Mr. Howard, but the grandfather of all boards.
I appreciate the rescue, Mr. Benson. It's been a lovely evening, but it's really quite late
A good soldier never relinquishes his post until relieved. Call out the guard. What ho, the guard.
The guard, I think, is in bed.
Then you'll have to take over, Joan. Forward, march.
Mr. Benson, you can't come in.
I am in. Company, halt. Excuse me.
Mr. Benson, it's nearly 3 o'clock, and I have to get up awfully early in the morning.
For what? Come to work at noon if you want to. Come at 4 o'clock. I won't be there.
Ralph, please.
What was that name again?
What name, Mr. Benson?
If I heard correctly, you called me Ralph.
Oh.
You realize it's the first time you ever called me that? No more guard duty for you, Joan. Instead, I shall fire a 21-gun salute over your head.
Just one gun, please. It is late, you know.
One gun, then. What was that?
What?
I heard something go.
Oh. I guess it was the radiator in the bedroom. Will you excuse me a moment, Mr. Benson?
Oh, certainly. Aram. Ba-ram. Ba-ram. Bum. Bum. Ba-ram.
Fred, was that you hissing?
Yes, and why shouldn't I? Is that what you call entertaining a buyer?
He joined us at dinner. I couldn't do anything about it.
Well, I can.
Where are you going?
I'm going to throw that toy soldier out of here.
Fred, don't. I'll get rid of him in a minute. Fred, please.
Well, make it snappy. And I'd also like a little explanation about those tickets you got for me and Miss Wells last row in the balcony. A fine place to make an impression.
Now, Fred.
Get that guy out of here.
All right.
I'll give him 2 minutes to leave. I have an appointment with his mother at 9. She'll be interested in how I got along with Irene Wells.
I'm sorry about the tickets, darling. I thought maybe from there she wouldn't like the show and decide to go home early.
The lady loved the show, and so did I.
Well, you needn't bite my head off.
Oh, don't stop to argue. Get that guy out of here.
Come on, Joe. It's quitting time. Let's beat it.
No, I can't do it, Fred. I'm working late tonight.
Now, don't be a slave, my friend.
I gotta. Anyway, I get overtime, and that's something.
Joe, a man like you in the payroll department should be above money troubles. Simply give yourself a raise.
Yeah, it's easy. Like flying to the moon. All you gotta do to get a raise is to be in with Ralphie boy, like that Keating dame.
What about that Keating dame?
No, nothing. I just gave her a $10 raise, that's all. JJ's orders on account of Keating gave Ralphie boy some new idea about perfume.
New idea about perfume?
Yeah. You give Ralphie boy an idea he likes, and you'll get a raise, too.
Yeah, I bet I would.
Fred. Oh, Fred, you've been waiting long. Mr. Benson kept me late.
Yes, come on, we'll take the bus.
Darling, I could hardly wait to tell you. The most wonderful thing happened.
I know. You got a raise for putting ideas in Mr. Benson's head.
Oh, you know. Oh, Fred, let me explain, will you? I tried to tell him it was your idea, but I couldn't get a word in edgewise. Aren't you even listening? Oh, darling, believe me, I felt awful about it, but it just got harder and harder to tell them.
Sure. Forget it.
Will you stop sulking, please?
Hello, folks.
Hello, Milo.
Hello, Milo.
Say, are you coming tonight?
Coming where?
What, to the theater? It's Wednesday, bank night.
Well, that's right. We go every Wednesday. Would you be interested in going tonight, dear?
It's entirely up to you, darling. I'm putty in your hands.
Well, Emily and I are going. You never can tell when you might win, you know.
No, we never win anything. I think we'll skip it tonight, Milo. Thanks, Josephine.
Fred, are you listening to me? I said I know it was your idea.
Yeah. Did you set the alarm?
Oh, Fred, please don't go to sleep. I want to explain this thing. In the first place, I said I tried to tell Ralph it was your idea, but you see...
What's that?
What's what?
You tried to tell what?
I said I tried to tell him it was your idea.
Tell who?
Ralph Benson.
You said Ralph.
Well, what if I did? Don't you call Madam Benson J.J.?
Now, that's different. Look, Joan, don't let's start this again.
Who started it? I merely said that... Oh, all right. I confess all. I'm passionately in love with Ralph Benson. I lead a double life. Every night when you're asleep, I steal to his side. Satisfied?
Perfectly.
Then put out the light, please. I'd like to sleep.
The phone's ringing.
I hear it. Answer it.
I will not. Hello.
Hello, Fred. This is Milo.
Hello,
Fred,
Milo.
I'm at the theater. They're calling your name. You just won $200.
I want what?
$200.
200.
Yes, but you got to get over here right away. You only got 3 minutes.
Oh, I'll be right there. $200. Where's my pants?
Fred, what is it?
But it's bank night. $200.
Oh, Fred.
My pants.
Put on a bathrobe.
Bathrobe?
Yeah, here are your shoes. Oh, quickly, Fred.
Now, don't rush me. We've only got 3 minutes.
Oh, $200. That's all we need for Josephine. Come on, I'll go with you.
You're not dressed.
Well, neither are you.
It's just around the corner.
I'm coming just to say, where's my robe? Hurry, darling, hurry.
Hello, Sarge. This is Officer Harnahan reporting. Nothing to report, Sarge. Everything's nice and quiet.
Come on, Joan, come on.
Well, for the love...
Go ahead.
I'll call you back, Sarge. 2 screwballs just ran past in bathrobes. Stop in the name of the law. Stop.
Mr. Chambers? Is Mr. Chambers here yet?
Let me through, please. I've got to get inside the theater. Let me through.
Fred, push!
Mr. Fred Chambers.
Just a minute, lady. Where do you think you're going?
We're going in the theater.
Oh, no, you're not. Not in them clothes.
Now, listen, officer.
Disturbing the peace, making a spectacle of yourselves. Come along.
What you're doing? Let me go!
Time is up. Sorry, Mr. Chambers. Next number, please.
Oh, Joan. We didn't make it.
I think I'm going to cry.
Lady, it won't help you one bit. Come on, you.
I don't know why, but my side of the dish seems to get dry quicker than yours.
It's no job for a man, anyway. When we're rich, we'll get one of those electric dish dryers.
Not if we keep on paying $10 fines for disturbing the peace. Josephine's not going to forget that in a hurry. Funny, isn't it, how my side is also a little cleaner?
Well, Emily Post says always leave a little on the plate.
Oh.
Open up, I command you, in the name of Sweet Charity.
Who is that?
Sweet Charity. He wants to come in.
Is anybody home in there?
Yes, Mr. Benson.
What did you say that for?
I wasn't thinking. I'm always saying at the office.
Oh, there's something I can throw. Give me that dish.
No, you can't do that.
I can if you don't spoil my aim.
Please, Fred, go over to the Everett. I promise you I'll be rid of him in 5 minutes.
How am I going to get out?
Across the fire escape.
The fire escape? Me, the husband, getting away on the fire escape. How do you like that?
Fred, go and talk to Milo.
All right, but this is the last time I'm going to be shoved out of my own home. Milo, can you hear anything?
They're sitting down, I think.
Well, why don't they say something?
Listen.
I wasn't expecting you, Mr. Benson.
I just happened to be passing by. Now, why couldn't I make it sound convincing? As a matter of fact, I planned this visit for weeks. Joan, I brought something for you.
Oh, you did, huh? What is it?
Mr. Benson, I have a dinner date. I'm expecting someone almost any minute.
And I am the someone. Milo, I'm going back in there and sock him.
Oh, now keep your head, boy. Keep your head.
I got it over at Francois on the avenue just a few minutes ago.
Why? It's an engagement ring.
Did you hear that? The guy's trying to marry my wife.
Fred, that's a compliment. Why, J.J. would practically be your mother-in-law.
I told Francois I wasn't quite sure I'd need it. In fact, I'm not quite sure at all.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Francois assured me I had nothing to worry about. A man like you, he said, a girl would be crazy to turn you down.
Oh, I'll kill him.
My, it's a beautiful ring.
I'm going in and strangle him. Let me go, Milo.
No. You're going to stay right in here and keep your job.
Lots of girls would give their right eye to marry you, Francois said. What do you think? Does Francois know what he's talking about?
Yes, it's beautiful. And after you leave, I'll cry, but it's impossible. I'm in love. Desperately in love, Mr. Benson.
Oh. Well, could you at least stop calling me Mr. Benson?
Yes, well. And I'm sorry. And someday you'll find a girl, a very lovely girl, I'm sure, and you'll be very happy.
Well, I guess this will teach Francois not to be overconfident. Good night, Miss Keating.
Good night.
He's going, Fred.
Yeah. And now the lord and master of the house can go back by the fire escape.
Listen to him, Fred. His tummy's so full he's purring.
Yeah, it won't be long now.
If you hadn't been putting slugs in here again. Now, who do you suppose that is?
Well, no matter who it is, I'm not getting out tonight. I've been on that fire escape so much lately the pigeons are building nests on me.
Look out. I'll open the peephole. Oh.
Who is it?
It's Madam Benson.
Madam Benson. Pigeons, here I come.
Just a moment. Is it all right?
Okay, let her in.
Oh, come in, Madam Benson.
Good evening, Miss Keating.
Here. Please take this chair. It's the most comfortable one.
I prefer to be uncomfortable. Sit down, my dear.
Thank you. Well, I'm surprised.
So am I, in my own fashion. When did you see my son last?
On Tuesday. I think it was Tuesday.
Go on.
It was after office hours.
I know. He came here, stayed a few minutes, and left. His chauffeur reports to me occasionally.
Oh, that's dreadful. Oh, forgive me. I'm sorry I said that, Madam Benson.
What did Ralph want?
Well, he had some idea about merchandising. He wanted me to look up some data for him.
What's your first name, child?
Joan.
Why do you lie to me, Joan? You think of me as a hard-bitten old woman, don't you? Oh, don't deny it. But I came here humbly. All I want is the truth about Ralph. He saw you Tuesday night. He's been on a he's been away for 3 days. I'm no fool. I have eyes. It was because of you, Joan. What happened?
He asked me to marry him.
And you turned him down?
Yes.
It isn't a coincidence that since he's known you, he's been a different man. I've been proud of him. Why did you say no, Joan?
I'm sorry.
Is there another man?
Well, in a way, yes.
You, plan to marry soon?
Well, I...
Can't afford it, huh?
Why?
Oh,
what do you
nothing.
mean?
Good night, Joan, and thank you.
Good night, Madam Benson.
Oh, by the way, that picture over there, that's Mr. Chambers in our office, isn't it? Good night, dear.
Fred, I'm going home at 5 today, and... Fred.
Well, do step into my office, dear, and do pardon the mess. You know how it is on moving day.
Fred, what on earth are you doing?
Well, would you look at this picture? J.J. Benson Employees Annual Excursion to Bear Mountain. Funny how we both photographed cross-eyed.
Fred, what were you doing so long in J.J.'s office?
J.J. Oh, yes, I remember. Quaint old relic. I used to work for her until I was fired.
Fred.
Oh, but we've nothing to worry about, dear. We can always fall back on Uncle George.
Oh, darling. But she couldn't have fired you. Why?
Why did Lincoln free the slaves? Madam Benson is a humanitarian. Even though she did say her son could do my work more efficiently. Well, come on. Get your things and let's clear out of this concentration camp.
Darling, let's think this thing over before we do anything foolish.
What's that?
Well, one of us has to keep working, at least until you find another job and start earning money again. Please, Fred, be sensible.
You mean you intend staying on here with young Prince Charming while I stand on the sidelines and cheer?
You talk like you don't trust me.
It's that weak-kneed werewolf I don't trust. And furthermore, if you don't quit now, I'm going to bust this thing wide open. I'll tell her we're married and plenty more.
And then what? I'll be fired too, and we'll be set back for months or years. Oh, forget your pride, dear, for Joseph. Please, darling, that's for me. I've got to go.
Joan, don't answer.
I've got to. Please, dear. We'll talk about it over when we get home tonight. Well, good morning.
Morning.
You might have telephoned you'd be out all night. I waited up for you.
Well, that's very considerate indeed. Where are you going all dressed up?
I'm going to work.
That's right, work. I remember now. Make a note of that, Miss Keating. It reminds me to look for a job when I get up this afternoon.
Well, that's one thing we're not going to worry about. We'll manage. We'll just explain gently to Josephine that she'll have to wait a bit.
Josephine, where's the budget book?
What about the budget book?
Well, I've got to make an entry in it.
Fred, that's not your money. Or mine either. We can't touch that.
Well, suppose I told you it's already touched. Suppose I told you I gambled away every cent of it and more besides. Suppose I told you I'll be changing my address to the county jail unless I make good the checks I drew. What would you think of that?
When did this take place?
Last night.
I see. Well, you won't have to change your address.
If you'd quit yesterday when I asked you, this wouldn't have happened.
Still harping on that, are you? You with your 10-cent pride trying to make a noise like a husband and then going out and acting like a spoiled brat. The big, strong protector of the home baking into his baby's bank. The breadwinner, the provider. Too proud for his wife to work, but not too proud to rob a baby bank.
What's wrong with a guy trying to make enough money so he doesn't have to stand by watching the whole Benson family trying to marry his wife? If we could afford it, I'd have a nervous breakdown.
I am a baby, and our home can go as long as the Chambers flag keeps flying in the breeze. You'll forgive me if I've had enough. And if you don't forgive me, I've still had enough. Coffee's on the top shelf. There's no cream. I'm going to work.
Give my love to the Bensons.
Here's something you overlooked. Your friend, the stork.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille will present Dick Powell and Joan Blondell in Act 3 of Model Wife. And now let's listen in for just a moment on the Johnson household. It's late, but Mrs. Johnson has no idea of going to sleep yet. Any minute now, her young daughter Anne will be coming home from her first big high school dance.
Is that you, Anne?
Oh, hello, Mother. You still awake?
Well, you look happy, dear. Did you have a nice time?
Oh, Mother, it was simply super. I danced every dance. And, Mother, you know what Jim Duncan said?
What, dear?
Jim said he wished he could go on dancing all night with me. You know what else he said? He said, "Gee, Anne, you're sweet."
Of course Jim loves to dance with Anne. She's a typical American girl, charming and fresh and really sweet. And lots of that freshness and charm, of course, is due to Anne's wise upbringing. Her mother says,
"From the time she was small, I've taught Anne that unless a girl is truly dainty always, No other charm counts. And it's so easy always to be sure. Anne wouldn't think of going out on a date without her Lux soap bath. She calls her daily Lux toilet soap bath her beauty bath. We're both keen about Lux soap's wonderful active lather. It leaves skin beautifully fresh and sweet.
Yes, fastidious women love the way a Lux soap beauty bath makes daintiness sure. You see, Lux soap has active lather that carries away perspiration, every trace of dust and dirt. Leaves skin really sweet and fresh. And here's something else. You'll love the delicate perfume Lux toilet soap has. The light, clinging fragrance it leaves on your skin. Hollywood screen stars, you know, say their complexion soap makes a truly luxurious bath soap, too. And it's economical as well. Lux toilet soap is hard milled, so you can use it down to the last thin sliver. And this fragrant white soap costs so little. Why don't you begin to use Lux toilet soap for your daily beauty bath, too? Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
The curtain rises on the third act of Model Wife. Several weeks have gone by, and the model wife is preparing to become a model divorcee. In the corner restaurant, Fred reads a lengthy legal document to Milo Everett.
No old men by these presents, blah, 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 blah. That the party of the first part, known as Joan Chambers, blah, blah. Oh, here we are, Milo. Frederick Chambers summoned to appear in Superior Court. Plain ordinary court wasn't good enough for her. Before Judge Schwiegelwasser at 10 a.m., October 10th.
And what am I supposed to say to Judge Schlegel? Who's this?
Well, you're my proxy, Milo. Just tell him I didn't like his name, so I went out of town.
Oh, and you're not even going to contest the divorce?
Why should I? Who ever heard of laws changing a woman's mind?
Oh, I don't like it, I tell you. The thought of you two children breaking up distresses me.
Here, Milo, have another one. Greatest cure for distress known to man. I was once distressed. Saw black specks before my eyes and had to walk upstairs backward. Look at me now.
I can't. You keep dirling like a wervish. I mean, you're undulating like a... Stop it, will you?
Hiya, Chambers. Hi, Joe.
Say,
am I supposed to congratulate you on your new job?
when are you sailing and why?
8 bells. Want to come along?
To China? Oh, not for twice the tea they're giving you. I once did publicity for a South American revolution, and that was enough. Anyway, good luck.
Thanks, old man.
Oh, so that's it. To get her back, you're going to risk your neck to make a lot of money. But you know, I kind of envy you sailing to China. The mysterious Orient, land of adventure.
Land of $400 a week for 6 months, if you last that long.
Freddie, my mind's made up. Now, I've been in Madam Benson's clutches for 18 years. I'm going with you.
You, Milo? Oh, what would Emily say?
Oh, she's had so much to say all her life. A little more wouldn't matter. Well, let's get going.
Without saying goodbye to Madam?
Oh, that's right. We can't leave Benson's like that. We must make a gesture of farewell.
Gesture of farewell. That's it.
Oh, only it's too bad Madam will be too busy this afternoon. It's grand opening of Ralphie's new perfume department, you know.
Oh, grand opening, huh? Well, Milo, why are we dallying? There's men's work to be done. To Madam Benson. Here we are, Milo. J.J. Benson, couturier. Enter, my friend.
Wait a minute. Will they let us in with that cat you bought?
That's not a cat, my friend. That's a little skunk.
Oh, well, that's all right then. Come on.
Close your eyes, Miss Kendall. Imagine yourself clad in old lace. The fragrance of lavender floating through a moonlit garden.
Just a minute. Something has come into the garden.
Good afternoon, madam. Afternoon, Ralphie.
Why, look. It's a... Oh, let me out of here.
Well, what's wrong, madam? Can a little fur coat take a walk if it wants to?
Listen, you hoodlums, take that skunk out of here. Wait till J.J. catches you.
Now, you better listen to your mama. The customer's always right, and we're customers. For the biggest bottle of perfume, if you please. How much is this, my good man?
$35.
So sorry it slipped.
Oh, here's a nice one.
Look, Chambers, if I wasn't a gentleman,
So sorry it slipped.
The little gentleman accepts your apology, Milo.
Detectives, grab these men.
No, you don't. Hey, now, this is a free country.
Here, let go. Free speech.
Take them into Madam Benson's office.
Let go.
Let go. This is an outrage. I tell you, it's an outrage.
Perhaps you're aware, Mr. Chambers, that I could have you placed in jail for a long time.
Leaving a perfectly clear field for your son to marry my wife. Not bad, Madam Benson.
Say that again.
Why? Don't tell me the idea has never occurred to Madam.
It hasn't. How long have you and Joan been married?
We spent our honeymoon weekend 2 years ago working overtime on your fall inventory sale.
When did you separate?
About 12 hours after you fired me. Any more questions? No? Well, I'll ask you some. Madam Benson, has it ever occurred to you what a wicked old fluff you really are? Well, if it hasn't, you ought to stop sometime and find out what the people around here think of you. I don't mean the old fossils who buy your clothes. I mean the people who sew and design and sell them, the little people. Connie Gordon, who you fired for supporting her husband when he was out of work. Ike, your $16 a week elevator man who smiles like an angel at your swank clients and hates you. Milo, who's had everything decent knocked out of him after 18 years under your thumb. You know, I could go on all day, but what's the use? You're too far gone. But one of these days, Madam is going to fall off her little niche. Smack on her $1 million bustle, and I hope that day is soon. Good day. Sorry if I haven't disturbed you.
Miss Keating is staying for dinner, Henry. Let me know when my mother gets home.
Very good, sir.
Joan.
Yes?
Why didn't you tell me before about your being married?
What difference would it make? In 6 months, I'll be divorced.
Reno could untangle you in 6 weeks if you'd let me help you. I'm interested in what happens after that.
After that, I'll be free as the wind and happy as a lark.
Joan.
Please, Ralph. You're very sweet, but don't say it tonight.
I warn you, I'll say it twice as loud tomorrow night.
Good evening.
Oh, good evening, Madam Benson.
What kept you so late, darling? Picking up broken bottles?
Yes, and a few other surprises as well. Joan, your husband and I had a very interesting monologue this afternoon. He's a more positive character than I thought.
I'm afraid I'm not much interested in his character, Mrs. Benson. I'm getting a divorce.
Really? I'm quite relieved. In that case, his going away can't matter very much to you.
Going away?
Yes, to some outlandish place. Milo told me about it. China, I think.
China? But why China?
Heaven only knows. He's accepted some idiotic job that'll probably cost him his life, but pays him handsomely. Well, good riddance, I say. Come, let's go into dinner.
Wait, Mrs. Benson. He couldn't do a thing like that.
Look at me, child. It's bad enough for old fools like me to make mistakes. Young people mustn't. His boat sails in an hour.
But he can't, he mustn't.
Joan, do you love him?
No.
Then let him go.
No. He's not going to kill himself over me.
Come along, my dear. Ralph will drive you to your apartment.
Ralph will not.
What?
You heard me, Ma. I refuse to be an accomplice in slitting my own throat.
All right, then I'll drive her. Come on, child. I haven't driven in 20 years. I suppose you've noticed that.
There he is. That's Milo's car. He's putting the grips in the back.
Go get him, Joan.
Fred! Fred!
Oh, hello.
Fred, what are you doing?
Why do you always have to make things so tough?
Tell me the truth about this China business.
Are you sure you'd recognize the truth if you heard it?
I can tell you why you're going. You didn't know what it was all about when you took the job, and now you're ashamed to back out.
And why is the ex-Mrs. Chambers-to-be so concerned about what I do?
Believe me, my sweet, I don't give a hoot what you do. I only hate to see a man I once respected making a fool of himself because of some melodramatic whim.
Don't be reactionary, Mrs. Chambers. Where would you be today if Columbus's ex-wife talked him out of traveling?
What about your food over there? Chow mein always did make you bilious, remember?
Oh, my stomach's been much better these last few weeks.
Hello, John. Here's the last grip, Fred.
Pile it on. Let's get going.
Fred, please don't go.
Now, look out or I'll miss the boat.
Miss it, then. Fred, remember what you said to me. Here we are fighting when we should be loving. I remember that. That's all I have remembered since you went so far away from me.
Far? I've been a couple of blocks away all the time.
No, you haven't. You've been on the other side of the world, and it's time you came home.
No, it wouldn't work. We'd be right back where we started.
Fred.
Sure we would. Bills and budgets, and you're working so that we could have a baby with a silver spoon and a fancy wardrobe. No, let's forget it. We'll try it my way this time. Goodbye, Joan.
Goodbye. Don't forget the picture postcard.
Hop in, Milo.
Joan, is he going?
Yes.
Over my dead body he's going. Get in my car.
Mrs. Benson.
Get in quick.
What are you going to do?
He can't make that boat if his back wheels fold up, can he?
What?
Watch it, darling. I'll make a cripple out of that car in one fell swoop.
You fixed the bank.
Sure. The day you left, I fixed it.
Oh, darling, I love starting over. It's like being on a honeymoon again.
Joan. Joan.
Maybe we should answer it.
No, let her ring.
Might be J.J.
I told her not to call me at these ungodly hours.
Maybe it's important.
Who's the master of this house?
You are, my lord.
Okay, I'll answer it. Hello?
Hello? Western Union calling. Is Mr. Chambers there?
Yes, this is Mr. Chambers.
We have a telegram for you. Collect.
All right, go ahead.
Please rush $200. My wife is going to have a baby. Signed, Uncle George.
Take an answer. Collect. Sorry, so is mine.
As the curtain falls, here come Dick Powell and his model wife, Joan Blondell, back to our microphone. It's no secret, of course, that they answer to the name of Mr. and Mrs. Dick Powell. But I'm going to tell a secret. We think they gave a fine performance.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. Don't you think there might be a place for a sequel to Model Wife?
Yes, a model wife deserves a model husband, Joan.
You're playing right into her hands, C.B.
I can just see it in lights on the marquee now. Model husband.
You're elected, Dick.
Dick? Oh, I hadn't thought of him for the part. Every morning at breakfast, he props the newspaper up on the table.
Oh, my.
Uh-oh. You're not helping things a bit, C.B. Hey, wait a minute, though. Joan, I have an idea.
What is it?
What about Mr. DeMille for that part?
Hey, that's not bad. How long have you been married, Mr. DeMille?
39 years.
Ever forget an anniversary?
Just once. I was under ether.
You're hired. And while we're on the subject of good memory, I think this would be an excellent time to tell you something new I've discovered about Lux soap. It's just this. You don't realize how much you depend on it until you don't have any. I've used Lux soap for years in caring for my complexion, and a day or so ago when I discovered there wasn't any on hand, well, believe me, it didn't take me long to fix that.
Naturally, Joan. It doesn't take anybody long to get Lux soap if it's missing.
Well, C.B., before we go home, we'd all like to hear about next week's play. What is it?
It's Virginia City, Dick. And that guarantees just about a thrill a minute. We'll have the same star who was in the Warner Brothers picture, Errol Flynn. And with him, we'll present Martha Scott. The play is a roaring drama of the days when gold was king of the West and Virginia City was the capital of adventure. There, a great battle of the war between the states was fought. A battle behind the scenes for control of the glittering yellow metal. But for one man and one girl, the prize was greater than gold, and the play Virginia City is their story.
And you've got a swell cast, C.B. Joan and I'll be listening.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. You're a model couple. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Errol Flynn and Martha Scott in Virginia City. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Included in tonight's play were Fred Mackay as Ralph, Verna Felton as Madame Benson, Chester Clute as Milo, and Edward Marr, Paula Francis, Julie Bannon, Stanley Farrar, Edwin Max, Lou Merrill, Gloria Blondell, and Adele Rowland. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
My name is Frank McCloud. I'm about 12 miles off Boot Key Harbor on my way in. Over.
Hold your course. You're headed straight for Key Largo. Key Largo. Largo, a lonely island off the coast of Florida. Sultry, heat-ridden, cloaked in the strange menace of the sea. But stranger still is the destiny that brings these people to this remote outpost, to be held at bay with a price on their lives, by a man with a price on his head.
Nothing to stop me from wiping you all out. What good'll that do, boss? Forget it. Her kind's a dime a dozen.
I say smack her and let it go at that.
Smacking her isn't enough for such an insult. He'd have to kill her. Then he'd have to kill the rest of us because we witnessed it. But to kill us all or nothing.
We rid ourselves of your kind once and for all. You ain't coming back.
Who's gonna stop me, old man?
Filth. You filth.
I won't let you go without me. You've got to take me. You've got to.
Now get
You've
away
got
from me.
Little wildcat. Smell blood, huh? Got your appetite up. You can make your hopes come true. But you gotta die for it. See where I'm aiming? Right at your belly. Go ahead, shoot. Get away, sister. Get away, Nora.
The Warrior of the Woodlands, Ranger Bill.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
There's an old saying which goes, "Let me live in a house by the side of the road and be a friend to man." Most of us are willing to be a friend to man. If we're Christians, it's our duty to lend a helping hand and lend it cheerfully in the spirit of Christian love. But there are a few people living here and there who would like to think they're living in their own private world. They're self-sufficient, so they think. And they honestly believe they don't need to do anything for anyone. Isn't it too bad that we have folks like this? There's so much personal benefit to be had from helping others. Don't you feel good when you've done something for someone else, just for the sake of doing it? I know I do. Well, let's meet one of these unhelpful people right now in the story I call The Self-Made Man. In the Shady River Valley, there's a small spread owned by Dutch Vanderhaven. Dutch is in his 60s now. His son was killed in the Korean War, and Dutch has his daughter-in-law Julie and his grandson Peter living with him. Let's go out to the Lazy D spread and meet Dutch Vanderhaven.
Hey, Gramps.
Ja, Peter, was is?
Mom says to come to lunch right away.
Ja, I come right away.
What's aching Big Boy?
He's got bee and bonnet, full of mischief.
Are you sure, Gramps? Looks like he's got a sore back leg.
What? Where are you looking, Peter? You are seeing things. I see no sore.
Get down here with me, Gramps. Look, it's on the inside. You must have got hooked on something.
You are right. So that is what makes him so hard to get along with. Well, after lunch, we have to have a look at that sore before it infects. And blood poison's the finest Hereford bull in this valley. You're a good boy, Peter. Yeah, come along now. We go have some lunch.
More coffee, Dad?
Yeah. Oh, Julie, was you always such a good cook, huh?
Now, don't try to butter me up for another piece of pie. That has to last for supper.
What? Has the oven stopped working?
Oh, okay. You can have just a small piece. You know what the doctor said about your blood pressure.
Yeah, he says you shouldn't eat so much.
Tomorrow I cut down, Peter. Yeah, tomorrow I cut.
Hey, it's Mr. Sims.
Come in, John. Come in.
Howdy, folks.
Hello, John. Sit down and I'll fix a cup of coffee.
Okay. Thank you, Julie. Well, how are you, Peter?
I'm fine, sir, thank you. Can I go out and play, Mom?
Run along, Peter.
Bye. I'm going fishing with Spot.
I should have half his vim and vigor. Even quarter of it would do.
I'll say. It would for me, too.
Yeah.
It's good coffee, Julie.
Thank you.
Well, John, what is on your mind?
Dutch, as you know, I'm on the annual fundraising committee for the orphanage. Well, I'm here to ask you for a contribution.
Yeah.
That's right. You know it's a worthy cause, Dutch. Not one penny is foolishly spent, and those children get a good home out of it.
Yeah.
Now, Dad, keep calm.
Oh, who's excited? I'm calm as ice cube.
No, you're not. You can't afford to get your blood pressure up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dutch, when are you going to shell out for something worthwhile around the shady river valley?
I show you what I shell out. You see this picture? That's my son, my only son. My daughter-in-law's husband and my grandson's father. That's what we shell out, John. He was killed by a war.
I'm sorry about that, Dutch. But a lot of other sons and husbands and fathers were killed in the war, too.
What does that matter to me? What comfort is that to me? Tell me, John.
Please, Dad. You'll get sick getting so worked up.
Yeah, maybe so.
I'm sorry I brought the subject up. It's just that I thought that since this was the children's home, you might contribute.
Yeah, you thought. How much more do you want from me? I contribute my son. Hello, Mac.
How are you, Dutch?
Pretty fine.
What are you making there?
This is cabinet for Peter's room. Boys have so much stuff that Julie wants cabinet so I can put his stuff in it instead of on the floor.
Yeah, boys will be boys.
Now, what you come to see me about?
We're doing some repair work at the church. We'd like you to help. You're such a fine woodworking expert. What do you say?
I tell you what I say. No.
Oh, come on, Dutch. We need a good craftsman like yourself.
Yeah. Now you tried the soft soap, maybe, yeah?
Well, just look at this cabinet you're making. It's beautiful work. We need this kind of work done at the church. We've got men who can do the rough carpentry work, but it takes an expert when it comes to finish work.
Yeah, you do, but not me. I don't think I am interested. Good day, Mac.
I can tell what the answer is without asking.
Yeah, he said no.
I'm sorry, Mac.
So am I. We need his help, and that's no joke.
I'll try and talk to him later on.
Thanks a lot, Julie.
I'll call your home and let you know one way or the other.
I'd appreciate it. What makes him this way, anyway?
I don't know. I think it has a lot to do with his son, my husband's death. He's taken the attitude that he's a self-made man, whatever that means.
Varmints!
Well, where are you going with those mules and wagons, Duffy?
I'm just on my way out to the buffalo range to do some mule skinning. How are you, Dutch?
They're good.
Hey, by the way, how come you ain't helping out over at the church?
Yeah, here we go another time.
Come on, Dutch. Don't try to kid this old walrus along.
Huh? What do you mean, kid you along?
What's the real reason you won't help?
That is no business of yours.
You don't think so, eh?
Nein, that's what I think.
Now, you listen to me, you old mule-headed, stubborn mule.
Oh, go ahead. Call me names. I don't listen anyhow.
Excuse me for insulting the mules. You're more stubborn than a mule-headed mule.
Yeah, maybe I am. But I have my reasons.
I don't doubt that one bit. Now you listen to me. You're not setting a very good example for that grandson of yours. Not very good at all.
That's a matter of opinion.
It sure is.
Nobody helped me get what I got.
They didn't, eh? I suppose you put those barns up all by yourself.
I did.
I sure would like to see you do it.
I did the beam work with a winch. Everything I got without anybody helping me. I am self-made man. You want me to help at church. I already give God the finest gift I could. My son.
Yep. You ain't telling me nothing I don't already know. There's lots of them military cemeteries all over the world, full of the best gifts a lot of fathers could give. Most of them are proud of it, beneath the hurt. And even though it hurts, they don't sulk and feel sorry for themselves. Come out here, get up!
Sure is a big bull.
Yeah, don't ever come in here, Peter. You understand, Gramps?
Sure. He could hurt me real bad, huh, Gramps?
Big boy, hold still now. I have your soul leg fixed again soon. Yeah, Peter. Big boy could hurt you. He could kill you like you killed fly.
Wow. That easy?
Yeah.
Could he kill a big man that easy?
Yeah. That's it. Open the gate for me, Peter. I bring out all the medicine at one time.
Sure, Gramps.
That's fine. Now close the padlock through the two ends of the chain.
Okay, Gramps. How's this, Gramps?
Let me see. Yeah, that's fine. You're a good boy, Peter.
Gramps, how much does Big Boy weigh?
2,600 pounds.
Well, how much is that?
Almost as much as Gramps' small truck weighs.
Wow, that's pretty much. I see what you mean about the fly.
How's it going, Mac?
Oh, the rough work is going fine, Bill. The finish work has come along quite slowly. There's just only 2 men on that.
Yeah, too bad I can't get Dutch over here. He's a good finish man.
I'll say he is. Let's look at his house and barns. But there's no use trying to talk him into it. He just won't give.
I'll say he won't. Well, Sonny, are we going to stand here and yakety-yak or pound nails and bang fingers?
You bang fingers, Duffy. I'll pound nails.
Thanks. That's mighty considerate of you. Where do we start work, Mac?
You fellas can start tearing out that old platform, if you will.
Yep. Okay, let's get a ripping. Boy, I've had it. You ain't just making noise, Sonny. Me too. Whew. Them nails sure have big teeth.
Since when do nails have teeth, old-timer?
Well, ain't that what makes them so hard to pull out of the wood? Unless there's somebody holding on to the other end.
Well, I guess you fellas really knocked yourselves out. I didn't figure you'd get the whole platform out in one day.
Well, I tell you, the wrecking ain't no problem. It's building it up again that's painful.
Yeah, you can say that again. If we could only get Dutch over here. You know, that man's fantastic when it comes to woodworking.
I know he's good, but what's fantastic about him?
His rate of speed. Dutch doesn't move fast nor slow. And then all of a sudden you realize that he's making terrific progress.
Mm-hmm. It's his ability to concentrate on his work.
You're right, Bill. I've never seen him waste a saw cut or make an error in measurement. Every movement counts toward finishing the job.
Well, I'll drive over there this evening, have a talk with the old gent.
What makes you think you can do any better than the rest of us at trying to convince him and help him?
Well, don't discourage him, Stumpy. At least he can try.
Yeah, that's right. Just let me try, fellas, and I'll let you know how I make out.
I can tell you that right now, Sonny. You'd get more arguing with a mule-headed mule that was stone-eared deaf.
Bill, how nice to see you. Please come in.
Thank you, Julie.
Come into the parlor, Bill. It's more cozy in there.
Okay.
You should have come in through the front door.
Am I that special a guest?
You sure are. Sit down.
All right, thank you, Julie.
What is the occasion for this pleasant surprise?
I'm not so sure it's going to be pleasant.
Oh?
I'd like to talk to Dutch about working on the church.
Oh.
That little word said a lot that time, Julie.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, but I'm afraid you're wasting your time.
Well, may I try anyway?
Why, of course you can. He and Peter are down at the creek doing some night fishing.
Sounds like fun.
You go ahead. I'll have coffee ready for you all when you come back.
Okay, that'll be wonderful.
Bill?
Yeah?
Don't get angry if he turns you down.
And that's the problem we face, Dutch. The work on the church will drag on and on unless we can get a master craftsman like yourself to help.
The answer is still no.
Dutch, you call yourself a self-made man, don't you?
Yeah, that's right. Everything I got by myself. All by myself.
You know, nobody lives unto himself.
I don't agree. I live in my own world.
Dutch, did you build your barn all by yourself?
Yeah.
No, you didn't.
What are you saying, Pierre? I did. You call me a liar?
No, I'm not calling you a liar, Dutch, but you didn't build your barn all by yourself.
I don't understand.
Did you cut down the trees and mill all the timbers and lumber that you used?
No, I bought it at the lumber yard. I paid cash for it, too.
Did you make the timber pegs and the nails you used?
No.
Did you make your own roofing paper? Hardware? Window glass? Paint?
No, how could I make all those things? I'd still be building the barn if I had to do that.
That's the point I'm trying to make, Dutch. You had help to build your barn.
Yeah, I did, since you put it that way. But the answer is still no.
And why, Dutch? Tell me why.
We go back to the house. We have enough fish. Maybe Julie make some coffee.
She said she was.
Sehr good. We talk more. When I get back to the house, I tell you why. I tell nobody all these years. You know, Bill, you're the only man I can talk with and not get mad.
Peter, it's time for you to go to bed. And no arguments.
Okay, Mom. Good night, Gramps. Night, Mr. Jefferson.
Good night, David.
Good night, young fellow.
Come on, Mom. You're going to check up on me anyhow. Might as well be now.
Okay, I'll be right there.
I'll be waiting.
Excuse me, gentlemen, while I get one small boy to bed.
Sure thing, Julie.
You know, when the boy is in bed and the house is quiet, it's nice. Yeah, it's peaceful. But in the morning, I'm glad to hear his laugh and his noise.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Dutch.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember way back in the early days when we first come to this valley.
Mm-hmm.
The river was covered on both sides of the banks by great trees. We called it Shady River. It hasn't changed much. The trees have grown bigger and older. Well, that's the nice part I remember.
Oh? Are there other memories?
Yeah. Everybody helped everybody else except Dutch. Nobody ever helped Dutch. You know why?
No, I don't.
They called me the stubborn Dutchman in those days.
Must have been a reason.
Yeah, it was me. I was stubborn then. And everything had to be done my way, the perfect way, else I didn't want anything to do with it.
Mm-hmm. And pretty soon your neighbors wanted nothing to do with you. And then, as the years went by and you managed to get along without anyone's help, you told them they could go jump in the Shady River. Your son grew into a strong young man, and he helped you work the ranch. Then you began to soften a little bit with age, and you did help out here and there until your son was killed in the war.
Yeah, that's right. I've given all the help I'm going to give to anyone as long as I live.
Now you've drawn yourself back into your own little world, and here's where you intend to stay until you die.
Yeah. After my boy died, people asked me if I was going to hire somebody to run the ranch. They joke at me. They say I'm too old now to run this place by myself. They say I was no longer a self-made man. Well, I showed them a thing or two. Yeah, I showed them all right.
Dutch, that isn't what the Lord teaches us to do. He taught us to help others and show a forgiving spirit and Christian love.
I gave God my son. And that's all I'm going to give.
Dad, Bill, it's getting late.
Oh, yes, you're right, Julie. It is getting late. I've got to get home. Good night, Julie. Dutch.
Right, Bill. Drop by again.
Yeah, you do that. I like to talk with you.
I'll do that. Good night. I'm sorry, Mac. I tried.
Yeah, I know you did. Thanks a lot, Bill. At least you got to talk to him, which is an accomplishment in itself.
You can't do business with Dutch. He just shuts his ear flaps. That's the end of it. Unless you like talking to yourself.
That's about the size of it, Stumpy. Well, no use crying over spilt milk. We've got lots of work to do, believe you me.
You ain't getting no argument from me. I can see the work.
Well, don't just stand there and look at it.
That don't bother me none. I can look at it all day long.
Come along, you old weasel. Time's a-wasting.
Come on, big boy, stop it. Stop rubbing your leg against the fence. Stop it. You're gonna make your leg worse. Oh, you dumb beast. I'm gonna have to climb over the fence and stop you. I'm gonna make your leg more sore than ever. Oh, be quiet. I ain't gonna hurt you, you big dumbbell. Yeah, you are dumb. You'll never get your leg well scratching it against the fence like that.
Peter, come out of there. Get out of there.
Gramps, big boy's gonna charge.
Run for the gate. This way, Peter. Come on. Get out.
Okay, I'm out. Close the gate, Gramps.
Look out. Here comes the big boy. Run, Peter. Run.
Gramps! Gramps! Mom, Gramps is hurt. Big boy's loose.
Well, how you feeling, Dutch?
Pretty good, I guess. Did you have to shoot the big boy?
No. Some of the boys now, I rounded him up on horseback and brought him in. He's in his stall in the barn right now. And we're going to fix the gate right now, too.
That's fine. What day is it?
It's Wednesday, Dad.
I've been unconscious 3 days.
You sure have, Gramps. I'm awful sorry I didn't listen. And you got hurt. Really, I am, Gramps?
Oh, that's all right, Peter. I know you are. You're a good boy.
Dad, the doctor says you've got to stay in bed for 3 weeks. and no work for 3 more after that.
What is that? Nonsense?
It's no nonsense, Dutch. You're fortunate you weren't killed.
Yeah, you're right. But who is going to take care of the ranch?
I'll help. Honest, I will, Gramps.
I know you will, Peter, but we need a couple extra hands to take your grandfather's place. Now, don't worry about your spread, Dutch. I'll see to it that everything is taken care of.
Thanks, Bill. I can see now that it doesn't make much good sense to brag about being self-made, yeah?
Yeah. Well, gentlemen, what do you say?
I speak for all of us when I say we're not at all inclined to help Dutch out.
We may seem a little hard-nosed, but no more so than Dutch.
I see. You feel that turnabout is fair play, huh?
Yeah, we sure do.
Let him find out how it feels to need help and not get it.
Fine bunch of men you are. How are you going to show Dutch he's wrong if you make it an eye for an eye deal?
That's right. Let me recite a little past history about this valley.
You needn't bother. We say no and we mean it.
I thought there was only one stubborn, mule-headed mule in this valley. But I can see I was wrong. There's a whole passel of them.
It feels good to be up and around and get out on the porch again.
I imagine it does, Dutch.
Bill, we sure owe you a lot for all the help you've been. Why, I don't know what we would have done without your help and that of your men. They've been wonderful.
Yeah, they have. That's more than we can say about those neighbors. Huh?
They say it's an eye for an eye, Dutch. And I can't blame them in one way, but I do in another. The Lord sure isn't pleased about all this stubbornness between Christian men.
I hope and pray that someone will make the first break and end this terrible unfriendliness between neighbors.
Yeah, so do I. But I'm not going to be the first one to break the ice.
Dutch, I'm ashamed of you. Is this the appreciation you show to the Lord for sparing your life and your ranch?
Well, I'm glad to see you fellows back on the job again.
We're glad to be back, too, now that we found 2 good ranch hands for Dutch. And there ain't no hard feelings, neither. Not as far as we're concerned, anyhow.
Ah, that's fine. Is Dutch up and around now?
Yeah, he's just about as good as new. But he has to get back into the swing of things kind of gradual-like. I think he's going into semi-retirement.
Hey! Look who's coming up the street with his tools.
I can't believe it. It's Dutch.
Can you use a poor man like me to help repair the church, Mac?
Can we use you? Oh, brother, I'll say we can.
Dutch, what made you change your mind?
God did. Now out of my way so I can go to work.
And that's the story of the self-made man who thought he lived in a world all by himself. Well, see you next week for more adventure with
Hi, fellas and gals. Ranger Bill again, stepping in here for less than a minute to invite all of you out there to another half hour of adventure next week at this special spot on your radio dial. We've gathered a pile of stories for you with mystery and adventure and all kinds of excitement, and we don't want you to miss a single one. So next time, call up your friends or get together with them and join all of us Rangers for a session of fighting forest fires, grappling with grizzly bears, or just plain trying to help somebody out. We're sure you'll enjoy the story, and you might just learn something that'll be of real help to you in later life. So, next week, be sure to listen. 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 Sure to listen.
Of the Round Table. For the greatest entertainment experience of your life, see with your own eyes the magnitude and depth made possible by the anamorphic lens and the sweeping CinemaScope screen. Through CinemaScope, you become one of those present at this memorable event. For around you stand the legendary chiefs and warriors who have come here, as you have, to see Arthur Pendragon receive the enchanted sword Excalibur, and so become the rightful king of all England. You'll ride with Robert Taylor and know him as Sir Lancelot, the gallant knight in shining armor. With Ava Gardner, you'll enjoy the pageantry and splendor of the day when she, as the lovely Lady Guinevere, comes to wed the great King Arthur, played superbly by Mel Ferrer. Within the vaulted walls of ancient castles, there comes to life the magnificent masterpiece, Knights of the Round Table.
God grant long life to the Table Round.
All the remembered characters of the one romantic adventure story that has thrilled millions through the ages. It's all here, just as the immortal story told of it. The fury of excitement, the intrigues and passions that split a kingdom asunder.
There is a fraying link in Arthur's chain. Lancelot is the Queen's lover.
Traitor!
Why is the Queen not with you?
Touching her loyalty and mine, I will give full account. But first, I must speak of a friendship from which all else has sprung. In the old days, I rode in search of a man and found him and became his friend. We fought side by side and endured all things together. And if at times we differed and fell out, still I will say that no two men living were greater friends. Then I met a woman. From that hour, I loved her. Her name is Guinevere. She's your queen. My friend was your king, and it pleased him to make me her champion.
Guinevere, this night is my banner, sword, and shield.
A man and a woman may love each other all their lives with no evil between them. Be that as it may, my lord, if any knight saving your person will say that the queen is not a true wife, I will make it good upon his body.
personal favorites. George Burns and Gracie Allen are up next in our lineup.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
This is Bill Goodwin speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap. Well, it's Tuesday night again. Time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen, Jimmy Cash, and Paul Whiteman and his music. But first, here are the 6 hits and a miss, singing Hip Hip Hooray.
Hip, hip, hooray, we're living in the USA. Come on, you Yanks, all holler things. Hip, hip, hooray, hip, hip, hooray. Americans will always say, we like it here, stand up and cheer. Hooray, hooray, every girl and boy can find romance beneath star-spangled skies. There's lots of fun for everyone in our land of paradise. Hip, hip, hooray, we live in the USA. Let freedom ring, come on, sing. Hip, hip, hooray, hooray.
And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, it's early morning at the Burns home, and all 3 of the Burnses are still sound asleep. There's Papa Burns. And Baby Burns. And Mama Burns.
Oh, Tyrone, do you really think so?
Huh? What? What? Oh.
Gosh, it's cold. Every morning since our maid quit, it's the same thing. Get up in a cold house and go fix the furnace. Oh, well, somebody has to do it. Gracie, wake up. It's time for you to fix the furnace.
Oh, ho. Good morning, George. Hurry, wake up there. It's morning. Oh. Good morning, darling. Now say good morning to your daddy.
Gee, he's cute. I could just eat him up. In fact, I think I'm
now,
going
George,
to eat him.
That's no way to talk.
All right. Well, you better get up and fix the furnace, dear.
Oh, I don't have to this morning. We have a maid to do that.
A maid? You mean Minnie is back?
Oh, no.
I thought maybe Lockie dropped her option. Imagine having a maid again.
Oh, yes, isn't it wonderful? We're going to have breakfast in bed this morning.
Really?
Yes. You know, when I was a girl, I went to a hospital once for 3 weeks just so I could have breakfast in bed every morning.
And you weren't sick?
No, but I kept insisting I had a pain in my side. And did the doctors fall for it? Imagine, they even took out my appendix.
And you sure put one over on them.
Yeah, I know. Well, ring for the maid, dear. The bell's right alongside your bed.
Okay. Gee. I can't believe we finally got a maid.
You'll be surprised when you see her. Oh, good morning, Tootsie.
Oh, did Madam ring?
Oh, no. Don't tell me Tootsie Sagwell is the maid.
Sure. Is breakfast ready, Tootsie?
Uh-huh. I'll bring it up as soon as the coffee cools off.
As soon as it cools off?
Yes, those tin cans get so hot you can't pick them up off the stove.
All right, Gracie, you better explain why Tootsie is in this house pretending to be a maid.
Well, it's part of our plan, George.
What plan?
The Beverly Hills Uplift Society give each other a boost in the crisis plan.
Might have known that silly club of yours was involved.
Well, it's a marvelous idea.
I'll bet.
Well, you know it's almost impossible to get help now, so the members are going to take turns being each other's servants.
Only a genius could think up an idea like that.
Oh, please, Judge, you're making me blush.
Oh, I say.
Now, take our laundry arrangement. I do Mrs. Taylor's laundry at her house, and she does mine here.
Well, that saves you both a lot of work.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
And all you have to do is carry our washing machine back and forth.
That's all I have to do?
Sure. She doesn't live so far from us, and it's all downhill all the way to her house.
And uphill all the way back.
You never made the trip, George. You're just guessing.
Yeah. I'm just guessing.
Breakfast is served, madame. And shall I place it on the table?
Hey, look out for that footstool.
Oh. I think I tripped.
Oh. Well, don't feel bad, Tootsie. I asked for breakfast in bed, and that's where you put most of it.
Look at this mess. Coffee, eggs, butter, bacon in our bed.
Aren't we lucky? Most people haven't even got it in their icebox.
Yeah, we're very lucky.
I'm sorry, Gracie. I didn't mean to.
All right. Stop cackling, even if you are the only hen who ever laid a fried egg on a blanket.
Well, never mind, Tootsie. Just go down and start all over again.
She'll do nothing of the kind. If you want to cook that badly, I'll hire one.
But, George, if you do that, what will happen to the Beverly Hills Uplift Society give each other a boost in the crisis plan?
Just clean up this mess. I'm going down and get a cook. Tomato juice all over my pajamas. Wish that Tootsie Sagwell would get drafted. But I guess her face will always be in 4F.
Hi, George.
Oh, good morning, Bill.
I just dropped by to... Say, you certainly like to brag, don't you?
I like to brag?
Yeah, I know bacon is hard to get, but do you have to wear a slice behind your ear?
Just had my breakfast thrown at me. Do you know a good employment agency? I want to hire a cook.
Well, George, I know the girl at the newspaper office who takes the help wanted ads. I'll give her a ring, huh?
Well, don't bother, Bill. I'll just call an agency.
Oh, it's no bother, George. She loves to have me call her. In fact, Barbara's so crazy about me, she'll probably put the ad in for nothing.
Oh, good.
Hello. Oh, hello, Babs. This is Billy. Take this ad, will you? Billy. Yeah, Bill. Oh, you know Bill Goodwin. Look, who's got dimples and curly hair and kissed you last night, huh? What? About 9:30. Oh, he did? Well, maybe I was there at 9:15.
Look, Dimples, just give her the ad. Maid wanted, good salary.
Oh, you remember me, Babs. We had a wonderful conversation. You said, what's new? And I said, Swan soap. And you said, what do you know? And I said, I know Swan is purer than the finest Castiles. Money can't buy a purer soap. And you said, get him. Gee, it was such a romantic conversation.
Just give her the ad, Lochinvar. Maid wanted, easy hours.
Well, gee, Babs, don't you remember? I said Swan is great for washing the dishes because it suds faster than other white floating soaps. And since Swan is purer than the finest Castiles, it's kind to your hands, too. Helps keep them soft and lovely. So use Swan for every soap and water job in the house. And you said, uh-huh. Babs, don't you remember saying, uh-huh?
Bill, I'd like to hire a maid. Would you tell her that it's...
Babs, don't you remember how I took your little hand in mine and showed you how to break Swan in two with a simple twist of the wrist?
Look, Bill...
So that you could use half in the kitchen for your dishes and cleaning and the other half in the bathroom for your hands and face? Remember? Oh, you do?
Well, good. Bill, now give her the ad.
Well, I'll be right over, sweetheart. Goodbye.
Bill, you called that girl for me.
Are you kidding?
Well, I'll get a cook. Where's the phone book?
George, what are you doing?
Looking up an employment agency.
Well, you might as well use the club plan. You'll never be able to get a cook.
Well, don't worry. I'll get one.
I'll bet you won't.
Well, all right. It's a bet. You know that expensive hat I wouldn't let you buy?
Yes.
I'll bet you that hat.
All right.
All right.
And if I lose, you can go up and get it out of my closet and take it back.
This is Paul Whiteman. The boys and I would like to pay a little tribute to a good neighbor with our arrangement of Brazil.
Well, Gracie, you said it was impossible to hire any help. But just look in the other room. There are 4 or 5 women waiting to be interviewed.
Well, George, you're making a big mistake. You ought to use our Beverly Hills Uplift Society to give each other a boost in the crisis plan.
Gracie, I don't want to hear any more
Well, it's
about
a wonderful plan, George. They boost you today, and you boost them tomorrow.
it. I can't wait till tomorrow. I'd like to boost them right
George.
out. Well, forget the plan, Gracie. Forget that club plan. I'll show you how to handle the help situation. Okay, I'll see the first applicant. Now, madam, I'm going to be businesslike about this and not waste any time. The pay is $20 a week, and you get Thursdays off, and there's no use asking any questions because that covers everything. Do you want the job?
No.
Gee,
She was businesslike, too, wasn't she?
yeah, I guess I frightened the poor woman.
See, George, I have a wonderful idea.
What?
Why not adopt the Beverly Hills Uplift Society?
No,
with each other?
no. I don't want those club women in this house. I'd rather have termites.
Well, George, this is no time to be choosy.
Well, forget it. I'm going to interview the next woman.
Some of them.
Right this way. Who's next?
I am.
Now, miss.
Let's get going, Shorty. I ain't got all day. What's your name?
Huh?
Your name. If I cut my finger, I want to know who I'm suing.
Oh, fine.
Oh, his name is Mr. George Burns.
Burns is enough. I ain't going to call him Mister because I'm as good as he is.
Yeah, but...
And I ain't going to call you George because you ain't my type.
Yeah, but...
So Burns is enough.
Yeah.
How many rooms in this house, Burns?
Well... There are 4 rooms upstairs.
Never mind the upstairs. I'm strictly a downstairs cleaner.
Well, downstairs is the library and the living room.
We'll bring the books in the living room. That makes one less to clean. What else?
Well, there's a dining room and a kitchen.
We'll eat in the kitchen. That makes 2 less.
Now, wait a minute.
Better bring the books in the kitchen, too. Wide spread out.
Now, wait a minute.
What does this job pay?
20 a week.
20 a week? I pay my cook more than that.
All right. What's so funny? What are you laughing at?
You frightened that poor woman, too. Oh, George, if you'd only adopt...
Gracie, I don't want those silly club women in this house.
But, George, they only want to help you. And you know what I always say, love laughs at locksmiths.
Well, what is that? That proverb doesn't fit.
Well, maybe not, but that's what I always say.
Yeah, and I always have to listen to it. Next girl.
You mean me?
Yeah, step in here. How do you do?
Hello.
Are you an experienced cook?
Oh, sure. I've had 10 jobs in the last month.
Well, why did you leave all those positions?
I didn't leave. They fired me.
Well, wasn't your work satisfactory?
Oh, sure.
Well, then, why did they fire you?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Well, I have, and good day.
Well, George, shall we try the club plan, dear?
Honey, for the last time, I'm not going to do anybody else's housework.
But you know all the people in the club, George. It's not like I was asking you to scrub a strange floor or wash a sock off an unfamiliar foot.
Forget it. Anyway, there's still one dame left. I better handle her with kid gloves. Well, hello there. I guess you're the last one.
I guess I am.
Well, step right in. You know what they say. Last but not least. This is my wife.
I'm sure you'll find me satisfactory, madam. I'm an excellent all-round worker.
Well, the work is very simple. In the morning, you dust the...
No dusting.
No dusting?
Dust is bad for my sinuses.
Well, my wife will be glad to do the dusting.
And the laundry.
No laundry?
I'm allergic to water.
Well, don't you ever wash yourself?
Oh, sure. With olive oil.
Well, maybe she can do the laundry in olive oil.
Gracie, if you don't...
Well, it would make it easier for you to slip into your clothes.
Very hilarious. Look, miss, do you mind sweeping?
Oh, no. Sweep as much as you like.
No sweeping?
Rheumatism.
Well, can you cook?
Oh, I'm a wonderful cook.
But?
The smell of food makes me bilious.
Lady, is there anything wrong with your legs?
No, my legs are fine.
Then run out the door. Out! Out!
Well, George, you give up?
No.
Well, George, why don't you let me handle the servant problem? My mother always said that the wife should run the home and the husband should earn the money.
Well, in this family, the husband runs the house.
Poor Mama. She had the whole thing backwards.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Here's Jimmy Cash with a mighty attractive proposition. Why don't you fall in love with me? And okay, Jimmy.
I'm tired of feeling blue. I want to know just how I stand with you. And now that you're in my embrace, this is the time, this is the place. As long as you're not in love with anyone else, why don't you fall in love with me? You're driving me crazy, baby, trying to guess. Will you tell me no, or will you tell me yes? You gotta go overboard for someone someday. Believe it or not, it's bound to be. As long as you're not in love with anyone else, why don't you fall in love with me?
Well, now George is out making the rounds of the employment agencies. Meanwhile, Gracie has slipped Tootsie into the kitchen as their cook. She feels confident that when George tastes the Irish stew they're making, he'll okay her club plan.
How's the stew coming along, Tootsie? Almost done?
I think so, Gracie. Oh, the potatoes and onions look lovely.
Let's see. They do look nice. Which is which?
The potatoes are the ones that fell apart.
Oh.
Oh, it's too bad we didn't have any carrots.
Oh, well, that doesn't matter. The bananas we put on are practically the same shape.
Oh, that's right. And with the skins left on, they're almost the same color.
Sure. George will never know the difference. I just know our stew will be a big success, Tootsie, even if we did have to make it without meat.
Oh, yeah, it's lucky you thought of that article you read about meat substitutes.
Oh, it certainly is. Do you think that pound of Swiss cheese will be enough? Or should we put in the Roquefort, too?
Oh, I believe the Swiss cheese is enough.
Mm-hmm.
Hiya, Gracie. I saw you and George through the kitchen window. Oh, Tootsie, I thought you were George with an apron on.
That's not a very nice thing to say, Bill.
Oh, you're right. He's one of my very dearest friends. Gee, I'm sorry you didn't hire a new cook, Gracie, because I wanted to tell her about Swan, the new white floating soap that's purer than the finest Castiles. I wanted to tell her that Swan's a regular suds and whiz.
Well, Tootsie's our cook today, Bill. You see, we have a club plan where we all work for one another.
Oh, say, that sounds like a swell idea. Can I get in on it?
Oh, sure. You can come over to my house tomorrow and cook for me. I've always wanted to stir up something with you.
No, thanks, Tootsie.
Why not?
Well, you see, I'd rather work in a home where there's babies. You see, I just love to bathe babies with Swan.
Well, Bill...
You know, Swan is so pure it's kind to even a baby's tender skin. And if it's swell for baby, well, it's great for your hands and face, your tub or shower.
Well, Bill...
You know, many women have long considered Castile soap's the standard of purity.
Well, Bill...
But Swan is even purer than the finest Castile.
Well, Bill... Well... Bill, I have an idea. I'll come over and cook for you.
Oh, no, Tootsie. You see, I don't have any pots or pans.
Well, that's all right. I bring my pan.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Well, Bill, Tootsie's a wonderful cook. Just look at the stew we're making for George. There. Get a whiff of that.
Say, you girls are going to be famous.
Really?
Why, sure, you've got a new formula for synthetic rubber. Goodbye.
Did you hear what he called our stew?
He doesn't know what he's talking about. It might look like rubber and smell like rubber and stretch like rubber, but whoever saw rubber with bananas in it?
Oh, Gracie, where are you? Oh, my goodness, George is back. He mustn't find me here.
Well, don't worry, I'll keep him out of the kitchen. Oh, hello, dear. Back so soon?
Yeah. I went to 12 employment agencies. 11 of them are out of business, and the other one's a bookie.
Oh, well, cheer up, darling. While you were gone, I got a cook.
You did? Where'd you get her?
Where?
Yeah.
Oh, I got her from the Baylesses across the street.
Well, why did they give her up?
Why?
Yeah.
Well, they went away for a rest. Yeah, that's it. They went away for a rest. To Europe.
They went to Europe for a rest?
Well, you see, he used to live in New York under the elevated, and he can't rest unless there's a lot of noise, so...
Gracie, I'd like to see this cook.
Oh, well, no, you can't, George. She's very temperamental. She's scared of men.
She's scared of men?
Well, yeah, you see, her mother was once frightened by her father, who was a man. And ever since...
Gracie, I'm going in to see this cook.
No, wait, George. She's very temperamental.
But I want to talk to her. What's her name?
Her name?
Yeah.
Oh, it's, Bridget. Oh, I'll tell you what, George. Talk to her through the kitchen door.
For what? I'm going in there.
Oh, no, you're not. Gracie, what's the big... Lock the door.
Let me in there.
Yeah.
Let me in.
George, Bridget doesn't want you in here, do you, Bridget? Her face and that I don't. I'll have no man tracking up me white kitchen with his big feet.
Was that Bridget who just spoke?
Well, of course it was, George. She's Irish. Aren't you, Bridget? Sure in that I am.
Bridget, are you sure you're not Gracie?
Oh, go away with you now. Faith and Gracie is 10 times prettier than I am. And it's lucky you are to be married to a Colleen whose eyes are as blue as the lakes of Killarney and whose fur coat is getting a little tattered, so why don't you buy her a new one?
Now I'm convinced you're not Gracie. But, but from the sound of your voice, Bridget, me darling, I'll bet you're every bit as pretty.
George Burns, you stop flirting with me.
What did you say?
Faith and I mean you stop flirting with your wife.
Enough is enough. Unlock this door.
Gracie, I think the stew is ready. It just collapsed.
Oh, good. I'm coming right out, dear. Dinner is ready. Well, here you are. Just tuck your napkin around your neck.
Does that smell come from this food?
Yes. Doesn't it smell delicious? Bridget says it's an old family recipe. This stew has been handed down from mother to daughter.
Looks like one of them dropped it. Look, Bridget, I heard you whispering to somebody in... Which one of your club members is out there in the kitchen?
Why, George Burns, how...
I'll be right back. I see. Tootsie!
Oh, hello, George. My, you look handsome today. New suit. Well, goodbye.
Tootsie, you come in here.
Yes, George?
Sit down and eat that stew.
Well, I'd love to, but I'm really not hungry. I had a glass of water this morning.
Eat it!
Well, go on, Tootsie. Tootsie, eat him. And when he sees how much you enjoyed, he'll adopt our club plan.
Yeah.
Here, open your mouth and swallow this.
Oh.
Well, how do you like it? Well, don't just pop your eyes at me, Tootsie. How do you like it?
It's delicious. Goodbye.
Well, that's good. That is great. Simply a wonderful idea. Now, there's no dinner, and I'm starved.
Well, here's where our boost in the crisis plan goes to work. I'll just call Blanche Morton, and she'll come over and cook our dinner.
Well, tell her to hurry. Is she a good cook?
Good. She taught Tootsie Sagwell everything she knows.
Never mind. We'll eat out. That's all.
George and Gracie will be right back, so I'm going to make a brief suggestion. Instead of buying lots of different kinds of soaps, try Swan for every soap and water job in the house. In the kitchen, Swan does the work of easy-to-waste package soaps. And in the bathroom, for your hands and face, Swan gives you as pure a soap as money can buy. And at the same time, gives you more soap per penny than any leading toilet soap tested. So be kind to your budget, and be kind to your hands with Swan, the soap that's purer than the finest Castiles. Well, here they are again, George and Gracie.
Well, George, our stew might have looked and tasted like synthetic rubber, but I got a pound of waste fat out of it, and I took it down to the butcher's.
Oh,
The government can use it to make bombs and bullets.
good. And what did you do with the rest of the stew?
Oh. How do you like my new galoshes?
The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in to your CBS station again next week, same time, when their guest will be Charles Lawton. Remember, George Burns and Gracie Allen, CBS next Tuesday night. And don't forget to listen to Swan's other comedy show, Tommy Riggs and Betty Lou, over another network every Friday night. And now till next week, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, how about you?
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Yes, great books do make great movies. This was true with Mrs. Miniver and Random Harvest. More recently, it was very true with The Human Comedy. And it will be true again with Dragon Seed, Madame Curie, See Here, Private Hargrove, and White Cliffs of Dover. Major Eric Knight wrote many fine stories. One of them you've seen in pictures, this above all. But his greatest story was Lassie Come Home. Lassie is the story of a dog and a boy. Oh, it isn't a pretentious picture or an epic. It is too real, too human, too beautiful for high-sounding adjectives. The boy's family was poor. So poor they had to sell Lassie, and she was shipped hundreds of miles away. But Lassie never forgot the boy, her home, her people. Then one day she ran away. She was going home. Nothing could stop her. Not miles, nor storms, nor danger, nor wounds. Twice she found refuge. Each time someone loved her, but a greater love urged her on. Did Lassie get home? Did she find the boy? Lassie's story is a magnificent one. You'll love every bit of it.
Hunt the Biggest of All game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, The Hornet Keeps a Date. The Green Hornet strikes again. Will you be one of the 20,000 new waves the Navy needs? You will be if you go at once to the Navy recruiting station nearest you and ask about it. Here are the qualifications. You must be between 20 and 36 years of age, have at least 2 years of high school education, and have no children under 18 years of age. If you can meet those requirements, you now have the opportunity to join this fine service. You will be proud to be a wave and to know that you did your full share to help beat the Japs. Go to the Navy recruiting station now and ask how you can join the women in blue, the Navy's waves. And now, the Green Hornet. Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, arrived at his office late one morning accompanied by his Filipino valet, Cato, who had stopped in to take some clothing from the office to the cleaners. Britt Reed sat down at his desk and casually glanced at the opened mail, which had been placed there by his secretary, Lenore Case. As his glance fell on the top letter, he suddenly tensed, then leaned forward disbelievingly for a closer look.
Great Scott. Cato, come here, quickly.
What's wrong, Mr. Britt?
Forget those clothes. Come look at this letter.
Letter must be bad news, Mr. Britt. You not look so well right now.
And if this letter means what I think it means, I'll have reason to feel sick. And how?
What did it say?
Well, I haven't read it through. It's the beginning that bothers me. Listen to this. To the Green Hornet, care of the Daily Sentinel, City. Dear Green Hornet. Cato, this is serious.
If Miss Case bring letter and put it on your desk, it means...
It means that Lenore Case knows Britt Reed is the Green Hornet.
What you do, Mr. Britt?
Well, the sooner I face the situation, the better. I'll let Miss Case come in.
Maybe it better I leave.
No, you stay here.
Yes, Mr. Reed?
Will you come in right away, Miss Case?
Yes, sir. I was expecting you to call me in. I'll come right away.
Oh. She said she was expecting me to call her in, Cato. This is a situation, if there ever was one. My own secretary knowing the biggest secret of my life.
You think she keeps secret?
I don't know. I've always put absolute trust in Miss Case, but even if she does keep the secret to herself, think of the whole such knowledge will give her over me.
I see you found that letter I left on your desk, Mr. Reed.
Yes, that's what I want to see you about.
I knew you would.
Why, did you put this letter on my desk, Miss Case?
Well, I thought the other letter in the envelope I left with it explained, Mr. Reed.
The other letter?
Yes, sir. It was right under the Hornet letter. There it is.
Oh. Oh, I see. I didn't look at that one.
Thought I'd clipped them together. Clip must have slipped off. The envelope is addressed to the editor of the Daily Sentinel.
Oh, so I notice. Let's see what this other letter says.
Just a request that we publish the enclosed letter to the Green Hornet. The woman who wrote it says it's very important that she's sending similar requests to other papers.
So I see.
What the Hornet letter say, Mr. Britt?
Well, read it. Dear Green Hornet, if you're as smart and nervy as they say you are, you figure out a way to contact me for your own good. Helene. Huh. She doesn't give the Hornet much to go on, does she?
Thank goodness, that's a strange letter. Are we going to print it, Mr. Reed?
Well, yes, it'll make an interesting item. The police can have the original if they want it.
Since it's typewritten, I doubt if they could make any more out of it than reading it in the Sentinel.
Well, I'll send it to them anyway. Have Gunnigan run it in a box on the front page. We'll give the girl Helene a break.
I'd like to see the Hornet's face when he reads that. If he can find her, he must be smart.
Well, if he can figure it out, the police can do the same thing. It'll be interesting if they happen to get to the girl before the Hornet does.
Perhaps girl have evidence against Hornet and intend to make him pay a large sum of money.
Could be. In that case, Cato, it's up to the Hornet to reach Helene before the police do. And with nothing but that note to go on, he's going to have to do a lot of fast thinking.
Hi, Reed.
Good afternoon, Axford. Just come back from police headquarters?
That I did, Reed. Believe me, they're sure and dithered about that note for the Hornet you put in the Sentinel.
Oh, really? Well, didn't you give Inspector Evans the original note that came in the mail?
Sure. And the Clarion had the same thing printed in his personal column. But if there's any hidden message in that note, they ain't found it yet. Sarge has some of the men at headquarters working on it. They've put the words backwards and skipwards and all, but got no sense from it yet.
I see.
Maybe the Green Hornet knew the dame before. Maybe she's his girlfriend and he already knows where to find her.
Well, in that case, you went to a lot of trouble sending a note to the papers.
Yeah, that's all. I was thinking, Reed, it would be a feather in our cap if one of us on the Sentinel could figure out how to find her. Maybe we'd be able to get a scoop.
Well, it'd please me very much if somebody could locate the girl.
Well, for your own information, I'm working on it myself. Oh, 'tis my idea the girl's got something on the Hornet and intends to try to make a deal with him. If I dope it out, I'll let you know right away.
Good. Hope you have luck, Axford. If there's a hidden message anywhere in that note, I'd be very glad to know it. Very glad.
You want to see me, Inspector Evans?
Oh, yes, Sergeant Burke. Come sit down a minute.
Thanks, sir. Well, I've had the boys going over that Hornet note, the one some girl sent to the papers. So far...
I know, Sergeant. I sent for you to come to my office because I want to discuss that note in private.
What about it, Inspector?
Since you're going to be needed in working on the case, I decided to tell you that note's a plant. A come-on for the Hornet, which was arranged by me.
Arranged by... I don't get it.
Now, look. A couple of days ago, we picked up Jimmy Duncan. Do you remember?
Sure, for driving a load of black market stuff.
Right. When we grilled him, he insisted the Green Hornet was the head of the racket. Said he'd told his sister about it, and she could verify what he said.
Yeah, I remember.
Well, I had his sister brought here to my office for questioning yesterday morning. Here's a transcript of our conversation. Look it over. That'll give you the whole story.
Okay, sir. From this, I can get a quick idea of just what she had to say. I noticed your secretary took down the questions and answers word for word.
Now that I'm here, what do you want to know?
You're Helen Duncan, sister of Jimmy Duncan, the man we picked up yesterday?
That's right. But you haven't got anything on me. I didn't do anything.
Don't worry, Helen. We have no intention of keeping you in custody. You'll be doing the police department a favor, and at the same time, you'll be helping your brother. If you'll tell me exactly what you know of your brother's connections in the black market racket.
Honest, Inspector. Jimmy just got in with the wrong bunch, that's all. He's just one of the little guys in the racket. I begged him to get out of it, but he said he couldn't.
Did he say why?
Sure. He said the Green Hornet was the big boss, and he was afraid to quit. You know yourself, the Hornet ain't one to fool around with.
I know. So he told you the Hornet was at the head of it, eh?
Sure, that's what I just told you.
Yes, and that's what your brother told us, too.
Well, it's the truth, Inspector, honest.
Could be at that. Helen, would you be willing to help us trap the Hornet and break up that black market racket at the same time?
Trap the Hornet? Don't make me laugh.
I have a plan that I think will work if you'll cooperate. It'll help your brother's case if you do.
Well, okay, Inspector. What have I got to lose? Anyway, I'd sure like to get a look at that Hornet. Now, suppose you tell me what the plan is you have in mind.
What do you know? Then that note was from Helen Duncan, Inspector.
Right. Nobody but you and I and that girl knows it's a plant to catch the Hornet.
Wherever he is, I'll bet he's poring over that note trying to find what's hidden there. I can't wait till he does find out and calls that girl.
You studied note. Not eat much dinner, Mr. Britt?
It intrigues me, Cato. And I've reached a conclusion. The name Helene is typed out in caps, and I've decided that name holds the key to what I'm hunting.
How you figure that, Mr. Britt?
I think the name is used as code for a phone number. I've already checked it with the dial.
Oh, what you find? Letters H-E, maybe Harold.
Yes, Harold exchange, then L-E-N-E on the dial becomes 5363.
You try calling Harold 5363?
Oh, yes, but not from this phone. I'll go around the corner to a pay station. If it's the number, then be ready when I come back to go out in the Black Beauty.
Yes, sir. I'll be ready.
Good. I won't be long, Cato. I'm positive this is the number. And I'll be very anxious to meet Helene and find out why she wants to talk to the Green Hornet.
What'd you find out, Mr. Britt?
It was the right number, Cato. The girl who answered admitted she was Helene, but she refused to discuss anything over the phone.
Girl must have plenty of nerve to want to see Hornet. Oh, what do we do now?
She gave me an address, a small apartment house on the outskirts of town.
You think it's safe for Green Hornet to go there, Mr. Britt?
I'll admit there's some risk. Yet Axford said if he heard anything at police headquarters, he'd let me know. Strange, though, that they didn't figure out that code number.
Well, perhaps they'd not tell Axford if they did.
It's possible. Yet there's no reason why they shouldn't. Sergeant Burke usually tips Axford off on anything dealing with the Green Hornet.
That's lucky for you on many occasions.
You can say that again. Well, Cato, we'll risk a visit to the mysterious Helene. We'll drive the Black Beauty.
Oh, wait. I answer, Mr. Britt. Mr. Reed's apartment?
This is Inspector Evans at police headquarters. May I speak to Mr. Reed?
Oh, just a minute, Inspector Evans.
Evans, huh? I wonder why he's calling. Hello, Inspector.
Oh, hello, Mr. Reed. I'll come right to the point. Knowing that your paper, the Daily Sentinel, has a standing reward of $25,000 for the capture of the Green Hornet, I thought you'd be interested in what we're going to do tonight.
Why, yes, of course. What are you planning to do, Inspector?
This is off the record, of course.
Well, you can count on that.
Good. You remember that note to the Green Hornet you published today?
Yes?
That was arranged by us here at headquarters with the help of a certain young woman.
What? Oh, I see.
The trick worked, Mr. Reed. She just phoned me that she'd had a call from the Hornet, and he's going to her place to talk to her tonight.
Well, perhaps he'll get wind of the fact that it's a frame-up and won't appear, Inspector.
No one knows about the plan except Sergeant Burke, the girl, and myself, and now, of course, you. Your reporter Axford's going out with the boys, but none of them knows yet whom they're after.
I guess you've laid your plans well, Inspector.
Yes, and I don't think we'll fail. I thought you'd like to be in on the capture since you'll be paying out that large reward, so I called to invite you to go with me.
Well, of course, Inspector, I'd be delighted. Thank you for taking me into your confidence.
That's all right. I'll stop by for you in about 15 minutes, Mr. Reed. Goodbye.
Bye, Inspector.
Inspector Evans say police figure out phone number of girl, Mr. Britt?
They didn't have to figure it out, Cato. That note was planted by the police to trap the Green Hornet.
What? Great shades of ancestors. Then, police be waiting at place for Green Hornet to arrive.
Yes, and Inspector Evans has invited me to be waiting with them.
Then they'll be disappointed. Green Hornet not appear tonight.
But, Cato, outside of the police and the girl, I'm the only person who knows it's a trap. If the Hornet doesn't show up, Inspector Evans might begin to suspect something.
That's not good.
I'll say it's not good. The inspector's coming by to pick me up in less than 15 minutes. Unless we do some fast and productive thinking right now, then both Britt Reed and the Green Hornet will be definitely on the spot.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Here's a special message to men and young men of America. Uncle Sam needs you in the Merchant Marine to help ship vital supplies of war to the Pacific. If you're between 17 and 50 years of age, you do not require previous experience to train for vital assignment in deck, engine, radio, stewards, or purser hospital corps departments of U.S. merchant ships. Apply today at your local U.S. Employment Service office or to your nearest U.S. Maritime Service recruiting office. Remember, we've got to keep them sailing. And now, back to the Green Hornet. Realizing that Inspector Evans might become suspicious if the Hornet didn't put in an appearance while Britt Reed was with the police, Britt and Cato tried to think of a solution before Inspector Evans arrived. A short time later, the inspector and Reed, accompanied by Sergeant Burke, were speeding along in the inspector's car.
It was thoughtful of you to invite me to go with you, Inspector.
Well, Sergeant Burke figured you'd get a kick out of seeing us trap the Green Hornet.
Well, his capture would certainly affect me a great deal, Inspector.
You'd be affected to the tune of $25,000, Mr. Reed? But think of the headlines in the Sentinel if we do capture him.
I've imagined those headlines many times, Sergeant Burke. They'd be worth $25,000 to any newspaper.
Then let's hope you're not disappointed. We'll be at the girl's place in a few minutes. By the way, her name's Helen Duncan, sister of a chap we picked up in the poultry black market.
Oh, I see. The name signed to the note was Helene.
That was put in for code purposes.
We grilled Jimmy Duncan until he told us the Hornet was at the head of the racket. The girl said the same thing and agreed to help us trap him.
So that's it.
That's it. Jimmy Duncan was caught delivering some of the stuff. We hope to get the Hornet and break the racket at the same time. Well, there's the place just ahead.
Well, if the Hornet comes here, won't he notice your men watching?
He won't see anyone, Mr. Reed. They'll all be in hiding. And we'll be inside with the girl hiding behind a screen in there. Well, here we are. Tonight, Mr. Reed, you're going to have a box seat watching the biggest catch of the year, right in that ground floor apartment there. Let's go on in.
Now, Helen, we three will go behind the screen over in the corner there. I want you to raise the shades and sit in that chair there where you can be seen from the outside.
Hey, wait a minute. I feel like a fish in a bowl sitting there with the shades up. Suppose that guy takes a pot shot at me just for luck.
He won't. Don't worry. I'll do as I say. Come on, Mr. Reed. And you, Sergeant. This screen will hide us nicely. Keep your gun handy, Sergeant.
I got it handy. You can bet on that, Inspector.
Well, here goes. I sure wish this was over with.
So do I, sister.
Are you planning on letting him enter, or will you shoot him down before he has a chance?
We'll take him alive if we can.
If he was coming, he ought to be here by this time.
Quiet, Helen. Don't forget you're supposed to be in here alone.
Okay, but I don't like it.
That girl has quite a bit of nerve.
You said it, Mr. Reed. For my money, I wouldn't want to be sitting out there like that. What the? It must be the Hornet.
Come on.
He tried to kill me.
No, he didn't. There's a rock on the floor with a paper wrapped around it.
What is it?
We'll soon find out.
Well, it looks like a note of some kind.
It's a note, all right. Let's see.
Here it is.
Well, of all
What's it say, Inspector?
Yes, what does it say?
I followed some cops out here. Don't wait, I won't be back. And stuck on the note's a Hornet seal.
He'll know it was a trick now. He'll come back after me.
We'll leave one of our men here to keep watch, Helen. There's nothing to worry about.
Let's get going, Inspector. The boys are probably trailing that heathen back to town.
Yes, all right. We'll drive on back to town. There's nothing more to be done here.
It's too bad he got away, Inspector.
We're not through yet, and the night's still young. Maybe you'll still have those headlines, Mr. Reed. Let's go.
Glad you get home, Mr. Britt.
I'm relieved to see you here safely, Cato. I was a little worried the police might gang up on you.
Nothing catch Black Beauty, Mr. Britt.
You did a good job.
Now that trap failed, you get the rest, perhaps.
Not by a jugful, Cato. We have a job yet to be done tonight.
You mean Green Hornet go out now?
Right. I haven't finished with that girl yet. Her brother was working with racketeers dealing in black market poultry, and I think she knows the higher-ups in the racket.
But police be watching girl, maybe.
Yeah, they left one man out there. We'll get by him. We'll take the Black Beauty. Let's go.
Did girl get good look at you when you were there before, Mr. Britt?
No, I made sure of that because I knew I'd be coming back. She was too nervous to notice much, and I didn't have anything to say to her at all.
That's good. Apartment house next block.
We won't drive too close, Cato. Find a dark spot in which to park the Black Beauty. We have the policeman to deal with before I go inside.
Yes, sir. Then I come with you and wait just outside the window. We stop in shadows just ahead.
Good. Then we'll go the rest of the way on foot. And let's hope they haven't sent more police back there. That'd be something I haven't bargained for.
It's a waste of time keeping me out of here when the Hornet's already come and gone. For 2 pins.
Quiet, you.
Sneak up behind me, will you?
Sorry, bud.
Oh, that will knock him out plenty.
Help me move him behind these shrubs.
He'd not know what hit him.
There. Now for a showdown with a little lady inside. Wait and keep your eyes open, Cato.
Why don't you... Hey.
Okay, sister, you sent for me, so here I am. Let me in and close the door.
The Green Hornet.
Of course. What did you expect? Close the door. That's better.
But they said you wouldn't be back. I mean, that note you threw in here said...
Skip it. I did come back. And now we'll have a quiet little talk. Just you and I.
Okay, big boy. Why not? Have a cigarette?
No, thanks.
Not very sociable, are you? Well, I'll smoke alone, then.
You playing for time?
Don't worry. The coppers aren't coming back. Of course, I can't figure out how you got by that big lug outside.
Stop the chatter. I have some questions to ask.
Oh, gee, how masterful you are.
What's so funny?
What a guy. I never had anyone go to so much trouble to keep a date with me before. And the faces on those coppers. You should have seen them.
Stop it. You're wasting my time. Don't forget you tried to trap me for the police.
Honest, Hornet, they made me do it.
Because of your brother Jimmy, eh?
What? You know about Jimmy?
Yes, and about the racket he was mixed up in. Who runs that racket?
Oh, wouldn't you like to know?
I said who runs that racket.
Oh, my arm.
You won't get hurt if you talk.
Look, Hornet, honest, I don't know. But if you want, I can take you to where they hide out.
It's a deal.
You'll have to wait a minute while I fix up a bit in the other room.
In the other room, huh?
Oh, don't be so suspicious. That's my bedroom. The phone out here is the only one in the apartment, so if you thought I was...
All right, go ahead. But hurry.
Sure. Be back in a minute.
Are you out there?
Yes, I'm here.
See if there's a car parked out back. If there is, we may have to follow it. Get the attachment from the Black Beauty and put it on it, and hurry.
Right away, quick.
You about ready?
Be ready in a minute.
Well, hurry up.
Britt Reed waited about 5 minutes. Then...
It's fixed.
Good. You wait there. Aren't you ready yet? Oh, there she goes. All right, Cato, she just left. Come on, let's get to the Black Beauty on the double. There's several cars ahead of us. You better turn on the radio. Make sure she hasn't given us the slip.
Yes, sir. Oh, her car's still ahead, Mr. Britt.
Yes. That little attachment you stuck on her car is quite an invention, Cato. With that radio beam it sends off, we won't lose her.
Cars all go around bend in the road ahead.
Yes, I'll speed up before we lose sight of them.
She go a long way out of city, Mr. Britt.
Yes, the hideout must be
wait,
out...
Wait, we not get signal now.
The cars must have turned off before we came around the bend. It must have been her car. We'll turn around and go back until we pick up the beam again. She's going to find it's not so easy to lose the Green Hornet.
gang. Open the door, Eddie.
Okay, boss.
Hi, Eddie.
Helen, what brings you out here? Come in.
Why have you come here, Helen? Didn't I tell you to stay away since they grabbed Jimmy?
Don't pull that big shot stuff with me, Cardale. Jimmy and I have both covered for you. I came out now to warn you. The Green Hornet's out to get you.
How do you know that?
Because he told me so himself.
Oh, she's loony,
It's
boss.
true. Came to my place and began to get tough. I gave him the slip. He's no smarter than other men when it comes to women. We can trick him every time.
How do you know he didn't follow you here?
Nobody followed me, so don't get jumpy. I kept in traffic and went through all the roundabout roads instead of heading straight out here. That dopey Hornet's still sitting in my apartment waiting for me to fix my face.
That face of yours could stand a little fixing, sister.
Look, the Hornet.
Eddie, you forgot to lock the door.
I'll riddle the bum.
He turned out the light.
Shoot, Eddie.
Don't waste your bullets, Mud.
I get the other
This'll
one.
settle, Eddie.
You won't get me.
Pardon my foot.
Oh, he tripped me.
If I had a light, I'd settle you.
Here's some stars to make light.
No.
Light the light. I'll tell you all you want to know. Look back in the barn. There's evidence. Don't hurt me. Let me get out.
Don't bother getting up, sister. Take a little gas.
No.
Now to put on the light. Yeah, there's a phone. Call the police, then we'll head back to town. That chap Cardale used to be with the OPA, but he lost his job. The inspector can have the leader of the poultry black market racket after all. But it won't be the Green Hornet.
And Reed, they got the whole bunch, including the girl the police had trying to trap the Hornet.
Yeah, Mr. Reed. Inspector Evans is sorry he didn't get the headline you expected. About the capture of the Green Hornet, I mean. Expert near had a fit when he heard about the trap we planned with that note and all.
Maybe if you hadn't been so close-mouthed, Sarge, I could have helped you. Anyway, I saw right through that plan, believe it or not.
Really, Axford? Well, why didn't you tell me?
Well, I didn't want to spoil all your fun, Reed, thinking you were going to get a scoop on the capture of the Hornet. And I'm sorry, though, that you're disappointed.
Oh, I'll get over it, Axford. But I hope to be right on hand when he is caught. You can count on that.
Let the Lux be paper! Cardale and gang indicted for black market racket. Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. Set the Lux free, paper!
Rent control is an important part of our fight to keep down living costs. And all of us, landlords and tenants alike, are helping or should be. Now here's what you can do to assist our government. Landlords help by registering at the OPA rent office. Tenants help by paying no more rent than ceiling prices, by finding out what their eviction rights are and checking with the rent control office if they're being asked to move. That's the way all of us are helping to make rent control work during wartime. So do your part in this vital governmental program now. Be sure to listen to the Green Hornet next week at this time. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Henry Stambaugh speaking. This is the Michigan Radio Network.
I deem him one of the greatest beings alive in our time. We shall never see his like again. His name will live in history. It will live in the annals of war. It will live in the legends of Arabia.
Who is he? Petu. Tavas!
What is your name?
My name is for my friends. None of my friends is a murderer. Come on, men!
For over a quarter of a century, controversy has raged around the name of T.E. Lawrence. No man of our time has drawn upon himself so much praise and so much criticism. Lawrence of Arabia, the man torn between two civilizations. Lawrence of Arabia, filmed against a canvas of awesome magnificence.
Lieutenant Lawrence, sir, is not your military advisor.
But I would like to hear his opinion.
Damn it, Lawrence, who do you take your orders from?
From Lord Faisal, in Faisal's tent.
Hailing the birth of a new star, Peter O'Toole as Lawrence of Arabia. What was he really like, this controversial figure who became a legend in his own lifetime?
He was the most extraordinary man I ever knew.
He was a very great man.
He was a poet, a scholar, and a mighty warrior. He was also the most shameless exhibitionist since Barnum and Bailey.
What, in your opinion, do these people hope to gain from this war? They hope to gain their freedom.
There's one born every minute.
They're going to get it, Mr. Bentley. I'm going to give it to them.
Lawrence and Arabia. Together, they made history. Now, a gathering of international stars unfolds the story. Alec Guinness as Prince Faisal.
The English have a great hunger for desolate places. I fear they hunger for Arabia.
Anthony Quinn as Auda Abu Taihi.
I carried 23 great wounds, all got in battle. 75 men have I killed with my own hands in battle. I scatter, I burn my enemies' tents. I take away their flocks and herds. The Turks pay me a golden treasure, yet I am poor. Because I am a river to my people.
Jack Hawkins as General Allenby.
I believe your name will be a household word when you would have to go to the War Museum to find who Allenby was. You're the most extraordinary man I ever met.
Leave me alone.
Huh?
Leave me alone.
Jose Ferrer as the Turkish Bey.
Your skin is very fair.
Also starring Anthony Quayle, Claude Rains, Arthur Kennedy, with Omar Sharif as Ali, and Peter O'Toole as Lawrence.
Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The pioneers who first settled the western United States were courageous men who fought hostile Indians and outlaws in order to make a new home for themselves. But when the railroad brought civilization to the frontier, they fought progress just as fiercely. It was the masked rider of the plains who made them realize they were wrong. It was he who pointed out that only through progress could the winning of the West be accomplished. But the old-timers were hard to convince, and it was in the fight for civilization that one of the mystery rider's most exciting adventures took place. Return with us now those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading for Eagle Grove! Hi-yo, Silver! Away! Clem and Slim, two old-timers, were reminiscing in front of Eagle Grove's bank. And among their listeners was the Lone Ranger, unmasked but wearing a disguise.
By golly, Slim, the West is sure getting civilized. You know, 5 years ago, you and me sat right here in this same spot. Behind me was nothing but a corral. And now look what's there. A bank. I'm telling you, we're getting so as even New York and Chicago and Frisco ain't got nothing on us.
Ain't it the truth, though, Clem? Well, I don't know as how we're any better off.
Why not?
Well, take the bank now. Can't say as I got too much use for 'em.
Why, you darn fool, Slim. Ain't no place safer for cash than a bank as I knows of. Especially when you got a fellow square as Stan Claiborne running it.
Claiborne runs the bank, you say?
Sure does. Getting rich from it, too. Why, would you believe it, stranger? Last month he up and got his woman a piano.
I don't hold with bankers spending cash loose like that. Don't look right.
Oh, what's wrong with it?
Just don't look right, that's all. What's more, I'll say again what I've always said. Any cash comes my way, it'll go right in my sock, where I can put my hands on it when I'm a minder.
Your sock? Dandy Whitcomb's sock, you mean? Ain't much cash you get that don't slide over Whitcomb's bar sooner or later.
Well, what he gets from me won't make him rich.
Likely not.
Banks are good things if they're managed properly. I suppose Claiborne loans money around the district, doesn't he?
Well, I should smile. Wasn't but last week that the widow Moffat was hard put to raise cash for her taxes. But Claiborne, he gave her the loan of it.
She has to pay him interest.
You want a fella to do business for nothing, Slim?
Well, she
And the
pays
widow's
it.
still got her farm, ain't she? She'd never held on if it weren't for the bank.
She'd have found some way.
Land's sake, Slim. I never seen a fella like you. You don't act like you want to keep up with the times. Yes, I'll bet it pains you something awful that folks using gunpowder and bullets instead of bows and arrows like was done once.
Have your fun, Clem. But the fact remains, I aim to know more about a bank than I do this before I puts my cash in it.
You don't know nothing about banking.
That's what I said, ain't it?
Well, then I'll tell it to you just like Clayton told it to me. You put your cash in the bank, savvy?
Yeah.
And any time you want it, you can get it back again. But while it's there, you get paid 4 cents extra every year for each dollar.
4 cents? That's trifling.
Gotcha. $1 ain't much neither. But if you had $100 in the bank for a year, then you'd get $4 extra.
$4. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But you just now said $1 ain't much. $4 ain't but 4 times as much.
You're a dog-blasted idiot, you. Oh, you get me so riled I can't talk straight.
It takes time to educate everyone to banking.
Well, Clem, seeing as you know so much about banking, tell me this.
Yeah?
If Stan Claiborne is able to pay extra for having my cash for a year...
Granting you got cash.
Oh, let me see what it started to. If he can pay me 4 cents a year extra, over and above what I pays him, where does he get off at?
Why, he goes and lends the cash you put in the bank to folks like the widow Moffat. They pays him 6 cents on the dollar. He pays you 4, and he's got 2 for himself.
Yeah, there you are. I know there was a skin game.
Oh,
if he gets 6 cents, why don't he pay me 6 cents? Answer me that if you can. Why don't he, huh? Why don't he? What's the idea of holding out 2 cents?
Ain't it worth the 2 cents to know your cash is guarded safe and sound?
Oh, not to me, it ain't. Not to me. What I want to know is, why don't I lend the widow the cash she needs? And why don't she pay me 6 cents?
I declare I give up. Ain't no use arguing with a fellow like you that ain't got no understanding.
Take my word for it, Slim. The bank's all right. And from what I've heard, Claiborne's all right. If you get any cash, deposit it.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. Before I do that, I reckon I'll wait and see if Angus Tavish puts any of his money in the bank.
Who's he?
Well, golly, stranger, don't you know him?
No.
He's a Scotchman. He's got that big ranch over to Sleepy Creek. Him and his 5 sons running.
Yeah, and if everybody was as careful of their cash as he is, I reckon barkeeps and cafes have to clear out of this part of the country for going broke.
Yes?
You ought to meet up with him, stranger. He's a fella to know. Honest as the day is long, and every one of his boys growed up to be men and good uns. But it's a fact they sure don't put the trust in banks or nothing of the sort. When they get the dollar, they put it away in the stays put.
I see.
Well, when Tavish puts his cash in the bank, then by golly, I'll do the same. As long as he ain't sold this newfangled banking idea, then I ain't neither.
You're a fool pudding head, Slim, and don't you deny it.
All right. Now, how much you got in the bank?
Well, I got, I'll have to cipher it out.
It ain't much, I'll bet.
Well, let me see now. I put $5 there when it opened up 6 months ago. Well, it'll be 6 months come next Friday. I'll get 4 cents for each of them $5 for each year. Well, that's a total of 20 cents, and half of that's 10 cents. Now,
right.
There it is. I'll have $5.10 coming to me next Friday. 10 cents free and clear. 10 cents just for doing nothing.
While your money's been kept safe.
Sure. No worry at all. Say, Mert, what's ailing you? You sit there like a bump on a log without opening your mouth.
Just thinking, that's all.
Mighty deep thinking, I'll bet you.
Clem, you say that the bank lends cash?
Yeah, that's where the bank makes its profit. Lend it now.
I get it. Seems to me then it's a heap better to borrow cash than to put it in there, ain't it?
Oh, shucks, ain't no use trying to teach you fellas nothing.
Hey, there comes Stan now.
Sure enough.
Hello, boys. How's everything?
Howdy. Right fine, Mr. Clavin.
Glad to hear it. You working these days, Slim?
Sure I am, Mr. Clavin. Working all the time. Right now, I'm waiting for some hogs to fatten so as I can sell them.
I see.
Mr. Clavin, I want to talk to you.
All right, Mert.
You don't mind if I walk partway home with you, do you?
Well, of course not. Come ahead. Good day, man.
Goodbye, Mr. Clavin. Wait till he knows he has to pay me my 10 cents.
Mr. Clavin, I hope you don't think I associate with them worthless no-goods just because I was sitting outside the bank with them.
I wouldn't call them worthless, Mert. Perhaps a little lazy.
You see, the fact is I was waiting for you to come out so as I could see you.
Why didn't you come into the bank?
I didn't want to. I wanted to see you personal.
Well, what's on your mind, my boy?
I guess you lend cash, don't you?
Well, that's the business of a bank, lending money on good security and collateral.
Well, I want to borrow some.
You, Mert? Why, what do you need money for?
That's my business. I want to borrow it, that's all.
But you haven't anything for security, have you?
What do you mean?
Well, property, livestock, something to stand behind the loan.
What's the matter? Ain't my word good?
Well, your word might be good enough for me, Mert, but a loan is a business matter, that's all. You see, we don't loan money unless we're sure the person we give it to can pay it back.
Oh, don't trust me, huh?
I'll tell you what you do, Mert. Call at the bank in the morning. We'll talk it over. My wife's waiting for me now, and I'd better be getting inside. Good day.
Uh-huh, good day. Don't trust me, huh? All right. All right, we'll see about that.
Later that evening, Stan Clavin was listening to his wife as she played him a tune on their newly purchased piano, and
Splendid, honey. You know, you play better than anyone else I know.
Oh, you silly Stan. But I do love my piano.
I'm glad, Alice.
How are things going these days, dear?
First rate. It's hard, though, to make the men here understand just what a bank is and how it works.
I suppose it is. But they'll understand in time.
That Tavish family, that's my hardest problem to solve. If I could only make old Angus see that the bank can be of service to him and carry a lot of weight with the other men here.
Won't he listen to you?
Not for long at a time. Oh, he'll get around to banking his money someday, but I may not live that long. The old fellow likes to have it in his house where he can watch it.
Sometimes I wish that his money would be stolen from him.
Alice.
Oh, I know it's not a nice thing to say, but it might teach him a lesson he'd remember.
It won't be, though. Not with those big sons of his in the house.
I didn't know that.
Now, who's that?
Were you expecting somebody?
No, I wasn't. Well, sit still, dear. I'll see who it is.
Evening, Mr. Cleven.
Oh, it's you again, huh, Mert? Come in.
I wanted to see you.
Well, come right in. Met my wife?
Nope, but I'll see you right here.
All right. Well, sit down then.
I reckon not.
But you...
I'll stand. What I've got to say won't take long.
Very well.
I've asked you to give me the loan of some cash.
Well?
Now I'm asking you again, and this is the last time.
If you really want a loan, you're choosing a poor way to get it. I told you to come see me at the bank in the morning.
I've been thinking it over since I seen you last.
Even so.
And I decided I might just as well see you tonight. Mr. Cleven, I'm borrowing cash from your bank, or I'm coming right out and tell what I know about you.
What's that?
You heard me.
This is ridiculous.
I'll show you how funny it is. I said I'd tell what I knowed about you. Mr. Cleven, I know why you come here to Eagle Grove. I know you come here from the coast. I know you had a bank there, and it went bust. Went bust, and all the folks that had the cash in it lost out.
See here, Mert. Are you threatening me?
Take it any way you like.
Why,
but just the same, I know a few things you wouldn't want told. If you don't give me the cash I asked for, other folks are going to know them, too.
Sure.
Careful, I come with a gun.
Get out of this house.
I'll talk.
Get out of here. Get out before I throw you out. If you think your filthy tongue can cause me any trouble, go on and talk. Talk your head off, you want to.
I ought to drill you.
You haven't the nerve to shoot.
Calling me yellow.
I'll show you. Hey. You sneaking blackmailer.
Take your hands off me.
Not by a darn sight.
Go.
I ought to beat you up.
You'll be sorry.
Out with you.
I'll fix you for this.
But first, I'll fix you. On your way.
Don't kick me.
If I ever see you around here again, you'll get worse next time.
Skunk, you bulkhead.
And this will help you remember I mean what I say.
You bully, I'll get you.
Now go uptown. Tell everything you think you know. But don't show up here.
Wait, Mr. Cleven. I don't make no idle threats. I'll show you there was no idle threat. I'll fix you for this. You just...
Stanley, what's wrong? What's happened?
Oh, it's nothing. Don't bother. Just kicked a young upstart out of the house.
Dear, what do you mean?
Oh, never mind.
But I thought...
Please just forget it. You can play something for me if you will.
Of course.
Something to make me forget I lost my temper. I need some calming down.
But who was here?
Mert, I mentioned him at dinner.
Oh.
He knows of the bank failure we had in California. He threatened to tell everyone in town about it if I didn't give him a loan. He had no intention of ever paying it back, of course. It was blackmail. Plain blackmail.
But the failure, that wasn't any fault of yours, dear. He can't hurt you.
I won't let him.
You're sure it was just Mert you argued with?
Just him.
But I thought I heard a horse and a shout.
That's so. Some fellow on a white horse. I was so angry I paid no attention.
You don't think...
Think what, dear?
That it was some friend of Mert's? Someone who will try to harm you?
Of course not, Alice. And if it were, well, I think I'm still fit enough to deal with both of them.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Later tonight on the same day Mert and Stan Cleven had had their stormy interview, a stealthy figure emerged from the rear of the bank, a bulky package under its arm. The figure made its way through the shadows to the edge of town in a grove of trees. There it paused, and before long the sound of digging could be heard. The two men, well hidden by the darkness, looked on. One was masked, the other had the grim, sharp features of an Indian. They spoke softly.
Tonto. He's burying it there. This proves one thing anyhow.
What that?
That wooden building isn't secure enough for the money Clayton keeps on hand. He'll have to find better protection. This fellow here, I don't think he's after the money half as much as he is the opportunity to make trouble. He'll do that when morning comes.
He'll do it all.
I'm glad we kept the fellow in sight after his quarrel with Clayton.
Him stop.
He'll bury the money now. Where'd you leave the horses?
Not far. Them here when you call.
Good.
You ride?
To Sleepy Creek, Tonto.
What there?
Angus Tavish and his sons.
Oh,
They're going to play their part in this affair, too.
You act now?
One moment. I want them to be sure of success before we step in. Now.
All right, Mert. We'll take over. Stand where you are. And don't flap leather. Man, right. You're a crook, a robber. Clear out. Now, wait a minute. I said clear out. Quick. No, wait. This'll start you. I'll go. Don't shoot. And keep on going. Just don't shoot me. I'm going, mister.
Him go. He passed.
And I don't think he'll report this to the law. It wouldn't pay him. Get me that package, Kimasabi.
Me get it.
Here's over.
Here package.
Thanks.
That Tonto right, too?
I'll go to Tavish's place alone. You stay here in town, Tonto, and keep an eye on things.
Here's Count.
Yep. If anything should happen that we don't expect, Kimasabi, right after me.
Tonto, do that.
Come on.
Get him up, Scout.
Hail, Silver! Away! It was almost 2 hours later that old Angus Tavish was awakened by an urgent pounding at his door.
Who could not be? Robert! Sam! Somebody's at the door. Douglas! William! Stand ready in case it's trouble. Neil! Fetch a light, but only one, mind you. And you can all save your breath and leave me to do the talking. No, then, mister, a matter.
We're having a talk, Angus.
Laddies, stand behind me. Shoot if I give the word. And be careful your aim so you won't be wasting bullets.
Angus, this is the opposite of a holdup.
Eh?
I'm not here to take money. I brought you money.
What's that?
Close the door. I'll tell you.
That bundle, what have you there?
Look.
Greenbacks. Greenbacks for the score.
Count them.
I'll do that.
And tell your sons to lower their guns. There's no need for them to fear me.
Dinna be hasty, man. Keep 'em covered, laddies. In Aberdeen, I was learning the man that takes your money, there may be doubts of. But the man who gives it to you, he's either daft or a crook for sure.
Aye.
Although disappointed in his attempt to steal the bank's funds, Mert had no intention of forgetting his resolution to make the banker trouble. In the morning, he circulated among the townspeople, and shortly afterwards, an angry group had formed in front of Whitcomb's Cafe, across the street from Clavin's bank.
Told you that bank scheme was crooked.
It's a skin game.
But that cash was took by Clavin himself.
Well, I ain't got nothing there.
Nobody has now. There's Mert. He had the news first. Hey, Mert, come over here.
I see all you fellas have heard about the robbery, all right.
You think Clavin done it himself, Mert?
Don't know about that, but there's things I do know, though.
Yeah, what's that?
Mert, you don't know nothing. Clavin's all right. That bank's sound.
Let Mert talk.
Sound, is it? Let me tell you something. This fella Clavin once run a bank in California.
And what if he did?
I'll tell you what. Clavin's bank went bust out in California. There was folks lost every dime they had in it. Now the same thing's happening here. I tell you, fellas,
Mert,
do
now
something.
keep still. You're just stirring up trouble. Don't you?
Come on, keep still, fellas.
How do we know how much was took from the bank last night? Maybe every dollar's gone, and that ain't Clavin's cash. It's your cash. Belongs to you folks that put it there.
Yeah, that's right.
Maybe all of it wasn't took.
All right, say only half of it's gone. You know what that means? Means half you'll get paid and the other half won't. It'll be first come, first served. The ones that aim to get back anything at all better see that they get it right now.
I got $50 there.
Amos here's got over 500 in the bank.
I said let's go across the street and make the banker pay over what's left.
No, don't, fellas. Now, wait, now.
Clem. You'd better get that 10 cents profit you was bragging about while there's still a chance.
But I'm a friend of Clavin.
Clem, you're a fool.
No, I ain't neither, no.
Come on, boys, to the bank.
All right, come on, boys.
We'll find out right now just what's what. Let's go.
Stanley, look at them. What can you do?
They'll hold on to their money now, Alice. I've had to lock the door.
Oh, no.
I had to, Alice.
But they'll tear it down. Listen to them yelling.
Honey, you were adding the cash. What we have left on hand.
Yes.
Quick, give me the total. What does it amount to?
Less than 2,000, Stan.
And how much in deposits?
Almost 100,000.
100,000.
We've got to do something. Maybe some of the people who borrowed can pay back their loans if you ask them.
There's about $70,000 out in loans and mortgages.
It's all good. You told me it was.
Well, it is, dear, but it can't be collected in a day. It would take months.
Oh, Stan, I'm frightened.
Please, dear.
You'll have to do something. Talk to them. Explain things. They'll break in if you don't.
I'll try.
The $2,000 we have. Perhaps if you pay it out now, it might take care of those who are there.
No, it won't. Look, Alice, out the windows. Down the road. They're coming from all directions. Everyone's heard about the robbery. They'll all want to withdraw their money.
Talk to them, Stan.
I'm just praying they'll give me the chance. You stay in here, Alice.
Stan, I'm praying.
There he is.
Boys, let me speak.
There ain't nothing you can tell us, you thief.
Listen, boys. Listen to me. Listen, boys. You're going to get your money back. Every penny of it. It's all safe and sound. Let me tell you just what happened. You got this all wrong. There was some money stolen from here last night, but not much. Now, you know that you're all getting interest on the money you have here.
Give us that money. We want it now.
Wait. You'll get it. Let me explain. To get the interest for you, I have to lend the money to people who want it. People who can put up something like a farm or cattle, or something that's worth a lot more than the money they borrowed. If they don't pay back what they borrowed when they agree to, then they have to sell their property so the bank won't lose. And that means you won't lose either.
Get back inside and start shelling out the money we're here for.
Wait! We haven't enough cash on hand to give back all that was put in.
Here's what we thought. We're skinned then. That's the trick to cheat us.
You're not being cheated. Your money is all invested for you. I'll take the names of all of you who want to get your money. Now see that you're paid just as soon as we get it in.
Clavin, when we put that cash in your bank, you said we could have it back any time we wanted. Either you was lying then or you're lying now. Hey, give us the cash. We want it now.
Man!
Shut up. Out of our way. We have our right.
Please, Ben, listen. My husband won't cheat you.
You're darn right he won't. You're all a pack of local idiots. You're making trouble for nothing. You're making trouble because you ain't got the sense to know better. Clem, stay out. Inside, fellas.
No, stay back.
One moment, ma'am. You're likely to get hurt. Rush him. Come on. Look. Come on. Who's that coming? Who is it? A masked man. That's right first. Watch out. What is that trouble?
Alice, look. There's Tavish. Angus Tavish, his son.
We're in time, Tavish. Quiet down, you blathering fool. Open up this bank, Cleveland. Open up and be quick about it.
Alice, of all times for Tavish to come here.
Stan.
Fall back. Back, all of you. Tavish.
I said open up this bank.
But Tavish, you haven't any money here.
Matter of fact, I will, in just a few seconds. I've decided that we robbers running loose around these parts. My cash ain't safe at him no more, so here I be.
Hey,
Tavish, this bank was robbed last night. Well, you darn fool, what of it? The cash that's in the bank is the smallest part of it. Robbers can't steal farms and cattle, and that's where most of it's invested. Come on, lads. Neil, Douglas, Bob, all of you get in here. Clavin, me and my boys and all my cowhands got cash to put in here.
Yes, of course, Mr. Tavish.
If any of you men want to draw out your money, stand in line at the door. With what Angus deposits, Clavin can pay you. You'll get paid in turn. I'll handle the first man to try to rush the door myself.
That masked man, I'll bet he's the one that stole the money. He's a crook.
Co-agent, I'm betting that there's a Lone Ranger.
I got $1. I'm going to open up an account. All said I would when Tavish did.
All right, Slim.
And I got some cash I want at the cafe. I'm putting it in the bank, too.
Now stand in line and wait your turn. From far and near, people had come into town to withdraw their money, but returned home to get more to deposit. Stan Clavin and his wife put in the hardest but the happiest day of their lives. When the day was finished, Tavish returned to the bank and...
I want to talk with you, Clavin.
Mr. Tavish, no one could be more welcome. You've saved me today.
It wasn't me. It's a long story, Clavin. That money that me and me boys banked today, that was... cash that was stole from you.
What?
And here's the passbooks you gave us. It's your money.
Tavish, you didn't steal it.
No, the cash was brought to me by the masked man. And the masked man took it from the fellow that did the stealing in the first place.
Who was that?
He told me not to say. He said he'd handle the varmint in his own way. Only,
Yes?
If you don't see Mert around these parts no longer, don't be surprised.
Mert? Mert stole the money?
I never said so, did I?
But the masked man, who's he?
Clavin, he was the one man in all the West that could have persuaded me to do what I did. The masked man was the Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger?
Then, Tavish, I have you and him to thank for everything that happened today. And I'll not forget it.
Come on, Silver, old boy. We're heading for the gold hills. Hi-yo, Silver, away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Most of you remember Andy Hardy's private secretary. Andy has graduated from Carville High School. Now, what will Andy do during summer vacation? Well, for the first time in the movies, another story starts, just where the other finished. The graduation dance is over. Andy has taken Polly home, and now, here we go, into the brand new story. Life begins for Andy Hardy.
Good morning, Andrew.
Oh, good morning, Dad. You're up awful late, aren't you?
Aren't you getting home kind of late?
Having graduated from high school, I've got a right to stay out as late as I want. Haven't I?
Well, obeying your parents is now kid stuff, eh?
Well, certainly not. Not about the important issues of life. Gosh, it's hot tonight.
Andrew, I want... What in the name of common sense is all that?
Couldn't I have that month and go maybe, say, to New York and get myself a job and find out what life's all about on my own? Well, goodbye, everybody. Don't worry about me. I might have gotten in a lot of complications in my life, but that was when I was just practically a kid. Now, I see everything much clearer now, and I'm never going to make any more mistakes. Goodbye, Mom. Bye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Take care of yourself. Bye, Bessie. Betty, you take care of him.
Today I am a man.
But New York isn't Carville. Andy is just another boy in a great city. Many things happen to him.
I bet this place has poisonous rules.
If carried to extremes, it could ruin a man's social life.
Groucho Marx is your host, as some of the most interesting contestants you will ever meet compete on You Bet Your Life. Up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is chair. C-H-A-I-R.
Really?
You bet your life. It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who have on display the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission and the all-new Plymouth, your best buy in the low-priced field. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
Who's he? Oh, that's me. Oh. Well, here I am again with $3,500 for one of our couples. Tidy sum, huh?
It certainly is.
Solomon, who's first?
Groucho, we invited some delivery men to the show, and our studio audience selected James Walker to be a contestant. His partner is Mrs. Mary Carr. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Mrs. Mary Carr and Mr. James Walker, huh? Mayor of New York, huh? Mrs. Carr, we get friendly in a hurry around here. You mind if I call you Mary?
No, I'd like you to.
Okay, now where are you from, Mary?
Well, I was born in Philadelphia and raised in Germantown.
Mary, would you mind if I asked how old you were? I realize I might get slugged, but I think our listeners are always interested.
There's one time in a woman's life when she doesn't mind telling her age. I was 80 last March.
Really? Well, you're a very good-looking 80, Mary.
Thank you.
You can help me across the street anytime you want. Jimmy, how old are you?
29, Groucho.
Where are you from?
I'm from Highland Park in Detroit, about 4 or 5 miles from the DeSoto plant.
Oh. Do you work for the DeSoto people?
No, I don't.
What sort of work do you do?
I work for United Parcel Service.
What kind of a racket is that?
Well, that's a delivery system. We have about the best in the United States, I guess. We deliver for retail.
That's
wholesale.
enough. He's a parcel man, all right. He's all wrapped up in his job. Are there any special requirements for getting a job with your outfit?
The main one is you have to be honest.
Well, that's a pretty stiff requirement, isn't it? Let's forget it, shall we? How can they tell you're honest before they hire you?
They can, but if you're not honest, they'll find out soon enough.
I suppose the company gets a little suspicious when the delivery man hires a chauffeur to drive the truck. There's always one way to find out if a man's honest. Ask him. And if he says yes, you know he's crooked. Mary, let's converse with you. Now, let's see. You say you're from Philadelphia?
Mm-hmm.
Did you go to school there or work there?
I went to school. I graduated from the normal school as a teacher.
Oh, you were a school teacher in
Mm-hmm.
Philadelphia? Is that so? How long did you teach in Philadelphia?
I didn't teach. I'm just a school teacher gone wrong.
What happened? Did the truant officer catch you hanging around the pool room? What do you mean you went wrong?
Oh, I became an actress.
You became an actress, eh?
Well, I hope that's what they called me anyhow. I went on the stage.
Were you in any Broadway plays?
Oh, yes, some of the Hoyt plays, Alabama, the cherry pickers.
Texas Steer, were you in that?
Mm-mm.
Wasn't that one of the Haight plays? Huh?
Yes, I think it was.
Yes, it was.
Mm-hmm. Way before your time.
You think so? Huh?
Mm-hmm.
You're very flattering. Not only that, but you can't be a day over 50, Mary.
You tell that to all the girls.
It's true. I tell it to a few men, too. Huh? Were you in any big shows that our audience might remember?
Oh, well, not stage show. I did the Mother and Over the Hill in the Silent Age, way
Over
back.
the Hill of the Poorhouse?
Yeah.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
how long ago was that?
Oh, it was released in 20.
Is that many? You're sort of the fairy godmother of television, aren't you? Huh? Your pictures will be seen for the next 20 years.
I've seen them. Yeah. My grandchildren call me up and say, Nanny, you're on.
I bet they have new respect for you now, don't they?
They do.
What kind of parts did you play in pictures, Mary? You didn't always play mothers, did you?
Well, I was a mother about 200 times or more.
That'd be a good title for a movie,
Yeah.
I was a mother 200 times. I was a mother 200 times for the FBI. You say you were a mother in 200 movies? Did you enjoy playing this role so many times, Mary?
Oh, well, it got to be rather boring, Groucho.
Would you like to play a hussy in the pictures?
Oh, no. I couldn't be wicked at 80.
Mary, it hasn't slowed me up any. Well, it's been very interesting talking to you two, Mary, but now it's time to play You Bet Your Life. Let's see. Now, you select a dictionary quiz, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Now, you can start with a $10 question, or a $50 or a $100, anything you want. But one answer between them.
What'll it be?
How about 70?
70 you want?
Is that all right
You
with you?
know your dictionary?
Is that all right with you?
All right.
Which part of the dictionary do you know, Jimmy? The outside or the inside?
The outside, probably.
All right. What do you call the person who gives the parting address at a graduation?
The valedictorian.
Valedictorian is correct, huh?
And you now have $170.
Now, what do you want?
Well, we might as well go on. Nothing to lose. 80?
80. What do you call the edge of... What do you call the edge of cloth woven to prevent raveling?
A selvage.
Selvage is correct.
You now have $250 in your bankroll.
You're pretty lucky to have a partner like that, Jimmy.
I sure am.
Now
she
what do you
knows
want?
the inside.
Now, what do you want?
Well, let's go up. No, you're going down.
You want 90? Well, let's see how well you listen to this show. What does the word encomium mean? E-N-C-O-M-I-U-M.
It's a praise.
That's right. That's good enough. Stop right there.
You now have $340.
You know, I mispronounced it a few weeks ago on this show. For some curious reason, I said encomium instead of encomium. And I got a ton of mail. All right, now how much have they got?
$340.
Now, it's your last chance to beat the other couples. What are you going to go for?
100.
100?
Sorry with you.
What is a more common term for a colliery? C-O-L-L-I-E-R-Y.
Well, that's a mine.
It's a coal mine. Don't go any further.
And you've gone all the way. You wind up with $440.
Well, thanks and good luck to the Soda Plymouth dealers. You're pretty shrewd.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is National Safety Month. Can you see, steer, stop safely? If not, check your car. Check accidents. With the busy driving season here, now's the time to check your car. Be safe by driving a safe car. Last year, over 1 million people were killed and injured in needless automobile accidents. A good percentage of these accidents would have been avoided if the car owners had taken a small amount of time to have their cars checked. And to make sure your car gets a complete safety checkup, there's no better place to take it than to a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. His factory-trained mechanics will go over every part of your car that can affect your safety to make sure they are all in perfect working order. Wheels, brakes, headlights, tires, steering, windshield wipers, glass, horn, muffler, taillights. You'll be surprised how little time and money it takes to keep you and your family safe on the highways. Remember, to be a safe driver, you must be able to see, steer, stop safely. Check your car. Check accidents. Stop in where you see the sign of better service, the friendly sign of your DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Groucho, we have a housewife for you, Mrs. Jerry Shipley and her partner.
Why do you always say you're a housewife for me?
I should change that, I guess, shouldn't I?
I'll take every other housewife, huh?
All right.
You take an occasional housewife.
I have a housewife, Groucho, and her name is Mrs. Jerry Shipley, and her partner is Mr. William Vaughn. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Mr. William Vaughn and Mrs. Jerry Gerard Shipley. Mrs. Shipley, I'll start with you. What is your first name?
Jerry.
Is that short for Geraldine?
No, I was christened Jerry.
You were? How come?
Well, it's just an old
Spanish
southern,
custom?
yeah, an old southern custom, giving girls boys' names down there.
You know any girls named Hank in the South?
I know one named Henry.
Imagine being under a magnolia tree in the moonlight with a pretty girl, and you turn to her and say, "Kiss me, Henry." Probably hit you with a plate of corn pone. Where are you from, Mrs. Shipley?
Well, I usually say Paducah, Kentucky, because people ask so many questions. But
well, I should think so. Huh?
But it's really a little town called Barlow, near there.
I see. And who are you again? I forgot all about
Jerry
you.
Shipley.
You're both Jerry Shipley?
No, I'm Bill Vaughn,
You're
Groucho.
Bill Vaughn, huh? You used to pitch for the Cubs, didn't you?
No, not me.
No? Well, they had a Vaughn there.
Oh, yes, several Vaughns.
You related to that Vaughn?
None whatsoever.
You know, he pitched a 19-inning, 1-0 game against Brooklyn some years ago?
Well, the Vaughns do great things at times.
Have you done anything great that you could tell us about?
Well, it depends upon what you may refer to.
That's true. Well, where are you from? Well, let's start with that. Huh?
Well, I was born in Osceola, Missouri.
Well, that's pretty great right
and,
there.
Moved to Oroville, California when I was 6 years of age.
Oh. What sort of business are you in now, Mr. Vaughn?
Well, I'm Executive Vice President, Secretary, Treasurer, and Director of Electrical Products Corporation, manufacturers of neon and xenon signs in the 11 western states and for many of the DeSoto Plymouth dealers in the area.
Well, thanks for that information. I'll keep my trap shut from now on. Because I need a job as well as the next fellow. The next fellow happens to be a Harpo. Did you have any interest besides being a housewife, Jerry?
Yes, I do. I have some hobbies. I like interior decorating, and I like analyzing handwriting or graphology.
Is that what it's called, graphology?
Yes, uh-huh.
I thought graphology was what a politician did.
No.
Could you analyze my handwriting?
Yes.
If I gave you a sample of... Okay. Now, don't look. This will surprise a lot of people who didn't think I could write at all, huh? Here you are. See what you can do with that, Jerry. And while you're working on it, I'll talk to your partner here.
All right.
You analyze that. Now, Mr. Vaughn, do you have any outside interests?
Yes, Groucho, I'm the illustrious potentate of Al-Malika Shrine Temple, Los Angeles, Ancient Arabic Order, Nobles of the Mystic Shrine.
What are some of the activities of these organizations?
We have many charities centered primarily upon what we consider the world's greatest fraternal philanthropy. Shriners Hospital for crippled children. We have discharged more than 250,000 crippled children who were materially aided or completely cured.
I must say your lodge does a great job, Bill. I know all about your work, and I congratulate you. You do a wonderful job. Well, Mr. Shipley, how do you analyze my handwriting? What kind of a fellow am I? Tell the truth. Forget that I also happen to run the quiz. Be merciless.
Well, you're very inquisitive.
Nosy, you mean, eh?
Yeah. You're witty. You're ambitious. You have a strong will. And if you hadn't become an actor, I think you might have become a scientist. The way you make some of your characters.
I don't think so, Jerry. I took one of those scientific tests in the laboratory at UCLA just the other day. And 3 white rats and a guinea pig beat me to the cheese. Well, I'm flattered by your diagnosis, Jerry. It's been an experience talking to you two, but now it's time to play You Bet Your Life. Let's see what we have here.
In the race for the $3,500, the first couple won $440, and the secret word is chair.
You selected geography. And remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is.
100.
100. In what country or principality do you find the fabulous resort city of Monte Carlo?
Monaco.
Monaco is right.
Well, off to a fine start. You have $200 in your bankroll.
You're off to a flying start.
90.
90. What famous cape on the coast of North Carolina is noted for its bad storms?
Cape Hatteras.
That's correct.
You now have $290.
What next?
80.
What country is directly east of Poland? East of Poland.
Russia.
Russia is correct.
You now have $370.
The way things are going over there, Russia is east of everything.
70.
Okay, for $70, what is the former name of the country now called Iran?
Used to be under the control of Turkey at one time. All right, I think it should be
I say
Turkey.
Persia.
Persia is right, and it's a good thing you stuck up.
And you wind up with $440.
Thanks, and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Yes, All right, George, proceed.
Well, we found a couple of young single people for you tonight, Groucho. Miss Eleanor Green and Mr. Noel Kennedy. Would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word, and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Noel Kennedy and Eleanor Green. Well, you're a fine-looking couple. Neither of you married?
No.
No, I'm not, Groucho.
You're not married, eh? Would you like to get married someday, Eleanor?
Oh, I think every young girl would. They'd like a husband and a home and some children.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're in the right place. Have you got a marriage license with you?
Well, no.
Don't you think that's pretty careless? You'd certainly never think of going fishing without a fishing license, would you?
Well, I think that would be a different story.
You just think it's different, that's all. Sucker's a sucker, whether he's walking or swimming. Well, let's find out something about you two. Eleanor, where are you from?
I'm from Beverly Hills, California.
Beverly Hills,
yes.
Oh. How long have you lived out here?
23 years.
Mm-hmm. Then you're a natural-born citizen, huh?
Mm-hmm.
What sort of work do you do?
Well, I'm a third-grade teacher, Groucho.
You're a school teacher?
Yes.
Didn't have any school teachers like that when I went to school. You're Noel Kennedy?
Well, I prefer to be called Bill, Groucho.
You prefer to be called Bill Groucho? That's kind of a silly name, isn't
Bill,
it?
period.
Huh?
Bill, period.
Bill, period, you want to be called?
Bill Kennedy.
Bill Kennedy. Well, who is Noel?
I'm confused.
Noel Confused. Well, that's a nice name. Now, where are you from, Noel?
I'm from Brisbane, Australia.
Oh, Australia.
Uh-huh.
Well, what is it like in Brisbane?
Well, Brisbane's a big semi-tropical city. It's
semi-tropical?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that.
Well, it's very much like L.A., a little warmer.
What sort of work did you do in Brisbane?
Well, when I was younger, I went prospecting with an older brother in a place called Mai in in
When
Queensland.
you were younger?
Mhm.
How old are you?
I'm 24.
Getting along, Bill. Huh? Now, where'd you say you went prospecting?
My, it's a little place outside Bong Bong, which is in male section.
My is near Bung Bung?
That's right.
Well, that's right across the river from Walla Walla, isn't it?
No, it's in male section 493, via Morani, via Marion, via Mackay, North Queensland, Australia.
You must get a lot of mail with an address like that. How do you get it? Is it floated ashore in a bottle?
Well, if you send a postcard, there's not much room for the message.
No, I guess not. What's the reason you never got married, Bill? Shrewd fellow, these Australians.
No, I was always a little cynical, and I could never see any reason in giving away half my food to get the other half cooked.
Is this the customary attitude by the Australian youths?
No,
You're
happy
just
to say.
speaking for yourself, huh?
Just personally.
You
And I've
still-
changed a lot since then.
You don't have this attitude about marriage at present, do you?
No.
Well, how recently have you changed? The last 3 minutes?
That's a pretty good estimate.
Approximately. And you, Eleanor, what would you require in the man that you'll marry?
Oh, I'd like him to be nice looking and have a good sense of humor and charming and, oh, he must be intelligent, too.
No money?
Comes later.
Would you say you're intelligent, Bill?
I don't know about that, but I had an IQ test once, and
You had what?
I had an IQ test once, and it rated fairly high.
Well, do you know what your IQ is, Eleanor?
A psychology teacher once took it, and it came out 140.
Well, if it goes any higher, my advice is sell it. Is that a pretty good IQ, Bill? 140? 140?
That's very good. 140 is genius rating.
Well, what's yours, do you know?
141.5.
You mean we've got two geniuses up here? No wonder they're not married. They're too smart. Well, we're going to take an awful beating in the quiz. Bill, obviously you have a lot in common. You could have a good time on a brainy day. All right, let's play You Bet Your Life. We'll start you off with $100. If you miss a question, you lose half your bankroll.
In the race for the $3,500, the first two couples are tied with $440 each.
You selected music. And remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. It's kind of a curious category for two geniuses, isn't it? All right, now what do you want to start with? 10, 50, 100, anything? 70?
$70.
Before Richard Rodgers teamed up with Oscar Hammerstein II, he wrote many great songs with another talented lyricist. What was his name?
Larry Hart.
Larry Hart.
Larry Hart is correct.
You now have $170 in your bankroll.
Now what do you want?
80.
Okay, the orchestra will play a long-time favorite. You tell me the name of it. Okay, Jack, play. What is it?
My partner says jealous.
Jealous.
Oh, well, that's right. Jealous is right.
You now have $250.
$250. You want to go ahead?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. $90.
Well,
Would you
we're
have
on
the
the
80?
90.
Okay. Duke Ellington wrote this song, which became a big hit in 42. You identify it. Music, maestro.
Don't get around much anymore.
Okay, what is it?
Don't get around much anymore.
Well, apparently you do.
And you now have $340 in your bankroll.
Here's your last chance to beat the other couples.
100.
100 $.
Dollar, yeah.
In George White's Scandals of 26, that's 1926. This song was introduced for the first time. What's the name of it?
Birth of the Blues.
The Birth of the Blues. Howie, give me a big kiss.
And besides all that, you have $440.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. I hope you two are very happy together.
And that means that all three couples on our show tonight, in just 1 minute, will get the chance of the DeSoto Plymouth $3,500 question. Well, Groucho, here come the three couples, all of them timed for a chance of the DeSoto Plymouth big question. They'll write down their answer on the cards that we've given them, and if all three couples get it right, they'll divide the money among them.
Mob scene, Mary.
Oh, yes.
All right.
That's wonderful.
All right, here we go for $3,500. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully, and please no help from the audience. James Fenimore Cooper wrote 5 historical novels: The Deerslayer, Last of the Mohegans, The Pathfinder, The Pioneers, and The Prairie. For $3,500, what was the name given to this internationally popular series of novels? Write it down.
Piece of paper.
This is a blank.
From Miss Carr and her
Miss
partner.
Carr and Jimmy Walker. Yes. Leather Stocking Tales.
And what is yours?
No, Leather Stocking Tales.
It's this couple here. Well, stick around. You come back here, please. You folks, yeah.
Well, now, let's see. The gentleman, the Shriners Organization.
Al Malika.
Al Malika. And Jerry from Paducah.
Barlow.
From Barlow. Well, that's close enough. You win $3,500. And how much in the quiz?
They all $440.
That's $3,940. Congratulations from the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You bet your life.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission also have on display the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-priced field. DeSoto, Plymouth. 2 great new cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the DeSoto Automatic.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. If you can't control your temper, you can't control your driving. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meekin. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world.
Happy New Year, boys. Say, there's a lonesome touring car down the street. I was wondering if you happen to know anything about it.
Oh, I got a good cafe business. I don't know nothing about automobiles, what's been stolen.
Well, you might if some of the bright young men around here had anything to do with it, wouldn't you?
She's through. She's out of the way. That's what she is.
You're lying. You wouldn't dare.
I wouldn't, would I? I'll show you.
Rico, listen. I ain't gonna spill anything if that's what you're scared of. You think I want my neck stretched?
Well, you know too much. I ain't gonna take any chances. You're hanging around with me, see?
No, I'm not.
All right. You go back to that dame, and it's suicide. Suicide for both of you.
You believe me, Olga?
I want to believe you.
What's that? What you got there, Joe?
Wait, Olga.
Joe!
There he is, the dirty yellow double-crosser.
Thank you.